Good morning and good afternoon. Welcome back to DCTV, where I am your host, Drew Collins, bringing you all sports-related news here in the beautiful greater Cincinnati area. And we got a good one for the live gate or the tailgate today. Thursday night football in Cleveland, Battle of the Ohio. This is going to be a fantastic game and a fun one to be able to do a play-by-play analysis. It's going to be a good one to watch. I'm super excited to be able to share this one for you guys today. I'm welcoming all of you guys to the streaming today. Make sure you're using that spam hooday. Make sure you support the DCTV family by going ahead and joining it, hitting that subscribe button, leaving a like. And let's get active in this tailgate. Who is pumped as much as I am? I'm super excited. Rocking the Joe Burrow orange jersey today. And wow, I can't tell you guys how excited I am for today's game. Wow, you guys have been blowing up the chat before stream has even started. That is awesome. Love to see it. So how is everybody doing on this fine Thursday night? Usually catch you guys on Sundays, but Thursday night football. I am pumped, just like this guy right here. I'm so pumped. I knew this was going to be a fun one to commentate and, just come in and talk to a bunch of Bengals fans because, Thursday night football, Monday night football, those are the special ones, especially when it's an in-division game, a rival like the Browns where these games count. Every single one of these games count from week 1 to week 17. So this is a big one for both sides, for the Browns especially, and even the Bengals. So I'm super excited. You got your Joe Burrow jersey on. Let's go. I'm freaking pumped. I'm super excited for you guys today. It's going to be a fun one. I'm not going to lie. This is going to be a good game. It's going to be a fun one to watch in general. I'm super excited, probably just as excited as you guys are. But unfortunately, we're going to talk about some unfortunate things like injuries for the Bengals and big factors on play in today's game. I'm going to take these off until the game starts. But I'd say probably the biggest factors is Geno Atkins is out again. Logan Wilson, the rookie linebacker, is going to be out as well. I forgot here. I got the list. Get your helmet ready. We might need you to go in for Bobby Hart. Yeah, I got the helmet right here. It's ready to go if I need to cop in. It is ready to go. I'm super excited. Let me go ahead and hop into – I saved this tweet. So, the inactives for today's games is going to be Geno Atkins, Mike Daniels, Sean Williams, Marcus Bailey, Trayvon Williams, Auden Tate, and Austin Sierber. I'm pretty sure that's the kicker we just picked up from the Browns last week, so very interesting. So, obviously, Geno Atkins out again. That is a big, big, big bummer for us. Obviously heading until today's game. And the fact that Mike Daniels is out as well, that just adds salt to the wound just because, we're just getting slimmer and slimmer in that defensive tackle. And for the Browns to win this game, they have to run the ball down our throat. I mean, Kareem Hunt and, the duo-headed running back, Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, they're going to have to force the rush on us. And with Geno Atkins and Mike Daniels out, it leaves DJ Reader all by himself. So it's going to be a pretty interesting one. Sean Williams, backup safety's out. He was out last week as well. I'm not sure what happened to Marcus Bailey. I wasn't even aware that he got injured or anything, so not sure he was out. Same with Trayvon Williams. And then Auden Tate. I didn't see anything about Auden Tate getting injured in last week's game when we were doing this live stream. So I'm not sure if it happened in practice, if he sprung something. But with Auden Tate injured, I don't want to say it's a good thing, but that's probably going to be more snaps for T. Higgins to step up. We saw a lot of John Ross last week, which really surprised me. And very little T. Higgins, very little Auden Tate as well. So with Auden Tate, we will probably see a lot of T. Higgins tonight, which is very exciting to see. And then looks like our kicker is straight. I guess he's not really injured after all. I mean, even if he pulled something, you'd think it'd take a couple of days to rehab, but I still think he's faking it. Don't want to say a player is lying about something, but it kind of seemed kind of suspect. He grabbed one leg, and then in the interview he said it was the other leg that was hurt, and then there was both reports that he pulled both of them at the same time. But why wouldn't he have just said that? I don't know. So I think it's going to be pretty interesting. What can someone tell me why Auden Tate is out? I have no idea myself. I didn't personally see anything until right now, so I'm not sure why Auden Tate is going to be out today. But like I said, we're going to be able to showcase some T. Higgins, so I'm just as hyped for that. Austin is the kicker. Yeah, that's the kicker I'm pretty sure we just picked up from Cleveland. So kind of interesting to see. I mean, I guess we're going to be holding 2 kickers on our roster, which is, not many teams do that. Rip our D line. Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. We're going to need a lot of guys to step up today and stop this defensive line. And if anything, we're really going to have to rely on our linebackers, who played pretty well last week. I was fairly impressed myself. So they're going to have to really step up today to help out the lack of D-line because of injury. So as long as our linebackers can hop in, can really prove themselves, I won't be worried at all. So I'm pretty excited. What are your guys' predictions? I want to hear what you guys are thinking predictions are going to be. Bengals, Browns, score predictions, player predictions. What do you guys have in mind for today's game? I have a feeling it's going to be a close one. I want to say it's going to be high scoring, but at the same time, I don't know because both these teams right away, their big key success could be the rushing game. And if it's the rushing game, there probably won't be too much going on. There probably too much going on if is rushing because the clock's constantly be ticking. Going to be ticking. If both teams are doing a rushing ball a lot, so at the same time, I think it'd be low scoring but high scoring. I mean, both of these teams are very capable of getting on the board. Obviously, Bones last week kind of struggled somewhat to get on the board, but the Browns have a very talented offensive roster where they can score a lot of points very quickly, and vice versa with the Bengals. Joe has plenty of weapons to choose from if he wants to score the ball from. And so I think this game could go highly scoring, but at the same time, I think this could be a defense pound out. I think it could go either way. I think it's going to depend on the rushing game. How well can these teams run the ball in today's game? We got to get Mixon more involved today. I believe we can get Joe Mixon rush first going. I feel like that will open up our offense a lot more. We were running a lot of 5 and 4 out, but I feel like if we can get Joe Mixon going first, then we're going to open that up. We're going to be able to do some we're just going to be able to open the playbook a lot more if Joe Mixon can get going very early in the game. But vice versa with the Browns. If they can get Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, who I believe Kareem Hunt had a better last week than Nick Chubb did. I mean, Nick Chubb really struggled. So, you got to watch both these guys. Both these guys are phenomenal players. See, Kareem Hunt had some off-the-field issues a few years ago that really diminished his kind of career for the past few years. I mean, the guy kind of fell off the world once that big thing happened, got signed to the Browns. I believe they just gave him another contract extension the other day. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to watch. They said Randy will be kicking tonight. Yep, I saw that. So, Bengals by 6, somebody said. I hope they got rid of the last week's kicker. No, Randy is playing this week. But we did pick up the Browns kicker who had a terrible game last week, but he is on the injury reserve, so not sure what's going on with him. A stereotypical West Coast offense with all the quick passes and mix Mixon into things. The Browns D should have problems starting the quick pass. That's why I said if we get Mixon going fast, then that opens, or if we get going with the rush game with Joe Mixon, that's going to open up the passing game. And I feel like that's something we kind of got away with last week. Zach Taylor really started off with a lot of low completion or high completion passes to get Joe Burrow going, which is smart. Rookie quarterback or just any quarterback, you want to start off with a lot of high completion pass percentage just so that he gets confident, gets going. That's very common, especially at rookie quarterbacks. But I did feel like we should have gave the ball to Joe Mixon a little bit more starting the game off. Houday, baby. Make sure you guys are spamming that Houday if you guys are coming in. I appreciate all of you guys coming in here. 28-24 Bengals. Burrow those for 3 touchdowns. I do think it should be 20 range, close. But like I said, I mean, this game can really go either way. It can be very high scoring. Defenses give up the ball, or the defenses step up and it's very low scoring. And it's all in the running backs. Nick Chubb versus Joe Mixon could be a very fun one to watch. But at the same time, Baker Mayfield and Joe Burrow, a gunslinger fight. I don't think anybody would be complaining to see that as well. So my boy said 24-10 Bengals. That would be awesome to see our Bengals defense step up and stop him to only 10 points. I do think it's going to be a little bit tough for our red zone just because all our Geno Atkins and Mike Daniels out. They're going to be punching that ball up the gut in the red zone if they make it there. At least I believe they would. Who knows what Kevin Stefanski has. And the reason why I say this is Kevin Stefanski last week, if you didn't know, he was the previous offense coordinator for the Minnesota Vikings and then came over to Cleveland Browns to be the coach this year. Well, in Minnesota, what did he do? He ran that rock with Dalvin Cook 30-plus times every single game. And I feel like last week he kind of got away with it because he wanted Jarvis Landry to get the ball. He wanted Odell to get the ball. He wanted Baker Mayfield to have good stats. And I just feel like he did too much. I feel like this week he will realize what they need to do, what he's good at. He is good at play action, play calls, and getting the ball going for the rushing game. So I feel like you will see the Browns probably start with that run game early in today's game. At least I believe if they want to win, that's what they should do. So let's see what you guys have to say. Dang, Drew, you smack. Appreciate you, Brian. Can you see the YouTube feed from Facebook? I'm not too sure on that. If you're from Facebook and you can't see the YouTube feed, go to the YouTube separately. Any word on DJ? DJ Reader's playing in today's game. I'm happy he is. I did see something about Jarvis Landry. Did we get an update on Jarvis Landry? Last I saw, he was questionable for today's game. But I didn't get an update on that. So we'll have to see. Houday. Okay, so I think it's pretty realistic. Houday by Bengals touchdown. Yeah, it definitely could be something similar to that. Drake Berry said, for all the fans that were complaining about Mixon fumbling last week, didn't see here a ton of general. That was the first fumble and 623 yards. Oh, yeah. I said that straight up when he fumbled the ball. I was like, wow, that's really unfortunate because he doesn't do that a lot. And he said himself he was very disappointed. He was upset with himself. And I'm not really worried. I don't think this is going to start a fumbling thing like Adrian Peterson had a couple years ago in his career where he was a beast. And for some reason, he just kept fumbling, got into his head. It was a mental thing. I don't think we'll have to worry about that with Mixon. Will we see T. Higgins finally get some targets? This is something I really think we will see a lot of T. Higgins tonight because Alden Tate is inactive. So, guys, if you have Alden Tate on your fantasy, get him out of there because they just listed him as inactive for today's game. And because of that, I think there's going to be a big chance for T. Higgins to step up and get a lot of playing time tonight. So, yeah. Landry is playing. Okay. Well, I saw he was questionable, so we'll see how he does throughout the game. With him being questionable, I'm sure they'll hit Odell Beckham Jr. pretty hard right out the gates. That's what they were trying last week. They were trying to force feed Odell. They denied it in the press conference, but it's pretty easy. If you watch the tape, they force fed Odell when it didn't work at all. The Ravens coverage was all over it. So hopefully we see some of that tonight. Brian Yote said Mixon about to get 2 touchdowns, 150 yards. Man, that would be really nice. Like I said, I think this could be a big rush off or a big passing game. And if it is a rush off, we could see Mixon going ahead with Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt, who last week shared the carries pretty fairly because Nick Chubb wasn't playing well. So like, all right, let's give it to Kareem Hunt. And Kareem Hunt did pretty decent. So yeah, if that goes, then we'll probably have to rely on Mixon to get us going. Mixon never fumbles. Houday, yes, sir. Too many weapons for Cleveland. And that's a great point. That's a very valid point because a lot of people think, how do they have this much talent, but have a lack of success? And it's almost like they have too many weapons. I mean, David Njoku goes hidden all the time, and David Njoku is a great tight end. Odell, where is he at? Jarvis Landry, where he's at? And all their other wide receivers. It's kind of like, do they have too many weapons for Baker Mayfield? Not, he doesn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. I mean, that was kind of put out there in the news where he force-fed Odell because he wanted Odell to be happy because, once again, there's been more trade talks that the Browns might enlist him on the trade block. I don't think that will happen, but it's the Browns, so who really knows? So the fact that there's so many, if you think they're good players or not, they have big names. Jarvis Landry is a big-time player. Odell Beckham Jr. is a big-time player. So if you think they're great or not, yeah, it's kind of like he feels like himself that he has to impress them, that he has to make sure that they get their reps. So that's a very valid statement. I totally agree with that. I feel bad for the Browns D. They had to go up against a ticked off Joey B and company. Oh yeah, it's going to be a fun one to watch. I don't know about you guys, but if you watched the press conference of Joe Burrow, it just made me so fired up and so happy to see a quarterback, his first ever career game in the NFL, and he took 150% of responsibility of that game. If you go back and watch press conference, the reporters try to trip him up so many times and say, oh, what about John Ross? Do you think he could have made that play? Or what about AJ Green? He could have made that play. Or, what about this? What about that? And the reporters, I'm not going to like yell at them because this is kind of their job to get in the headlines. And this is how they do it. They were basically trying to get Burrow to blame his mistakes on other teammates. Or even if it wasn't his mistake, they tried to get him to blame action on a teammate. And every single time Burrow said, no, it's on me. I got to get a better throw off. I have to be more accurate. I got to be a quicker thinker. So to me, he seemed like a veteran player, calm, chilled, collected, and he seemed like a captain. I mean, a lot of people were saying, oh, he's a captain as a rookie. He looked like it. I mean, he 110% took responsibility of every single snap of that game. And that made me super happy and thrilled to see. Because so many times with reporters trying to trip him up and trying to get him to place blame on a teammate, and he wasn't having none of it. So if you watch that got me fired up to see him take blame on everything, even if it wasn't his fault. He sure sat there and looked like a real quarterback by taking all the blame. I can watch the Bengals this time. Good for you. That's good. Baker has too much to think about. I could agree to that. Burrow is the leader we need. He sure looked like one. I mean, Bengals took an L, but in the draft, I believe they took a W because Burrow is looking like the player that we needed all this time. Burrow looked great. Rookie with no preseason. I was impressed. And exactly, I mean, this man had no preseason snaps. And they even asked that in the press conference. They said, yeah, so how do you feel about not having a preseason? Was that possibly why you didn't, he rated himself as a D during the game. He said, well, how do you rate yourself? And he said, I rate myself as like a D. So he rated himself super poorly. And they said, was it because you had no preseason? And he was like, to be honest, man, I've never had preseason. We don't have preseason in college. We have scrimmages. So I'm not going to use that excuse. So every time he wasn't having any excuses. It was literally, it's my fault. Hey, I got to do better next time. We'll get the win. We lost because of me. So I was super impressed by him. I mean, I knew as a rookie quarterback coming into a franchise like Cincinnati, I want to come in and take a lot of blame, but I didn't expect him to have the answers he did. It was very, very impressive. So I think I'm more impressed for him off the field than I am on the field so far. So I'm really excited to see what he can do against the Cleveland Brownies tonight. It's gonna be a good one to watch. I am super excited. I can't even lie to you guys. I am super thrilled for today's game. So yeah. Who do you guys think is going to be a big time performer? If the Bengals are going to win today, who has to step up? Besides Burrow, if we want to win tonight, what player is a key to success for tonight's win? I want to know what you guys have to say about that. Some predictions, Joe Mixon, Tyler Boyd, some defensive players. Who has to step up tonight for the Bengals get a W? Are there fans in the Brown Stadium? Yes, I believe I saw that there is 6,000 fans. Some limited amount of fans. I'm pretty sure it's around 6,000, but it's because it's an all-Ohio game. So the Cincinnati-Cleveland game, I believe there will be fans, limited fans too, because it's a state game. So yeah, there will be some fans, but it's not going to be like any crowd noise like there was in the previous year, so I don't think I have to worry about that. That last drive we had last week showed exactly why we drafted him, and if I didn't know better, I would have thought he was a 4 or 5 year vet. The drive was a thing of beauty. Yeah, he really stepped up and really impressed. Really national media. I mean, you go to national media, and every week they are just trashing the Cincinnati Bengals, but not too many of them had a lot of bad things to say. In fact, that sure is a Bengals way to lose, a missed field goal. Yeah, it is. But when it came to Joe Burrow, a lot of the guys kind of took back some of the things they said and made up for it. CJ Uzomah, to be honest, yeah, I mean, I think Drew Sample had a bigger game than CJ Uzomah did last week, if I'm not wrong. And Drew Sample doesn't really get involved too much. So yeah, I do think our tight ends will have to get involved. More importantly, I think they need to help block. I think when we are rushing and even when passing, if one's lining up on the line, they really need to help our tackles out and our offense line out in the blocking game. I would rather see them step up in the blocking game than the receiving game. T. Higgins, this is a big one. Bobby Hart has to step up. I totally agree. Hopefully, these past few days, I know they said they were doing a lot of walkthroughs rather than like head-to-head practice, but hopefully they walked him through how to actually block because he wasn't doing much of that last week. So that would be interesting. Go Bengals. And I totally agree with this one. I think Mixon is key. I 110% agree. I think we need to get a rushing game going quick. We got to play through Mixon. That's the key to win. I said that last week. Last week, I got asked, what are the Bengals' key to win the game? And I said, Joe Mixon, get him the ball. We pay this man for a reason. He's a heck of a ball player. Get him involved in the rushing and the receiving game as well. He needs to be involved in both. Sad Cincy fan said, yo, if you guys haven't already, please go follow this man on all social media, including Twitter. He makes all of my thumbnails on every single video besides like 2 or 3 of my older ones. But including the thumbnail in today's video, he has made it. He has crazy edits for any sports teams, especially Cincinnati players, Reds, Bengals, you name it, he has it. So please go follow Sad Cincy fan on all his social media. I really appreciate it if you would do that for me. John Ross, we need to use his speed and let him just run after the ball. Yeah, I mean, John Ross is definitely going to have to get involved because last week he was very involved. I mean, he was on majority of the snaps last week, and I was super surprised to see that. I still don't think John Ross will be a Cincinnati Bengal next year, but nonetheless, he was on the field a lot, so I could be wrong about that. did you think the OPI was stupid or not? I think we could be very effective in the OPIs. I think, hopefully in these walkthroughs these past few days, they worked on it a little bit and are going to be more effective. T's got to show some skill. Totally agree, T. Higgins. Hopefully he pops up. Who catches Joe's first TD pass? I hope it's T. Higgins, excuse me. I really hope it'll be T. Higgins because that would be pretty nice to see. But in today's game, it should have been AJ, so I'm actually going to go back to AJ. It should have been AJ. I believe it's going to be AJ, so. Brian Yelton said, the rushing game is key for sure. I 110% agree. We got to get the rushing game going early on. Myles Garrett is going to feast on Bobby Hart if he plays like he did versus the Chargers. Myles Garrett is a heck of a ball player. No matter what you say about Myles Garrett and his controversy these past few seasons he's had, he is a heck of a ball player and one of the best ends in the entire world. So, yes, we are going to have to, if not, we're going to have to line up a running back on Bobby Hart's side to sit there in protection or bring a tight end over. We're going to have to do something if Bobby Hart plays like he did last week because we can't have one-on-ones with him and Myles Garrett all night long if he's going to be blocking like he did last week. Totally agree about that. Everyone needs to step up 110%. Hopefully they can have some chemistry. I do agree. Drop Pop said, key to win the game is stopping the Browns running back. Baker isn't going to outthrow Burrow. And I mean, this is a very valid point as well. I mean, it is very likely this game is a gun out or a shootout with the passing game or the rushing game. So if it is the rushing game, we're down Geno Atkins. We're down Mike Daniels. We're down a couple guys that help stop that rushing game. So who's going to step up? Hopefully it's the linebacking crew. And I think our safeties might be a little bit busy tonight. So hopefully Jesse Bates and Von Bell make some explosive plays. It'd be nice to see one of them get a turnover tonight. And that's one of my predictions, that one of our safeties will get a turnover tonight, either Von Bell or Jesse Bates. That's one of my predictions for tonight's game. Because I feel like they'll be very involved with rushing and receiving game, to be honest. I mean, Jesse Bates had some big hits last week, so it was fun to see. Didn't see much of Von Bell. He did good when he was in, but, nothing game-changing about Von Bell last week, so hopefully he'll change that this week. Mixon's got to get involved. Please, Myles Garrett, don't kill Burrow. I don't know. Burrow seems strong. He seems happy. He seems like he's going to get in the pocket and make some plays, so hopefully he stays healthy and you know what I mean. Drake, I just added you as moderator. I think that's it. If we spoke before the stream and I said you could be a moderator, please let me know because I forgot everyone that I said I was going to do. But some of you, I just changed to moderator. So here we go. This is a good topic. Drake Berry said, I'd honestly take our wide receivers over the Browns. You sure have the big names, but I think our receiver core is better built. Look, man, both of these teams have really good receiving corps. A lot of weapons. Both of these quarterbacks have. I mean, I'd argue both these receiving corps are top 12 in the NFL. Easy. The Browns and the Bengals. And for them to be in the same division is going to be a lot of fun to watch over these next few years. If Odell stays here, Jarvis Landry, to see if the Browns can keep their weapons over the next few years, just to see if they'll still go head to head. So yeah, what time are we at, guys? What time are we at? We are at 7:44. I'm going to go ahead and get posted on my social media real quick. Give me 1 second. If you guys haven't already, please hit that subscribe button and consider joining the DCTV family. Post every week about Bengals content or, Cincinnati sports content in general. Please take a second if you don't consider subscribing. Hit that like button, please. It would mean the world to me. Helps me get out here. So let's go. Bengals going positive this year. It could be interesting. I mean, this would be a big step in the right direction if we want to, be in the plus this year. If we really want to prove all the haters wrong, all the national media wrong, this is a big game to win. Because if you don't go down this, you're down 0-2, and that's not the easiest to come back from. But when you're 1-1, it's just like 0-0 all over again. So if we really want to prove that, then I think this is a big one to win. And obviously the Browns really need to win this as well because a lot of people predicted them going to the playoffs this season in a wild card spot behind the Ravens. So if you want a wild card spot, you probably got to beat us tonight. If you're the Browns, because 0-2, if you already lose two, the problem is because last week was a division game for them too. So if you lose against the Ravens and then you lose in the Bengals, you're down 0-2 in the division. This early in the year is not a good look, and it's not going to be easy to come from. Because if they lose these two games tonight, to even consider making the a divisional round or something, or a divisional playoff spot or anything, they have have to win the next 2 games for the when they play the Ravens again and the Bengals again. You have to at least split from the 2 of us. So I don't know. Is it a bigger game for the Bengals or a bigger game for the Browns? I would just say for the national media, it's bigger for the Browns. But personally, being in Cincinnati, I think is a big one for Cincinnati because we're trying to prove a lot of people wrong. We're rebuilding. And yes, I could agree to that somewhat, that we are in a rebuilding process, considering we just got Joe Burrow. But we want to prove to people that we can still compete. That not everyone can walk over the Cincinnati Bengals. So I feel like this is a big one for Cincinnati to come out and represent, the new Who Day. So I'm very excited for that. If the Bengals go 6-10, they should draft another big time tackle to protect Joe Burrow. I've talked about this in previous streams. I honestly think if we want to build up the offensive line, we need to actually hit someone up in free agency. Obviously, if there's a big time tackle or offensive lineman in general, I think we take him. But if not, I say we go get a playmaker, go get a corner. The draft does help, but if we need to compete, we need to not just the draft, we need to go spend some money. And I believe Zach Taylor and the Bengals will, because they spent one of the most in the entire NFL this last offseason. So I think, honestly, we need to at least go sign or trade for somebody in this offseason that is a big-time player on the offensive line. So I do think we need to draft somebody, but I think we need to do more than just draft, to be honest. I was confused what you were saying so far. Yeah, I mean, on the floor or on the turf, running on his legs, Joe Burrow looked fantastic. He looked pretty quick. He looked like he had some agility, acceleration. But more than that, what impressed me was his mindset. He wasn't really leaning away from anything. He was going head first with everything. So, it was pretty smart to push. What was it, Josh Hart, I believe it was, or one of the offensive linemen. He pushed him, stood behind him. He took up the linebacker, then he took off around him. I mean, that is some great IQ play. And personally, in the stream, I thought it was just a QB draw. That's even what I said it was. And then going into the press conference, I believe he said it was actually a pass play. Didn't see anything, saw that the linebackers weren't sitting in the coverage, so he took off himself. So apparently it wasn't even a QB draw, which means his IQ is even better than we thought. Because I thought the play was made to be a QB draw, but apparently I'm wrong. So yeah, I mean, he can definitely run. I mean, I thought he wouldn't run as much as he did. I think he had 50 rushing yards and a touchdown. So yeah, I mean, I will take that all day. Brown fans are going to be major salty if Burrow outguns Baker and wins the game. Oh yeah, man. I totally agree on this one. If even if the Bengals win, I cannot imagine Twitter tonight and for the rest of the weekend. Twitter is going to be very toxic. Bengals win or lose. If you follow any Browns people or Bengals people, it's not going to be fun. A lot of Twitter drama this weekend for sure. I'm sure there's already been some. Yo, Drake Burry, very rich game. Browns here. Oh, Browns fan. Okay. Not bash the Bengals, but y'all should at least win 5 to 6 games this season. Yo, everyone clap it up for Nicholas. I really appreciate this, Nick. I really appreciate this, man. This is awesome. Yeah, I mean, I would hope so as well. It's just we are in one of the best divisions, if not the best division in the NFL. Very competitive teams between the Ravens, Browns, Steelers. I mean, the Steelers defense looked badass, man. So the Steelers defense looked fantastic. So I don't know. This division is going to be a fun one to watch, especially in the division games. I saw a lot of people on social media like bashing the NFL, like, oh, why is this a Thursday night game? Do you not see our division? Our division is stacked, and you can advertise number one pick versus number one pick, Heisman Trophy winner versus Heisman Trophy winner. I mean, there's many things you can, Battle of Ohio. There's many reasons you can advertise it. So I don't know why people are complaining, but these divisional games in our division is just going to be very important because we're going to get a wild card in this division. Somebody is. If it's the Browns, Steelers, or Bengals, there will be a wild card. So, yeah, I think it's going to be a pretty crazy one to watch. I mean, I think a lot of people underrate this. I mean, I don't want to even get into national media because we know how they act with the Cincinnati Bengals. So, yeah, let's keep on going. What if we just rock with 6 linemen? I think that would be a good idea. Unfortunately, not really unfortunately, but Zach Taylor shows that he wants to be a very aggressive through the air in his aerial attack. So I really don't see much of that happening. Bro, and AJ will be magic. Oh, yeah. Spend the third most in the free agency period. Yeah, I saw something that was like this. So why can't we go and get, just one or two offensive linemen in the free agency? Yes, let's keep drafting, but if we can go pick up, maybe not like 25-year-old, 25, 26-year-old up offensive lineman who is at least top 10, top 15 in their position, and not drop that offensive lineman in the first round, but then go get a spectacular corner, a spectacular I don't know. I really like big corners. And I know we just signed some guys, Trey Waynes and Mackenzie Alexander, but you can really never have enough. And I just am a big secondary guy. So I might be a little biased on that. But we'll have to see as the season goes on. I mean, our secondary looked pretty tough last week. Darius Phillips struggled a little bit against Mike Williams, but I do think Mike Williams, if we're talking push off, he did have some full extensions. So let's not worry too much about that. But yeah, I mean, our secondary looked pretty tough, and our defense did a great job. I said it many times in the last week. We bent, but we didn't break, and that is something you want to see in a young defense like we have. We bent, let them drive down, but we didn't break. We didn't let them get in the end zone a lot. So I was really impressed with that. That was Trey Hopkins who pushed the two defenders. Yeah, Trey Hopkins, that was a very impressive play. And like I said, that's why I thought it was a draw play, because it was made up perfectly like if it was one. But all right, so here's a good one. I want you guys to also answer this questions for me and then spam a who day after. What is your prediction on today's score? Mine is going to be a 24-17 Cincinnati Bengals takes this one and wins the Battle of Ohio. What are you guys feeling? Put your predictions in the comment section right now. If you're a Browns fan or if you're a Bengals fan, if you're realistic or not, put your comments in the comment section right now. What are your guys' predictions for today's game? 24-17 Bengals is the one I'm going for. Let me know right now what you guys are thinking. 24-17 who day? What else we got? What else we got? Browns, I feel like, are very salty. Just walked out of my house. Came right from my neighbors, yelled "Hoo Day" across the street. That's awesome, man. That's just a Cincinnati thing we have here in the tri-state. Very awesome to have. Been ready all day for this. Hey, I appreciate you, man. Hoo Day. I really appreciate that. Also, if you guys haven't, joined the Discord right now. It is the very first link in the description. Please join the Discord. Our Discord just consists of a whole bunch of Cincinnati fans, if it's Reds or Bengals, and we just talk sports in there all the time. It is a very great time. I probably say about 8 people in the stream right now probably are in it already. So if you haven't, please go join the Discord. It takes 5 seconds. Go in the first link in the description and press the link, and you'll join our Discord. All we do is talk sports. It's completely free, and we just talk there and have a good time. Okay, we got some good ones. I'm about to go through all this. Yo, I like the live. Keep it up. Appreciate that, gamer. Good luck to you, Bengals, as the Ravens fans. I feel like this is going to be a good game. Hey, appreciate that, Bob. I really appreciate that. Oh, that's a good question, Brian. I'll have to come back to that. I don't know what you're talking about, so I'm putting you in timeout. 2013, Hoo Day, says Brian Yelton. 10-14. Who else we got? 27-24 Bengals. 28-21 Bengals, Hoo Day. 34-15 Bengals. Big Hoo Day on that one. 28-14, says Ricky. I would say 28-24 Bengals. And Roach goes 34-19 Bengals for the win. Oh, yeah, that would be a big one right there. Could be higher score, 34-30. All right, that's a good one, man. That is a good one. And to be honest, I mean, you're not wrong. This game, like I said, could be pretty low scoring if both teams are pounding that rock and are chewing a lot of clock, or if they're going with the aerial attack, which both teams are very capable of doing. It could be a high scoring affair. So I totally agree. This 24-17 is pretty low because I do feel like both teams will get going on that running game quick, but I could be wrong. So yeah. See, this is what I'm talking about. T said, yeah, I've been in the Discord for a week and it's awesome. I love to hear that. Like I said, if you haven't, first link in the description below. It takes 5 seconds. Join this Discord. We have a lot of fun in there. And 3120 says, sad Cincy fan. He said 3120. And like I said with that Discord, we're even talking some Reds. I mean, we've talked about it a little bit. The Reds have been very disappointing. As of late, they have been awesome, though. They're on a win streak, and they are, on breaking into the playoffs. So if you guys want to see some Reds content, let me know, because if they get into the playoffs, there will be some Reds content and maybe a play-by-play. I'm not big of a baseball guy as I am a football guy at all. I definitely say football, basketball, and baseball. But personally, I would still really enjoy doing that because, like I said, I'm here in Cincinnati, repping all Cincinnati sports. So I would love to, get into that. The Discord is lit. That is what I'm talking about. It is very lit. That's what I appreciate. So I'm probably going to post here on social media, guys, because I still haven't even done that. And that usually brings in quite a bit of viewers. So I'll actually probably do that now. If Burrow gets on target, but those deep balls, we're going to destroy them. Yeah, man. I mean, this was a big key in last week's game. We had 2 big deep balls, and they came just short. And those 2 could have been a touchdown, and we wouldn't have been in the position we were. We wouldn't have had to kick a field goal. So, we obviously missed that one early with John Ross right through his fingertips. I guess he was overthrown a tiny bit, but I do think a good, a pretty great receiver would have made that catch. But, it's John Ross, although he did get open, so props to him. And then we had the one with AJ Green, which that was an overthrow. I will say that one was an overthrow by Burrow. So, yeah, man, if we can connect on those this week, that will change the whole game. That will change the game. So, you should have been on the kicker. Yeah, if you were in last week's stream or if you saw the video I uploaded after of me putting on the helmet, like I'm about to go there on the field, I'm surprised I didn't get signed. So, yeah. Okay. This game between both teams is stacked with the best receivers in the league. It's going to be a fun one to watch. Oh, I totally agree. These receiving corps are both top 12 in the league, easy on both teams. So the fact that they are in a divisional game or if they're in a division where they are going to go head to head at least 2 times a year, it's going to be a fun one to watch. I totally agree. Especially if both these teams can hold on to these guys for a couple of years plus, who knows what's going to happen. Here goes another bold prediction. Sam Hubbard gets 2+ sacks. That is what we need. We need a lot more pressure than we had a week ago. I know, a couple guys are down like Geno Atkins, but we still have our ends. We have Carlos Dunlap, Sam Hubbard, and a bunch of other game-changing players. So we need to get back there. I totally agree. So it's a good one. Keith said, are you going to show the game live? Because of copyright, I cannot show the actual game live. When the game starts, I will do a play-by-play analysis if you're interested in that. But you will not be able to see nor hear the game. And you won't find that anywhere on YouTube or if you have cable. I mean, if you have cable, you'll be able to watch it, but you won't find that anywhere on YouTube because the streams will get copyrighted and it'll be taken down ASAP. So I know once the game starts, a lot of people are going to come in here and say that. I'm probably going to have to repeat myself, but yeah, that's for anybody in the stream wondering that. Jesse Bates getting an interception, not a prediction, a fact. And that's interesting because a couple minutes ago, I said one of our safeties will get a turnover, and that's one of my predictions for today's game. So yeah, I totally agree. One of Jesse Bates or Von Bell will have a game-changing moment in today's game, and I'm really excited to see who it is. Browns are not scoring. Mark my words, says DMC. What do you guys think about this? I don't know. Our defense was fairly impressive last week, a lot better than what I thought they would be this year, to be honest. But this would be super impressive. I mean, I don't know, but what if that were to happen? We would have to have a lot of turnovers. So hopefully we can get some turnovers. Yeet said, "Yo, what is up, Yeet? It's good to see you back in the streams." Oh, you are okay. I got you, Clips. Hold on 1 second, Clips. I gotcha. I honestly don't think John Ross is going to stay. Yeah, and to be honest, I've said this multiple times in videos, and a lot of Bengals fans have actually kind of got nasty with me a little bit. I think he's a great player. I think he could have, his ceiling is up here, although where he is just down here, and that's just how his career's kind of been, with injuries and without injuries, outside of injuries. And we didn't pick up his 5th-year option for a reason, and that's why I was very shocked that he was getting as much playing time as he was. Just because I don't see him returning next year unless he were to ask for a super, super, super low contract. I don't think the Bengals should go spend money on him. And we just have too many guys buried on that depth chart of that receiving group that need to get some playing time. Because he was getting more playing time than Auden Tate. I mean, I saw him get more. I saw him more than Tyler Boyd a lot of the game until like the last drive. I didn't really see Tyler Boyd get involved at all. T. Higgins, I just feel like unless he just takes a super low amount, I just don't see him returning as a Bengal next year. So I don't find that crazy at all. I got you, Clips. You're a moderator. Thank you for saying something before the game starts. So here we go. The game is, Thursday Night Football is about to come to a start here in Cleveland, starting up here soon. So. Oh, wow. Okay, I didn't even see this. It's crazy. Jesse Bates was ranked number 1 safety last week. Really? I did not see this. I will be honest. This went over my head. Over Jamal Adams? Look, man, Jamal Adams had a hell of a game. And Jamal Adams is a baller. If you watch that Seattle highlight reel, man, that dude was everywhere. Big hits on receivers. He was getting back there to the quarterback. Hey, Jamal Adams is a baller, man, but so is Jesse Bates. Totally underrated. I got you, Yeet. I remember you, buddy. 20 minutes. Yes, like I said, we are counting down, baby. We are getting going, so let's go. Oh, yeah, Roach. So here we go. Anyone have a link to the game, don't be posting that in here. I'd really appreciate it if you don't do that. Why does this keep stopping? All right. Adams was third, I believe. Really? That's crazy. I love Jesse Bates. He had a great game, but I can't believe they put him over Jamal Adams. That's crazy. I wonder if Jamal Adams had like a broken coverage I didn't see. If Ross doesn't get hurt, yeah, I mean, his career could totally look different. But even outside of his injuries, you know, he definitely was chosen higher than what he should have been, at least so far that he's shown in his career. Let's go. Hot take, Joe will have 300-plus yards and 3 touchdowns. Yo, man, I mean, yeah, we could see Joe go off this game. I mean, he looked like he was very upset of himself. He looked very determined, motivated to come back and have a bounce-back week. So I wouldn't be surprised. You know, if the rushing game gets shut down and we have to force to throw, hey, Joe Burrow, you know, we could see him get involved heavy. Logan Wilson did pretty well for his first game last weekend too. Can't wait to see this player that he becomes. Yeah, man. I mean, Logan Wilson looked like a baller. I feel like he could have got involved a little bit more on some of the plays, but like we said, he's a rookie. It's his first career game, no preseason, especially as a linebacker where you got to recognize so many different coverages, who you're playing. Are you blitzing? Which gap to cover? Which gap to blitz? I mean, there's just so much to go on in that linebacking position. And when you're Logan Wilson getting thrown in there right away, same with the Keem Davis Gathers. I mean, a lot of our young guys was thrown in there and played pretty well. So yeah, I totally agree. I mean, he really impressed. Do you play Madden? I don't have much free time to play Madden, but sometimes I'll play franchise mode. But I don't play too much. I don't play mobile. I don't play the play to win online one. What is it called? Ultimate Team. Sometimes I'll play a little bit of franchise mode before we get going. So I'm about to post my social media so we can get some people in here. I know I keep saying that, but I haven't yet. So let me get some people in here. Let's go. And if you guys haven't, you know, game's coming down. About 15 minutes as we go down. Who Day, baby. Make sure if you haven't already, share the stream with your friends. Please go on my Twitter. Go down in the description below. Follow me on all my social medias if you want to get in contact with me for some reason. Follow me on Twitter, Instagram. Those are probably the 2 best to get a hold of me. Or my email if you have anything you want to email me about. But if you want, go add my social medias. Please go on there and share the stream. I would really appreciate that. Shout out to Mackenzie Alexander, too. He had some solid plays. Yeah, Mackenzie Alexander looked great. Our whole secondary looked pretty great. I'm not going to lie. You know, they have a good receiving corps. I mean, you got Keenan Allen and Mike Williams. And I have Keenan Allen on fantasy, and he only had like 3.4 points. So obviously that sucked, but the Bengals did a great job of shutting him down last week. To shut down someone like Keenan Allen, one of the best receivers in the league, that is very impressive. So yeah, I totally agree. Our secondary really impressed me last week. Not gonna lie, the Bengals helmets look 100% better than the Browns helmets. Hey, I love the little Bengals helmets. I know a lot of people are talking about, you know, in the offseason, are we going to change our jerseys or anything? But there was just no way. After so many people ordered Joe Burrow jerseys, there's no way you can just change the jersey as soon as people order it. So I do think it'll be a little bit while until Bengals get new uniforms. You know, I know a lot of it was going on, like the new day with that kind of stuff. They were saying like, oh, you know, franchise is turning around, all that stuff. So, you know what I mean? If you guys already talked it off all your ear, I'm going to keep going until you guys join it. Go join the Discord server right now. We talk all Cincinnati sports. Michael said, hi, do you remember me from Sunday? Yes, I do. I had a lot of people coming in Sunday, so I'm sorry if I don't. Over 5,000 people joined in during that stream at some point on Sunday. So a lot of people joined that stream. So, yeah, I'm sorry if I don't remember every single one of you. But, yeah, thank you for coming back, man. I really appreciate that. So here we go. I'm going to get posted on my I'm going to wait till the game comes back on, actually, until we keep going. All right, guys, so what are we talking about? We've already talked about score prediction, talked a little bit about player prediction. We already talked about the keys to success for both teams, for the Bengals. For both teams, I really think it's going to be rushing. For the Bengals, we got to get Joe Mixon going early. For the Browns, I do think it's the same. I think it's vice versa. I mean, you got to get Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb going as well. So I think both teams need to play through their rushing, play through their running backs. And I think if both teams do get stopped doing that, then it's going to be a shootout. It's going to be Joe Burrow, quarterback versus quarterback, and it's going to be a fun one to watch. Baker Mayfield versus Joe Burrow. I mean, that's very exciting. They're going to be to watch because both teams have great receiver corps like we've been talking about. So definitely, I mean, I 100% agree with from that. Where was T. Higgins at last game? Yeah, man. He just didn't get too much playing time. I think Auden Tate, like I said, is inactive in tonight's game. So I think we will see a lot more of T. Higgins tonight. I think we'll see a lot more Tyler Boyd as well. Tyler Boyd was a guy we didn't really see until that last drive, to be honest. So really appreciate that. Richard Allen says, "You're the man." No, you're the man, Richard. Thank you for joining the stream. I really appreciate you, buddy. You're a good commentator. I appreciate that, man. All compliments are welcome. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. I'm about to dip to go watch the game. Hey, I appreciate you, Drake, for tuning in. Anytime anything big happens or anytime you can come join the stream, please do, man. I really appreciate you. From a business standpoint, it makes a lot of sense to change the uniform design. Everyone's going to want a Burrow jersey after this year. I mean, yes, but at the same time, it's going to suck because for people like me who have already bought jerseys and probably going to get more jerseys for Christmas, you know what I mean? And just going to have to go out to get new ones. Yes, it would make sense to make some more moolah. But, I mean, if we can bring in some big-time free agent players, I say let's do it. Michael said, should I play Tyler Boyd this week in fantasy? Yeah. Depends who he's going up against, but probably. I know he didn't have a big week last week, but hopefully we can turn it around this week and get him going. So Richard Allen said 35-10 Bengals. That'd be a big-time W. A lot of the ones were pretty close when we did the score predictions, a lot closer than that, but there was a few blowouts, so we'll have to see. I mean, you never know with the mad Joe Burrow. What does Joe Burrow look at frustrated? Well, we're about to find out. That's for sure. So that's going to be fun to watch. What are you guys saying? For some reason, this screen's faster than this one. I'm not too sure why. It's funny. Imagine Burrow throws an interception because he sees orange and thinks it's one of his players. I don't know, man. These color schemes we'll have to see, obviously. I didn't see. Are the Browns wearing orange? I'm not too sure if they're wearing the white or orange, but yeah, I haven't paid attention to the screen because I've just been talking to you guys, and they're on commercial break, just talking about the game right now. So, have you seen the Browns slot corner? And in particular player, I'm not too sure. Is it an in particular player that we could possibly burn today? Because hopefully that's what we're talking about. Obviously AJ Green led the team last week, 5 receptions, 51 yards. So it's gonna be awesome to see if we can get him going again. And obviously he should have had at least one touchdown. He had that one that Joe Burrow overthrew and then the one at the end of the game. So I mean AJ Green, if you take back the overthrow and take back the obviously BS play call, he could have had 2 touchdowns and probably 80+ yards. But coulda, woulda, shoulda, you know what I mean? My fantasy is Boyd versus Noah Fant for my flex. What do you think? If you have any other Bengals receivers, go with Noah Fant. But if not, I'd probably go Boyd. I don't know about Noah Fant's his position and particularly over Tyler Boyd's. Cincy blowout, says LT. That'd be kind of crazy to see. And of course, I would love doing that. Just found. Oh, okay. We're not doing that. He had a 158.3 passer rating against him. Okay. That's not good, Crow. That is not good. So hopefully whoever that is, we can see who's up against him tonight. That probably would be a little bit of Tyler Boyd, a little bit of T. Higgins, John Ross probably. So I mean, if it's John Ross, he'll hopefully burn him at least once. That would be good to see. Who should I play, Jarvis Landry or Tyler Boyd? Oh, Jarvis was questionable for the game, so I don't know if he's going to be 110% tonight. So I'd probably go Boyd. Landry has a chance to get more receptions, but he was questionable for tonight. I don't know what the in particular injury was, so I don't know if that's going to slow him down at all. I know he is playing, somebody said earlier in the stream. I just don't know if he's 110%. I got Murray and Devontae Adams. That's a lot of points right there, not going to lie. 10 minutes, Kyler Murray. Let's go. Got about 20+ people in here. I'm sure that's going to spike here when the game starts. But yeah, here we go. 10 minutes, guys. Let's go. Let's get hyped. For some reason, I'm excited for Josh Bynes and Von Bell, says Nightwolf. No, I'm sure. I mean, Josh Bynes had an amazing game last week. I mean, he stepped up and had a great game. He was all over the field, some tackles for losses. He was punching up gaps. He was in coverage. I mean, Josh Bynes was really, really, really impressive last week. So, and Von Bell, like I said, one of these safeties, either Jesse Bates or Von Bell, is getting a turnover in tonight's game. Just watch. Just watch. Oh, Ben says he's hyped. Hooday, baby. Let's go. We're getting hyped. Game's starting here soon, so I'm really excited, guys. It's going to be a fun one to commentate, play-by-play, and be able to talk to you guys. Is Mixon going to do good? Let's hope so. I really think we're going to get a good game from Mixon tonight. I'm really excited. I think it's going to be a big running back game tonight, so hopefully Joe Mixon will have a pretty good game tonight. So high caliber, I would say so. Andrew said he's back from last week. He really enjoyed the commentary. I really appreciate that, Andrew. It means a lot to me. I'm glad you got some enjoyment from it. Hopefully, we can get near as many people as we did last week. I don't know if we will, but over 5,000 people. And at one point in the stream, we had over 350 people live at the end of the game. So we'll have to see about this week. But hooday. Let's go, LT. I'm so fun. And here we go. I'm going to put on my headset as the game is coming to. It's not starting yet, but it's getting close. So I'm going to throw these on real quick. What are you guys excited about for tonight's game? Is there a player? Is there a matchup? Is there a theme in tonight's game? What is the most exciting point of emphasis for tonight's game that you believe is exciting for you? Me, it has to be the two running attacks. To see Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt go against Mixon, I think it's going to be a fun one to watch. So hopefully our defense can step up. I mean, our linebackers are going to have to have a great game tonight. They're showing Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett is going to obviously be a huge factor in tonight's game. So that's going to be a good one to watch. So Mixon averages 115 yards a start against the Browns. Okay. That would be nice. Richard said fans in the stands. Yeah, I believe they said there was going to be about 6,000 fans in the stands. So I'm excited. I can't watch. Hey, I'm sorry about that, LT, but I'll try to commentate as best I can. Here they go. They're picking for the Browns or Bengals. Colleen's going to pick Browns. Let's see who else they're going to go for. But come on, we got to get some Bengals hype in here. We're live for 52 minutes. Wow, I can't believe it's already been an hour. I guess that would make sense as the game's coming to a close. I'm telling you that the view's about to spike here in a minute. I'm going to go ahead and post on the social media. So if you want to go ahead and get a hashtag #HooDaySpam for the game starting. So I'll start it off. If you guys want to go ahead and spam HooDay in the comment section, go ahead and do that. But it's going to be a good game. Can't really excited. It's going to be a big game for any division rival. I mean, I'm sure all the Ravens fans are watching. I'm sure everybody's watching. I mean, this is Thursday night football for a reason. I mean, there's really nothing like it. So this one's going to be good to see. Kickoff is coming soon, guys. What are we at? 8:14, so just about 5 minutes here until the game starts. So let's get some spams for the Hooday. What is up, guys? The stream has started. The tailgate is live, but the game is about to go live right now. So if you want to come in, say what's up, spam Hooday in the comment section. Just swipe up. Get it posted on my social media real quick, guys. Oh, yeah, spam that Hooday. Who dat? Oh, we got a Saints fan in here. Okay. That's nice. We're on commercial break, but I'm sure when we come back from commercial break, kickoff's going to be set. And I don't know who's receiving so far. They didn't say anything about the coin toss, so we're about to find out, baby. Yeah, I am so excited to see Burrow, a mad, angry, redemption-wanting Burrow. I mean, this is going to be a fun one to watch. To see him just in disbelief of his performance last week. I mean, he was very upset at himself. So to see how he comes back and is able to bounce back from last week, it's going to be very interesting to see if he, if he's a man. I mean, he spoke like a man. He played like a man. So I believe he's going to follow his actions and he's going to come back and whoop some butt. It's good. And we're going to be able to tell this first drive. Are we going run first? Are we just getting Burrow the ball 5 out? Are we going aerial attack quick? Who's going to strike first in tonight? It's going to be a big one. Are the Bengals or Browns going to strike first? Because both teams have great run games. So, you know what I mean? Whoever gets first is going to have a big edge on the other because they can just run the ball. So let's hope Randy doesn't miss any kicks. Oh, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We don't want no missed kicks in tonight's game. But hopefully we won't have to lead to as many field goals. You know what I mean? Let's get into the end zone for 6. A lot of times we missed the last week, and hopefully we can capitalize this week. Let's not leave it up for Randy to kick. You know what I mean? The only thing he should be kicking is some extra points. Cray said, get that helmet. That helmet's right here, boys. Hopefully I won't have to put this on and strap it on to go into the field because that's not a good sign if I have to. The players are locking arms on the field before coin toss. So the national anthem is about to go on, and here we go. It's going to be a good one, guys. Just post on my social media real quick. Here we go. Just in the national anthem real quick, guys. Oh, I'm so excited. Oh, I don't have my Bengals cup. Usually I have for my drink, I have a Bengals cup, but left it downstairs. It's my lucky Bengals cup. The game is just about to start. Make sure you go ahead and join today's stream. All you have to do is go link in my bio and come say what's up as we are all talking live during the game. Come say what's up, guys. Here we go. Ooh, that's good. Some good singing. All right, here we go, guys. Players are warmed up. National anthem's over. Players are going to their own sideline after locking arms, and week 2 is about to begin, guys. Let's go. I am so excited. I'm so pumped. Last week, man, I was so pumped in last week's stream, guys. That last drive, I was screaming that commentary, unlike anybody else. That was insane, man. That was insane. Do you think T will get some time this game? Yeah, I said this earlier, Andrew. Auden Tate is inactive for today's game, so I believe this will have time for T to step up and get going. Hopefully, we'll be able to. But yeah, obviously it sucks to have Auden Tate out, who is a big red zone threat. But I mean, T Higgins is just as big as he is, so hopefully he can come in and take some of those snaps away. Hey, I'll see you, Michael. Thanks for joining the stream, buddy. I really appreciate you joining in and say what's up. Gets that cup. We don't need any bad luck. Hey, man. Well, the fact that we lost last week and I was drinking out of that cup, maybe I should ice it for a week. If we win this week, maybe I'll bring it back next week. You know what I mean? What's the score? Score is 0-0. Who is receiving? I'm not sure yet. It's commercial, and they haven't said anything. So I will let you know as soon as possible. As soon as they say who's receiving, I'll let you guys know. Here we go, guys. Here we go. I think they're not saying who got the coin toss yet. But yeah, game is just about to go here in First Energy Stadium in Cleveland, Ohio. The Battle of Ohio, as some would like to call it. It's a big game for the division. Browns versus Bengals. And I'm super excited to be able to announce it for you guys. Dang, it's a tight game right now. All I know is 0-0. I mean, this is just insane. The hype is real. Let's go. I'm so excited. Why don't we put John Ross as kick returner? That is beyond me, Nightwolf. I don't know. I've wanted him to be a kick returner. I guess a little bit of it's because he think he might drop it. I don't know. Injury, maybe. Guy's not going to return next year, in my belief. So I don't know why we wouldn't just throw him back where we need him. But who's receiving? I still don't know yet. They still haven't said anything. The only thing that's going on is the announcers are talking about the game. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. Steven Stefanski, spent some time in the Minnesota Vikings organization. He's going to tee off against the Bengals and Zach Taylor. So, it's going to be a fun one to watch. Both of them are pretty young head coaches. So, it's going to be a fun one to watch for sure. Because if he died, gets blown up by a player, he's pretty fragile, but I don't want to call anybody fragile. It's an NFL player because you obviously got to be somewhat tough to be in the NFL. But here we go. I don't know why they're still talking. Like, let's get on with the game, boys. Come on now. This is the one thing I can't stand about the NFL. They'll sit here and hype up and hype up and hype up and hype up. It's like, come on, man, just get to the game. I'm so anxious. I'm so excited. Are you able to show the game? I am not able to, unfortunately. That is copyright, and the stream will be taken down. So unfortunately, you won't be able to see the game nor hear audio, but you're going to hear me doing play-by-play if you decide to stay in the stream. So your choice. Wow. So Baker Mayfield has a better rating before they obtained Odell Beckham Jr., but ever since they just showed some graphic, now he's had a worse average QBR rating ever since Odell. So that's obviously something's not adding up here. How do you gain an Odell Beckham Jr. on your team? And the Bengals are receiving. I just saw them lining up. They haven't kicked off yet, but Browns are kicking, and Bengals will be receiving here to start the game. So here we go. Still haven't kicked off. I see Jesse Bates, another Cincinnati Bengals player. I see Joe Burrow on the sideline, getting ready to come in. I see Alex Erickson. I thought he would be out there receiving, but apparently not. I see some other. I can't see what other players I see on the sideline, but they're showing Joe Burrow. He looks calm, man. Just like last week, he looks ready. He's getting hyped. He's padding the jersey. He's padding the pants. He looks pumped. Never mind. Joe Burrow looks like he's the man. He's hyping himself up. Man, where was this last week? Last week, he was all calm, cool, chill. He's over there like, hyping himself up. And here we go. The kickoff is now going to be Bengals ball. I think we might be taking this one out of the end zone. We are. We're going to take this one about the 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 38, and he's finally tripped up by number 36 on the Browns. So a fantastic return to start here for Cincinnati, and it's going to be good. This is a great start. This is what we want to see here for Joe Burrow and this offense. So we're going to get about our own 40-yard line here after a great return. So very exciting to see. Oh, you're all good, man. Appreciate that. Here we go. Joe Burrow and Mixon in the backfield. Joe and Joe. Here we go. 1st and 10. They're going to bring CJ Uzomah in motion to the other side. It's going to be play action. Burrow's going to launch this one down the field to A.J. Green, who has a man beat. He does catch the ball, but I believe he didn't have 2 feet in. But they are ruling it a catch. I do believe this one will be coming back. A.J. Green had him burnt. Burrow threw it over a little too much over the end zone, or under the end zone, but out of the bounds. And I don't believe A.J. Green got 2 feet in, unfortunately. They ruled it a catch. This is a huge play to come out and start. A very gutsy call by Zach Taylor. I'm watching the review. To be honest, it doesn't look like he got 2 feet in. The knee is outside. He only has 1 foot in. This one's going to be coming back. But wow, what a gutsy call to start the game. It's a play action that Joe mixed up the field. The coverage of number 20, the safety, just did a terrible job. So left one-on-one coverage of A.J. Green. Joe Burrow saw that, threw it up there a good 60-plus yards. A.J. Green is on the sideline. He has the staff checking him out. I don't know. It looks like he got the air knocked out of him a little bit. He does seem a little bit injured, unfortunately, but hopefully he's not. He's just he looks a little shaken up. But wow, what a gutsy call. What a gutsy call to start off with. The Browns are challenging it. This one will come back. It is incomplete. But wow, I did not expect that to start the game like that. Burrow just overthrew him a little bit, let him out of the bounds too much. I mean, you throw that more inside, that's a touchdown. If you don't have A.J. Green having to go leap for that ball, that one's going for 6 to start the game. So another time where we can't capitalize on the deep throw plays. It's very unfortunate to be a Bengals fan for that. But it is a good sign that we are beating coverages. We are getting open in space. We're creating space, which is always a positive. But that's a play you have to capitalize on to win games. I mean, we gotta capitalize on that to win games. That's a big reason why we lost last week, because we couldn't capitalize. This week, I don't know, man. They're still challenging it. I still think this will get overturned and it will be 2nd and 10, but they're taking a little longer than expected. Maybe I'm being a little too, I don't know, but it looks obvious to me. Oh, come on, man. You're out of here. Come on. Go do something with your life. Here we go. If you guys haven't already and you are in the stream, go down below, the first link in the description, and join the Discord. They just overruled it. It will be 2nd and 10. Unfortunately, it did look like AJ Green was shaken up a little bit. I don't know. It looked like he got the air knocked out of him a little bit. Not a good sign to see from AJ already. And it is about 4 or 5 out here. It's going to be 4 out, and Mixon is a eligible receiver here. Mixon and T. Higgins on the left side. T. Higgins and Joe Mixon over there receiving on the left side. That's a good one to watch. Here we go. Burrow all by himself back there. 2nd and 10. 5 out, I believe. Yep, 5 out. It's going to be a throw over the middle, and that's going to be a completion to Tyler Boyd, who's going to push forward for the first down. It was a slant over the middle, about a 6-yard reception, but pushed it forward and got the first down. Tyler Boyd already getting involved early. The man who talked to me earlier about using him for fantasy, hopefully use him because he already has a first down completion. 1st and 10, Cincinnati Bengals. John Ross, Alex Erickson, Thomas, and a few others out there for the receiving corps. Drew Sample. Mixon in the backfield. I believe this one's going to be a run. 1st and 10 Bengals on their own, or on the midfield, right here on the 50-yard line, already driving for the Cincinnati Bengals. I am correct. It is going to be a handoff off the middle to Mixon, and it's only going to be about a gain of a yard as there is some pushing and shoving with Drew Sample and some Browns already starting. I believe that was Sheldon Richardson, I believe. And it's getting a little chippy, but it's only going to be about a rush for about a yard or two. Not looking good. I watched Sunday at 2 and loved it. He does a great job, very entertaining, communicates very well with the chat, or communicates very well with the chat. Appreciate that, Elliot. Here we go. Burrow. Drop back to pass. 2nd and 9. And it's going to be a completion over to, I believe, what was that, Thomas? It's going to be Thomas. It's only going to be about a gain of 3, which is going to bring up about a 3rd and medium here, about 3rd and 5, 3rd and 6-ish. So, I mean, we're looking pretty sharp, but we got to get some more yards here. 3rd and 6. Here we go. Burrow, 2 for 3, 14 yards here so far in this first drive. I mean, if we get this first down, we're going to be pretty close in the field goal territory to get some points off first. We are marching onto the Browns' 46-yard line here. Burrow all by himself. 5 out once again here. 5 out. Burrow is going to do an audible and bring Giovanni Bernard back to the backfield. He's going to drop back to throw. He's going to take off up the middle and scramble for himself, and he's going to get the first down. Burrow, just like we saw a week ago, is going to scramble a lot. He gets that first down, and he points it forward. He points it forward. Some fire out of Joe Burrow. He steps back. Let's see the coverage. Linebacker stepped back in coverage, so that gave him plenty of room to take it up the middle himself, and that's what he did. And he's going to grab the first down. We are on the Browns' 38-yard line now. It's going to be play action to Giovanni Bernard. Then he's going to dump it to Giovanni Bernard, and then he's going to pick up about 2-3 yards here on the play. It's going to be about 2nd and 7, 8-ish. Here we go, boys. We are almost in striking territory here. 2nd and 7. What do you guys? Let's spam that hooday in the chat. If you are a Bengals fan and you're in this chat, make sure you leave a like for the commentary. Hit the subscribe button for more. And let's spam some hooday in the comment section, boys. Let's maybe get some good luck. Let's get some good luck going. Here we go. 2nd and 7. Joe Burrow and Mixon in the backfield. It's going to be a run on Mixon. Mixon's going to spin out of almost getting tackled in the backfield. Turn it up for a gain about 3 or 4 there. Very, very lucky play. A Browns defender met Joe Mixon all the way in the backfield. Mixon's going to backspin out of it and drive up the field for about a 3-4 yard gain. Very impressive play from the very elusive Joe Mixon. This is going to bring up a 3rd and 3 here for Cincinnati. Very, very important 3rd and 3 here for Cincinnati. Here we go. We are on the Browns' 33-yard line here. We're going to audible bring CJ Uzomah in to help block. 3rd and 3. It's going to be a run to Joe Mixon, and he's going to be wrapped up in the backfield as the Cleveland Brownies and Sheldon Richardson were all over that one. And I think that might have knocked us out of field goal range. And the offense is going to stay out there as we're going to go for it. 4th and 4, and we're going to have some balls here, and we're going to go for this one. Here we go, boys. A big 4th and 4 here early on for the Bengals, and we're going for it. Zach Taylor really trying to make a huge emphasis on his team. 5 out here. Here we go. CJ Uzomah going over to the right side over by Josh Hart. 4th and 4 here. 10 seconds to hype the ball. We're on the Browns' 38-yard line after that tackle for loss there. Joe Burrow's going to try to draw him offside. He's going to get the ball off with 2 seconds left, so this is going to be a throw. It's going to be a Tyler Boyd, and it's going to be a first down. Beautiful play there by Tyler Boyd. He fixes like he's going out, goes like he's going in for a slant, goes back out, and Burrow with a beautiful pass right in his chest. Wow. I mean, he threw that ball where only Tyler Boyd can get that, and Tyler Boyd caught it. AJ Green did a kind of a pick play that gave the Bengals a little bit of leverage, and that's a huge first down. And if you're a Browns fan, that's a big letdown. 1st and 10 Cincinnati Bengals on the Browns' 26-yard line. Mixon in the backfield. Burrow's going to move him to the left side. Burrow's then going to hand it off to Mixon, and he's going to get a gain about 4 or 5 yards, probably 4 yards here, with about 5-6 Browns on top of him, but his legs didn't stop moving. It was a little read option play. That's what it looked like, but he gave it to Mixon, and Mixon took about 4 yards there. 2nd and down. And here we go. We saw this many times last week where the Bengals got into the red zone or near the red zone and had to settle for 3 or had to punt. So let's see if the Bengals can get on the board here with 6. 2nd and 6. We're going to move Mixon to the line, so he's outside by like a tight end spot. Burrow all by himself, 2nd and 6. He's going to drop back, throw to CJ Uzomah, and that's another Bengals first down here. Driving and on this Browns defense. Joe Burrow, 4 for 5, 24 yards. And wow, this is a beautiful drive they're having here. CJ Uzomah, or 5 for 6 for 32 yards now, excuse me. And CJ Uzomah is going to get going early. Another first down. Bengals 1st and 10 here. Very deep into Browns territory. Here we go. Bengals on the Browns' 14-yard line. Burrow's going to step back to throw. He's going to take his time. He's going to take this shot to the end zone of AJ Green. He just overthrows him, and that's going to be an incompletion. But going towards the end zone, I like that throw there. Once again, one-on-one coverage with AJ Green. And if it's one-on-one coverage, it seems like Burrow is comfortable enough to throw AJ Green that throw every time. Incompletion, so it's going to bring up a 2nd and 10, but we are going for it here. Here we go here. 2nd and 10 for the Bengals. Audible for Burrow. Once again, on the Browns' 19-yard line. It's going to be a run to Mixon up the gut. He's going to run somebody over, but they do save with a shoestring tackle. It's going to be 44 on the Browns. And he got ran over by Mixon, but is actually able to hang on to him. So that's going to bring up a 3rd down. And they showed Baker Mayfield for a second, and he looks mad. I mean, Baker Mayfield looks frustrated, so... This is probably making him a little mad that we're driving on him. 3rd and 6 here. Another a crucial 3rd down here for the Cincinnati Bengals on the Browns' 9-yard line. Here we go. On the Browns' 9-yard line. Burrow doing some more audible speaking to Tyler Boyd and Higgins. Mixon to the other side. Mixon's in motion to the outside. Burrow's not even going to look his way. He's going to get almost sacked, and he does get sacked. He almost broke the sack. Tried to get away from it, but 94 grabs him, hangs on, Burrow falls, and here we go, field goal unit. We saw this many times last week where we drive, field goal. So, unfortunately, Burrow still can't get his first touchdown in the NFL, as the red zone is a little bit more competitive here in the NFL than it is in college. But man, that one sucks. It's going to be number 94 here. Let me double check on who this will be. 94, Adrian Claiborne. The 10-year man is going to get that sack. Randy Bullock, the field goal is up, and it is good, baby. Let's get some hoo-days in the chat. We didn't get 6, but we get 3 points. So let's get some hoo-days in the chat, guys, as we get points. We strike first here on Thursday night, baby. Randy Bullock is going to kick it right down the middle of the two little goals. Wow. He made it, and that looked good. That kick looked good. So that is very exciting to see. So Bengals are going to end that drive with 3 points. They're going to take the lead here, 3-0 over the Brownies. And yeah, man. I mean, that drive looked great. I mean, we looked really good. Unfortunately, we didn't end up with 6, but we end up with 3 here. So obviously better than nothing. We have over 100 plus people in here. So if you guys haven't already, please take 5 seconds out of your day and hit that like button to spread this to more people, and spam up that Who Dey in the comment section. And if you consider subscribing, as I do a live tailgate and play-by-play analysis each and every week for all Bengals fans. So yeah, I mean, great start, great first drive here for the Bengals. Obviously, we couldn't end in 6 points like I wanted to. But as long as we end up getting some points there, so obviously that's better than nothing. Also, if you guys have already liked and hit that subscribe button, please consider hitting the Discord too. It's the first link in the descriptions. Come on, dude. It's the first link in the description. Just hit this Discord. We talk all Cincinnati sports. If you're a Bengals fan or Reds fans, you're gonna really enjoy your experience in here. It's totally free. It's just a group chat with a bunch of Bengals and Reds fans where we just talk Cincinnati sports all day. So, LOL, your stream is faster, I guess. LOL. Didn't Burrow score last week? Burrow did score, but he scored on the rush. So he scored on the ground. He hasn't had a passing touchdown yet. That's what I meant. Excuse me if you thought I meant touchdown in general. He hasn't had a passing touchdown yet. He's only had a rushing touchdown. And there, another throw to AJ Green in the end zone, just like we saw last week. Overthrown just a tad bit. I mean, it was decent coverage. So I see why he didn't want to throw it right on him. He wanted to throw it where only AJ can go get it. So I appreciate that. Louis said DJ and Lou said, what's up? What's up, guys? What's up, DJ? What's up, Lou? Appreciate you guys joining the stream. We got a lot of people in here live right now, so let's keep this going. But yeah, here we go. I mean, Bengals obviously end up only scoring 3 points that drive. Kind of disappointing, but hey, we got points on the board. A big thing in this game is to strike first, because the rushing attack for both teams it's going to be there. We looked at our rushing attack, and it didn't look too great so far. They really did a great job of stopping Joe Mixon on the rushing game. But when it came to the aerial attack, we were roasting those corners for good coverage. So here we go, back into the game after commercial break. Randy Bullock is going to kick this ball back up to the Browns. He looks healthy to me. I don't know about you guys. I don't know if he was really lying about that cramp, but he looks healthy to me. So that's good, right? Do I start Mahomes or Brady on fantasy? Mahomes. I have Mahomes as well. Here we go. Baker Mayfield. He is 12-18, 61% completion percentage, 50 for 36 touchdown to interception ratio. Baker Mayfield. Here we go. Jarvis Landry, who was questionable for the game, is on the field. Austin Hooper, Odell, a lot of talented receivers. Here we go. They do have a fullback in the game, so I'm assuming this is going to be a run. They're going to put Austin Hooper in motion. It is going to be a run. Oh, no, it's going to be play action here. Good play action. We are all over it. Sam Hubbard and a couple Bengals are there. They're going to get a throw to Jarvis Landry, who's going to get a catch for about 9 yards there. Pretty good coverage. We just didn't get to him. Sam Hubbard probably should have went more aggressive there, but that gave Baker more time to throw it to Austin Hooper. It's all right. Jarvis Landry, there you can go. I mean, you can already tell Jarvis Landry is going to be a big part of this Browns offense. And it's probably, if you're a Browns fan, you're definitely glad that he's actually able to play tonight, as he was raised questionable. Here we go. 2nd and 1 for the Brownies. Here we go. 2nd and 1. And they're going to do another play action call here, this time to the other side of the field. And they're going to throw this one deep, and they're going to have a reception there by number 12, Hodge. And that was a great play. And that's going to be another Browns first down. Another time where they do play action to Chubb. They did almost the same exact play. They just reversed it to the other side of the field. This time, Baker got the scramble out to his right side. That was one-on-one coverage, which I believe was that Bell on that coverage? I believe that's who that was. I have to double check. No, it was Mackenzie Alexander, excuse me. So 1st and 10. Browns are already in Bengals territory on their own, on the Bengals 41-yard line. They're going to what a tackle. Nick Chubb is going to try to run up the middle. Mackenzie Alexander comes flying around the corner, grabs his ankle, is able to pull him down. That just shows Mackenzie Alexander and how great of a tackler he is as a corner. I mean, he is probably the best tackler as a corner in the league. I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. To stop Nick Chubb like that, very impressive. The score is 3-0 Bengals up over the Browns, but the Browns are marching. Browns are in Bengals territory. In fact, they're at the Bengals 39-yard line here. 2nd and 9 for the Browns. Baker Mayfield's going to put Nick Chubb over in motion onto the offensive line. So he's all by himself in the backfield. He is looking left, and he has a man. That's going to be Austin Hooper for the first down. Josh Bynes in coverage again. After a very impressive week for Josh Bynes last week, that's the second time where he's been in coverage, and he has got burnt by Austin Hooper twice. So I had nothing bad to say about Josh Bynes last week. He had a great week, but so far he has got burnt twice by Austin Hooper. So Browns continuing this very impressive drive here. They're looking good. I mean, this play action is working well for them. So they are now on the Bengals' 30-yard line here. Baker Mayfield. Looks like Kareem Hunt has entered the game. Or no, Nick Chubb, excuse me. Nick Chubb's going to run this, and he's only going to get a gain about 2 yards before stuffed by Jermaine Pratt, Von Bell, and Sam Hubbard. But there is a flag on the play, and I'm not sure what it is. So a great stop there by the Bengals defense, but there's a flag. With 4 minutes and 44 seconds remaining here in the first. We are waiting here for the call. There's yellow laundry on the field. Personal foul on the offense. A blindside block. So that's going to move the Brownies back a couple yards. And if you're a Bengals fan, that's what you want to see. That's going to be on number 77, Wyatt Teller. And that's not what you want to do. They have had all the momentum on this drive. And it was a blindside block. It's a questionable call, especially if you're a Browns fan. But hey, if you're a Bengals fan, we're going to take it. It was just the offensive lineman. Defensive lineman wasn't looking. It was pretty late. I think it was more of a late than it was blindside. But hey, nonetheless, this is going to back the Browns all the way out of field goal range on the Bengals' 41-yard line. So that's a huge flag for the Browns. It's going to be a run here on 1st and 22 for Nick Chubb. And he's going to bounce up for about 6-7 yards here and bring this to 2nd and manageable. Still going to be 2nd and long, but that helps a little bit. Wow, so both offenses coming fiery out of the gate here early in this game, which a lot of people thought this would be a high-scoring game, and so far this could turn into it. But like I said, a great play by Jermaine Pratt and Sam Hubbard to get that wrap-up. 2nd and 16 here for Baker Mayfield on the Bengals' 39-yard line. They're going to put Jarvis Landry in motion. Looks like Jermaine Pratt's there in coverage. Baker Mayfield's going to step back to pass. Has a good amount of time to throw, and he's going to do that. And it's going to be Nick Chubb on the reception for a couple more yards. Jermaine Pratt there on coverage. So that's going to be a 9-yard reception. I mean, they are running through Nick Chubb literally on the ground and the receiving game here. So getting their running involved very early and very effectively. Wow. So, like I said, another drive for the Browns are driving. So, very impressive here. 4 for 4, 55 yards, Baker Mayfield. And they are on the Bengals' 25-yard line, 3rd and 7. It's going to be a big one. Odell all by himself over there with William Jackson. And William Jackson's calling for an offsides. He's not going to get the call. There is a lot of pressure there on Baker Mayfield. He's going to have to scream out to the left side. He's going to take this himself. And he just gets the first down as Carlos Dunlap is there to chase him out of bounds. There is a lot of scrambling going on with Jarvis Landry and Mackenzie Alexander. No flag on the play yet, but a lot of jawing. Mackenzie Alexander and Jarvis Landry are getting into it. No flag on the play, but yeah, they are going at it. And this game has been scruffy early here in the first. So Darius Phillips, it was offside. I mean, Odell jumped there, and Darius Phillips was pointing at him, trying to get the refs, but refs didn't throw laundry on the field. Baker Mayfield, a lot of pressure by Carl Lawson. He takes off to the left side, and it's a first down. On the Bengals territory here in the red zone. Bengals 17-yard line, 1st and 10 Browns. It's going to be another run to Chubb, and Chubb's going to get a gain about 5 or 6 here before being stopped by a couple of Bengals players. So here we go. It's going to be a 2nd and medium here for the Browns. I love to see this. It is a very chippy game. Browns and Bengals, they both know this is a big game for both teams. Battle of Ohio. This is always a little chippy. This is Kevin Stefanski's first time coaching the Battle of Ohio, this time for the Browns. And like I said, I do expect them to run the ball more this game, and that's what they've done here. Here we go. 2nd and 4 here for the Browns. On the Bengals 11-yard line, Austin Hooper in motion, I formation. And it's going to be another run. And Nick Chubb's going to break a few. He's going to break about 3 or 4 tackles and march into the end zone for the Browns. Browns are going to go up 6-3 here with a minute and 48 remaining here in the first quarter. So there we go. Like a lot of us expected. it's going to be a tough game through the running backs. And unlike the Bengals, where we struggled on the ground with Mixon, it was the opposite with Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb dominated that position when it came to receiving and rushing. He carried that Browns drive, and he's going to punch it in there for the Browns. And if you're the Bengal, you need to stop this rushing game because you want to put the game in Baker Mayfield's hands. You don't want this game to be up to Nick Chubb. You want Baker Mayfield to decide this game. And you could tell the loss of the two defensive tackles between Geno Atkins and Mike Daniels is already hurting the Bengals already. But once again, no excuses. So the run defense obviously hurting here on this first drive, and something's got to change. Nick Chubb looked good. So if you have Nick Chubb for fantasy or you're a Browns fan, that's something you want to see. If you're a Bengals fan, not so much. And the extra point, the new Browns kicker, I believe it's a new Browns kicker, right, this week, is going to be up, line up for the extra point. It is up, and it is right down the middle, as there are some Browns fans in the stands, as we said earlier in the live stream. So here we go. They're going to commercial break. It's going to be 7-3 Browns here with about a minute remaining here in the first quarter. Here we go. So this is when the resilience of Joe Burrow is going to really show. The resilience of Joe Burrow to bounce back in week 1 of his first career game was very awesome to see. He did a great job. He was very excellent. Obviously, a lot of people point to that very last drive where he threw the interception the previous drive before that, and then the last drive came back, marched down the field, threw a touchdown, got reverse, settled for a field goal, and then we missed the field goal. But my point is, he looked very resilient in last week's game, and here we go. Bengals down early here, 7-3. So same thing here. Is he going to be able to lead another drive down the field? Joe Burrow himself in that first drive looked very effective, but Mixon not so much. So I think for this drive, we got to get Mixon going, man. And I'm not going to be honest, it wasn't Mixon's fault. I mean, majority of it looked like the offensive line because almost every time the handoff was to Mixon, the defense was back there. I mean, by the time Mixon was putting it in, or between the time from when Burrow was putting it in Mixon's pocket, his Lunchable pocket, I mean, Browns were already back there. So hopefully they're getting that offense line together because that's what we need here on this next drive. Burrow needs to turn on GOAT mode. I think Burrow looked fine. I mean, he looked good on that first drive. I just think we got to get this rushing game going. And I'm going to say this again. If you haven't already, please leave a like on the stream. It takes 5 seconds. It would mean the world to me. If you want to keep coming back to these streams, hit that subscribe button. That also would mean the world to me. But if you are a Cincinnati fan, if you like the Reds, Bengals, any Cincinnati sports, it's totally free. Join this Discord. It's a huge group chat of all Cincinnati sports fans where literally all we do is just talk Cincinnati sports. It is the first link in the description. It would take you probably 5-10 seconds to join it. So if you're interested in talking Cincinnati sports, please go join that Discord. But yeah, if not, leave a like on the stream and hit the subscribe button and join the DC TV family. We already have a couple people, so I will shout out to people who has joined the Discord. We have Harp, GTHYGYG joined the Discord, and Kobe is in the Discord. So thank the 3 of you guys who have joined the Discord already in the stream. If you join the Discord, I will shout you out. Daniel said, when is Bobby Hart getting benched? I don't know. We'll have to see, man. We'll have to see as this game goes on. Not too much pressure on Joe Burrow in the pocket. I mean, there was pressure, but it wasn't insane. So when it comes to the blocking game, it was more of an upsetting factor when it came to the rushing game for me in that first drive. When it came to passing the ball, it didn't look too bad. But Joe Burrow was getting that ball out quick. So here we go. We are at kickoff here. The scoring drive for the Browns, 10 plays, 75 yards. Took 5 minutes and 25 seconds for Nick Chubb to score. And it's going to be kicked off back to the Bengals, and they're going to make this where we can't return it. So it's going to be a touchback. Here we go, guys. So Joe Burrow is going to march back onto the field. I see Mixon, Boyd, John Ross. A.J. Green is back on the field, so A.J. Green is good. He did look a little tripped up after that first long play, but he is on the field, and he's healthy and ready to go. 1 minute and 48 seconds left to go, and Burrow is going to have another chance here. 1st and 10. They're in the huddle, and something's happening. They called a play. Now they're recalling a play. So 50 seconds on the clock, and they're just now getting to the line. Not sure what's going on here, but Burrow saw something he didn't like. Here we go. 1st and 10. Burrow and Mixon in the backfield. A.J. Green all by himself over to the right. And Burrow's going to notice that. He's going to get it to A.J. Green. A.J. Green makes a beautiful play on 21. He did bobble it up in the air, came back, and he's going to actually bobble it. He's going to catch it, and it's going to be a 7 short. Probably a gain of 8 there. 1-on-1 went forward. Not the greatest pass, to be honest. AJ Green definitely made that play. Really good coverage. TJ Ward got over there and just to cause as enough ruckus as possible. But AJ Green, the veteran he is, he's going to come down and catch that ball. 2nd and 2 here for the Bengals. 1,000,005 linemen on the play. So they're going to run this up the middle. Mixon, and Mixon's going to punch it up for a good 4 or 5 yards. And it's going to be another Bengals first down. So here we go. Another good drive, an early first down. We had too many three and outs early in that Chargers game, and we're doing the complete opposite there. I mean, that play, we just ran Josh Hart up the gut, and then Mixon just plowed over him, and we plowed over for that first down. So, yeah, still not much of T that we've seen so far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I believe 9 linemen and Tyler Boyd lining up behind the linemen. And it's going to be a play action. He's looking for Tyler Boyd. Burrow is going to try to spin out of a sack there by Sheldon Richardson, but Sheldon Richardson's just going to wrap him up and throw him to the floor like a rag doll. And if you're Burrow, you got to throw that away. He was out of the pocket, so he could have threw that away. So what happened, it was a play action to Mixon. Burrow was rolling to his right. Brown's defensive line was Sheldon Richardson looks almost unblocked on that play. And with that play action, I don't really blame that on the offensive line as I do Burrow. It's a play action. You got to get that ball out quicker. So that's going to bring us 1st and 10 to a 2nd and 19. And this is going to close the first quarter. So end of the first quarter, Browns 7, Bengals 3. And Browns are faced with a 2nd and 19. So here we go. I mean, this drive, if you got to run play action there, that was a rookie mistake. I mean, you got to get that ball out. I mean, Sheldon Richardson was coming from the mile. I mean, he's definitely not the fastest guy out there. You got to get that ball off. Now, I don't know if there was a missed block or something there. I mean, he looked almost unblocked, but at the same time, it's play action. So, I mean, a lot of guys are rolling from the offensive line. So, but yeah, not a play that you want to see there for the Bengals. 2nd and 19. So, but they are doing well in the sense that they're getting the first down quick. Last week, they struggled heavily with getting that first down. They were faced with 3rd and out multiple times early on in the game. But in this game, they've done a great job of getting that first down quickly. So I will say that is looking good for the Bengals so far. 100+ people in the stream. I appreciate every single one of you for tuning in for today's stream. I really appreciate that. You guys are doing great, so I really appreciate that. We're on commercial break, so that's why we're waiting to continue the podcast. But what are you guys thinking of it so far? I know it's still early in the game, end of the first quarter. What are your guys' thoughts? If you're a Bengals fan or if you're a Browns fan, what are you guys thinking so far? For me personally, we got to get Mixon going. I know I keep saying it, and I'm going to keep saying it until we do. We got to get Mixon going. But now that we're down, we're probably going to have to start throwing the ball more. And that's why I wanted to get up first because I want the Bengals to be able to run the ball a lot. But now that we're down, we got to get going. So here we go. Burrow still thinks he can juke guys like he did in college. Yeah, man. I mean, Burrow can run the ball, but if it's a 300+ defensive lineman, let's not try to juke him there. Let's just toss that one out of bounds and call it a day. I think you need a scoreboard overlay. That is something I can work on trying to get for next week, so I will definitely try doing that, Kenny. That is probably an improvement I can get going here. I already have this overlay, but it'd be cool to get a scoreboard overlay as well. That is something I can try to work on for you guys for next week. The offense, where is T? Yeah, I mean, T. Higgins, we still haven't seen much of him. You know, Auden Tate is ruled inactive for today's game, so I did think we were going to see a little bit more of T. Higgins, but we've seen none of them so far. The offense lineman is the problem. Mixon needs more help. Yeah, I don't totally blame Joe Mixon, all of it. 2nd and 19 here, start of the second quarter. Mixon in the backfield, 3 receivers, including Higgins, and then CJ Uzomah at tight end. Burrow is going to step back. He's going to roll to his right. He's going to toss a quick pass to Mixon. Mixon's going to break 1 tackle, break 2 tackles, and step out of bounds. And it's probably going to bring up a 3rd and 10 or a 3rd and 7 maybe. Quick dump pass to Mixon, which I did think we'd do a lot. Yes, 3rd and 7. Burrow 6 for 8, or 7 for 9, 51 yards here. A good little dump play to make this definitely 3rd and manageable. Good play call there. Elliott said, I like the Bengals moving up the field so far. I just think we need to stop the Browns' run game. Yes, we do need to stop that game. All right, 3rd and 7 here. We are in a weird formation. We got Uzama, Bernard. We are definitely in a weird formation. I don't even know what to call this. Higgins and some other receivers. And it's going to be, if we're going to miss the snap, Burrow is going to run all the way back about 15 yards and pick up the ball. I knew that play looked funky. That play formation looked weird. And the snap is just going to fly past Burrow. Burrow wasn't even looking at the center, and the center freaking and Trey Hopkins hiked the ball. Burrow wasn't even looking. Luckily, we fell on the ball. Burrow was looking at the sideline when Trey Hopkins hiked the ball. Burrow looks back at him like, what the hell are you doing? Burrow has been very calm, cool, and collected, but right there, he looked pissed, and I don't blame him. You have one job as a center, and that's to hike the ball correctly, and he didn't do it there. So 4th and 28, Kevin Hubert's going to punt this one away. Hopefully we get a good punt here. It's going to be a decent one. Browns are going to return at the 30. A missed tackle there. He's going to go all the way to the 40 before he's pummeled by a couple Bengals players there. So, wow. Here we go. Wow. So, I mean, if you guys didn't notice last week, we didn't have anything similar to that, but there was many times in the game last week where Trey Hopkins and Joe Burrow wasn't on the same page, and Hopkins hiked it when Burrow wasn't expecting. Now, that didn't happen where Burrow wasn't even looking, that flew past them, but they got to get on the same page. The score is 7-3 Browns, Drew. 7-3 Browns is the score. Yeah, man. I mean, that's just things you got to get on. That's things you got to get. You got to get it down, man. I mean, I know that said the Bengals were doing a lot of walkthroughs in these past practices, but still, man, you got to get that going. But look, I'm not going to sit here and bash on the Bengals. Look, man, the fact that Burrow fell on that I'm very thankful for, because if Burrow wasn't able to fall on that and Browns picked that up right there, that would not be good. So the fact that he recovered it, we're able to punt it, and now the Browns are going to have to come on the field and see what they do again. So put Case Keenum in. Yeah, I know. Case Keenum is the backup for Baker, right? I like Case Keenum. I think he's a good little ball player. So, wow. So, I mean, very mixed feelings on that second drive. That is something where we almost turned the ball over there. We had a turnover last week with the fumble and the interception. We got to try to avoid that this week for sure. And that wasn't a good look. Hopefully that's something they go on the sideline, talk about, and fix. But that was really the first time I've seen Burrow get really frustrated and show it. If you watch last week, he almost showed no expressions at all. I mean, he was a little bit hyped up when he scored that touchdown, but besides that, even on the bad receptions, he just sat there and was trying to keep his composure. But there, when he was walking back towards that, when he was walking back to the out of bounds, like where the team is, he looked back and talked to the team. He was like, "What the hell are you doing? Come on, man." So I like that. I mean, he's the leader. He is the captain. He has to get that together. The fact that he does take responsibility, he needs to get in there and chew their butt out a little bit. I mean, that's not something we could be happening. Now, if we were winning, that'd be a little bit different. But the fact that we're already down 7-3 here in the second quarter, we can't have that happen. So let's see. Hopefully the defense can bounce back and get a stop here this time around. So here we go. Baker Mayfield's going to come back on the field, and we're going to see what he can do here for the Brownies. They're going to have it in good field possession as well. I mean, they're going to have this on their own 43. So a couple first downs, and they're in field goal range. So here we go. 1st and 10 Browns. Austin Hooper is going to be in motion over to the left. He's going to line up as a tight end right by the offensive line. He's going to bring in Jarvis Landry. A run right up the gut by Nick Chubb, and he's only going to get a gain about 2 or 3 here before Jesse Bates, William Jackson, DJ Reed, and a couple other Bengals are going to be there to wrap him up. He pushed right behind the offensive line, but that was like a brick wall. Very impressive stop there for that defensive line and for Jesse Bates to run over there and get that tackle. So 2nd and 9 here. A good start here for this Bengals front. Baker Mayfield, 4 for 4, 55 yards. So highly leaning on his rushing game here early in the game. We're going to go 4 out here with Chubb in the backfield. No Kareem Hunt, or very little of him. I haven't seen him. I don't think so. And this is going to be a draw to Chubb. Chubb is going to break this to the outside. He's going to stiff arm one and get a gain about 14 yards here before being wrapped up. So a good block by the receiver out there. I believe it was J.C. Treader or somebody. Somebody wrapped or did a great block out there. That gave Chubb a lane. I believe that was actually the lineman. Yeah, that was the lineman, I believe. It looked like holding to me, but there's no call. It was an HB draw, so Chubb just stood there. Baker Mayfield actually put it in Chubb's gut. Chubb took it out to the outside. He stiffed arm Von Bell there. That was a very bad look for Von Bell. I mean, that did not look good for Von Bell. Here we go. 1st and 10 for the Browns. Kareem Hunt is going to be in the game, and it's going to be play action. Baker Mayfield is going to be launching this down the field with an open Odell Beckham Jr., and that's going to be a touchdown as he burnt William Jackson III, I believe it was. So once again, this play action showing that it is working, and that is not what you want to see as a Bengals fan as we lose viewers, as I can imagine why. We just shot like 35 viewers. But yeah, man. Play action, throws deep. Odell Beckham Jr. wide open. So here we go. One-on-one coverage with William Jackson III. He broke his ankles, took him to the end zone, and that's a touchdown. So it looks like play action. Yeah, Josh Bynes and a few of the Bengals were there again, but they're not quite getting there. I don't know why our defensive line is struggling to get to Baker Mayfield on these play action plays. They're giving him enough time to roll out. And one-on-one coverage with Odell, that's not a good play call. Where are our safeties there? We need Von Bell or Jesse Bates to be there in coverage. Because I think people forget how good of a ball player Odell is. And you give him that. That's a clear touchdown. So our secondary looked very strong last week. And right away, they are struggling here already. So here we go. Not a good look here, but they're reviewing it to see if he got in. If he didn't get in, he's inches away. They're reviewing it to see when his knee was down. He might be down a half a yard. They might bring this back. But the rule in the field is a touchdown, but they are reviewing it because every touchdown is a reviewable play. Odell looks frustrated. He wants that to be a touchdown, but man. Here we go. So, I mean, if the Browns, what am I trying to say? If the words are out that Baker is getting traded, it doesn't look like it there. And if he is just building his value to be traded. OBJ auditioning for the Patriots. Hey, man, if it's true, then he might be. The problem here, if his knee is down, yes, we do have a chance to stop it. But if not, this is just going to give him the time to run the ball even more and waste more clock. So I think I would almost rather have them have to call us a touchdown than sit here and try to punch it in and just waste more time off the clock. Because now we're down 14-3, so we need as much time as we can. And like I said, a big key to this game was getting Mixon started early, and we've not been able to do that. And we're down here early. So Agabuga said, "This is what I fear." Yeah, man. I mean, the same here. I wanted us to get up early so we can rely on our running game. Can't rely on our running game when we're down 14-3 early. Because what does running do? It milks the clock, and we need as much clock as we can. So, not a good look here to start off for Bengals fans, but we got to stay positive. We can't sit here and nag and be negative about it, so we got to stay positive. And if his knee is down, maybe we can't get the stop. Unfortunately, we don't have Geno Atkins and Mike Daniels to help get the stop, but we are on commercial break right now, so that's what I'm waiting for. But right now, it is ruled a touchdown. So Luke is pretty upset, and he says Jackson is the third. Jackson the third was good his rookie year. No, not too much. I mean, he was impressive last week. He played a good game last week, but here early, one-on-one coverage, there probably should have been a safety on that play. But as the Bengals defense looked very well last week, they are getting flamed by this play action. I mean, almost every big play the Browns has so far has been off play action. So, and to be honest, that's pretty smart by Kevin Stefanski. Because like I said, what did he do in Minnesota? One, he ran the ball at Dalvin Cook. And two, he did play action because Kirk Cousins is one of the best play action quarterbacks in the entire league. So that's all he did in Minnesota. So the fact that he's doing this here in week 2, I'm not surprised at all. I mean, this is Kevin Stefanski football. I watched him a lot in Minnesota, and I'm not surprised at all he's doing this here. And you got to think, LT, it was a touchdown, but they're ruling it to see if his knee was down or not. And I believe they said it was a touchdown, but they're still doing a scoring review. So it is a touchdown. The call it's going to be 13-3 here, awaiting the PAT. So after a very quiet week from Odell, who essentially got shut down all last week, comes out very strong at the gates and puts his brownies up quick. So very unfortunate there, but yeah, I mean, play action is what Steven Stefanski is known for, so I'm not very surprised. And if you got to think, our secondary and especially linebacking core is very young, maybe outside of one or two players. So, I mean, majority of these guys, this is their second game, so play action is a little bit harder to understand here in the NFL than it was in college. So, Baker Mayfield flexing as he is very confident. But yeah, we're at commercial break before the Bengals will be receiving for the ball. I will not be showing the game because my YouTube, this will get taken down within seconds if I show the game. Who do you think is going to the Super Bowl? I think unless shown otherwise, the Chiefs, like, it's hard to say not them in the AFC. Like, it's hard. Like, give me a reason why not to say the Chiefs again. I know, like, nobody wins back-to-back Super Bowls, but give me a reason why not the Chiefs, man. It's very hard to say that they won't make it again, at least to contend. So that's a good question. Nick Wicktaker said, so should we be worried or be patient this early in the season? I mean, going down 0-2, I think the percentage of making the playoffs is like less than 10% going 0-2 or something very slim like that. So not many people, like expected us to go to the playoffs anyway, including Bengals fans. Like it's very slim to do that. So, I mean, you got to be patient with any football team. But the fact that our team is majority like 25 years or younger, I mean, you got to be patient with our team in general. But the fact going down a divisional game is always the worst case scenario. Because, I mean, if you're the Browns, I don't care what anyone says, this is a must-win game because you lost the divisional. You got smacked by the Ravens last week, who was a divisional game. And then if you lose to the Bengals this week, that's 2 divisional games you already went down early in the season. So, Browns or Bengals fans, yeah, I mean, you got to be patient with both teams. I know it's probably harder to be a Browns fan and say that because they've been patient for decades. But, yeah, you got to be patient with these guys. But at this point, this is just building more and more pressure on Joe Burrow's shoulders. I mean, you have to believe here, we can't run the ball that much being down 14-3. So what's this doing? This is just putting it all on Joe Burrow's shoulders. So hopefully we see something here. I mean, AJ Green's looking good. And we haven't seen really much of anybody else. We saw a catch from CJ Uzomah, Tyler Boyd, but no T. Higgins. T. Higgins is on the field. I've seen him he's been on the field a lot. Just no reception, so I don't know if he's not creating space or if he's been out there for a decoy or what, but we haven't seen much. Buffalo looks pretty good, yeah. Buffalo did look really well. Josh Allen looked pretty good. Yeah, let's not have any of that in here. John Ross. So, Thomas, I don't have a overlay for this week, but next week I'll probably have an overlay with all that. Right now, there's 11 minutes and 54 seconds left. Browns are up 14-3. Bengals here for the return. They're going to get to the 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 44-yard line on this return. So, another great kick return. So, the special teams for the Bengals have been fantastic today. Those are both great returns. Wow. That is exactly what the Bengals needed here. Browns have all the momentum in the world, and the Bengals running back for about 40 yards here. So once again, the Bengals are in great starting position here. Brandon Wilson doing a fantastic job there on the return game. 3rd and 14. We got Mixon and Burrow in the backfield. Burrow's going to step back to throw. He's going to dump this one over the Mixon. Mixon's going to break one, and he's going to get a gain about 3-4 yards here before being wrapped up by a couple of Browns. So Mixon's already broke a couple of tackles in tonight's game. So, wow. Here we go. Yeah, Redskins were down 17-0 and still get one. Let's not get too over ourselves here, Bengals fans. Thank you for saying this. And it's the Washington Redskins. There's a lot less talent on that offensive team than there is on this one. Sorry, Redskins fans. You have one of the best coaches in the league. So if that makes you feel better. 2nd and 6 here. Play action to Mixon. Burrow is then going to toss the Mixon, axe for the play action. Mixon's going to break 1, break 2, and he's going to be just shy of the 1st yard marker. Probably 3rd and 1 here. So we're going to come back with play action of our own and then do a little screen pass to Mixon after all. He's going to break another tackle. So he is just looking very elusive tonight. Hasn't been able to break away for anything, but they're not tackling him on the first tackle. 3rd and 1 here for the Bengals. 3-14. Browns are up. 10 minutes and 35 seconds here remaining in the second quarter. We are on about the Browns' 48-yard line here, give or take. Tyler Boyd in motion. 1,000,005 linemen. It's gonna be play action. It's gonna be a toss. That's gonna be Drew Sample wide open for the first down for about an 8-9 yard gain right there. Drew Sample getting involved very early. Let's get some hype in the chat for Drew Sample. So a beautiful play there. Giovanni Bernard. They didn't even do it. Myles Garrett was back there, but Burrow got the time off. Drew Sample, was wide open. Blown coverage there by the Browns linebacking crew. Beautiful play call there by Zach Taylor. Who was returning? I believe it's Brandon Wilson. He's a safety for the Bengals. 2 receivers out. Linemen heavy. Play action again here. Burrow's going to throw this one deep for John Ross. Beautiful defense there by number 39 for the Browns. I just don't know why that throw is going to John Ross. We have so many bigger possession receivers. Why is that throw going to John Ross? Once again, another beautiful play. Play action to Mixon. Myles Garrett hits Burrow as he throws, but I guess it's clean. But I just don't understand why John Ross is that guy. 2nd and 10 here for the Bengals on the Browns' 41-yard line. 9 minutes and 43 seconds remaining. Burrow steps back. He's going to toss this one over the middle to Mixon. Mixon's going to get the first down and more, and it's going to be about a 17-yard gain here. Mixon is doing it all here for the Bengals. Like I said, he needs to if we're going to come back and win. Like I said, we need to get Mixon involved. If it's the running game or receiving, he's doing it both right now. He burns number 44 linebacker on the Browns. Just breaks his ankles, gets past him, goes at the middle, and that's more for the first down and more. On the Browns' 23-yard line, so it looks like the Bengals are in the red zone once again in today's game. 1st and 10. Burrow all by himself. He's going to throw this one to the end zone. Somebody's wide open. It's a touchdown. CJ Uzomah. Joe Burrow throws his first career touchdown, throwing touchdown to CJ Uzomah. Somebody called that in the stream. Whoever you are and you're in the stream and you said his first touchdown is going to be CJ Uzomah, props to you because it is. 9-14 Browns with 9 minutes remaining. Joe Burrow sits back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 linemen. CJ Uzomah is going to go off. The other tight end on the other side, I believe, was Sample, also runs off. And a beautiful throw and a beautiful catch by CJ Uzomah. He was wide open. Another busted coverage for the Browns. And the secondary for the Browns is not looking good at all. There's been a few plays where they've been over it, but for majority of the time, it's not looked pretty. Randy Bullock attempting the extra point, and it is right down the middle. 10-14 Browns with 9 minutes remaining. So here we go. Let's get some hype in the chat. That was a good play call right there. Just like Thomas said in the chat, that was a good play call. CJ Uzomah. Joe Burrow throws for his first career touchdown here, and that's what the Bengals needed. Like I said, what did I say, chat? I said Burrow is going to show his resilience. What did he do? He showed his resilience, marched down the field, and scored the touchdown. Let's get some hoodays in the chat right now. CJ Uzomah, who would have thought? Good for him. He's having a fantastic game so far. So way to step up, CJ Uzomah. Brian Moreland is going to whoop the Bengals when he gets the QB role for the Eagles this year. Huh? Hooday in the chat. Why couldn't have Randy done that the last game? That's what I'm saying, man. But hey, take it or leave it. At least he's making stuff this game. But see, this is the Bengals we need. Randy Bullock shouldn't be attempting that many field goals. He should be attempting extra points, and that's what we're letting him do this game. Wow. So I am very excited for that. Let's go. When Burrow this early in his career is faced with adversity, he comes back and he proves him wrong. Let's hope he can keep doing that. So here we go. Back to our defense, guys. Our defense is put on the pedal again. So here we go. I mean, defense, the big key is stopping this play action. Obviously, you don't want to see that with play action. You know what I mean? Like, we are struggling because we do want to make sure Nick Chubb, we want to make sure he's not getting the ball. So obviously, I believe that's why we're having problems with the play action, because we want to make sure that we're over the run if they decide to run it. So here we go. I'll shout out my boy Roach here for joining the stream. Hooday, baby. That was a good throw. Yes, it was. So obviously, that was a good throw, but it was an even better play call by Mr. Zach Taylor, because, I mean, the Browns secondary wasn't even close to reading that. So looks like we do have some Brown fans in here. So, I mean, even if you're a Browns fan, I appreciate you joining the stream, guys. I know when we played the Chargers last week, the Chargers fans were doing pretty okay in the stream until the Bengals missed a field goal. Then they were just being assholes. So, yeah. So even the Browns fans that are in here, welcome to the stream. Welcome to DCTV family. So Joe Burrow's on the sideline on the bike. So I wonder if he's tightened up a little bit. If he's trying to warm up, maybe. He's on the bicycle on the sideline. Looks like we got a Bills Mafia fan in here. Hey, man, the Bills looked great last week. Good for you guys. Josh Allen obviously had some overthrows like usual, but for the most part, Bills looked really nice last week. And Stephon Diggs, good for you guys. That seems like a good trade so far. We got some Packers fans in here too. All right. So we got some Packers in here. Hey, you guys looked great. Aaron Rodgers looked fantastic this week. And if you had him on fantasy, you probably won. Anyway, so the Bengals kicked it off, and now the Browns are 1st and 10 here. Chubb and Hooper fan here. Thanks for streaming. You're welcome, man. This is for all teams, obviously for Bengals fans the most, but I mean, if you're other fans, you're obviously welcome in the stream, as long as you're not being an asshole. 1st and 10, Baker Mayfield. Play action. They're going to do a double play action trick play here, and Baker Mayfield's going to run out and then just toss it into the ground. Beautiful defense there by the Bengals. It was a fake handoff. The receiver came around, a fake end around to the receiver. Baker was out to the side. Bengals players were all swarming around him, and he just threw it into the grass. And it looks like the refs are talking about possibly a intentional grounding here, but so they're going to call an intentional grounding here for Baker Mayfield and the Browns, because there was no receiver in the area, and he was far behind the line of scrimmage. So a questionable call here. The 6,000 Browns fans or whatever it is are not very happy. They definitely are booing these refs. And yeah, that's gonna hurt. That's gonna back them up a little bit, and that's not a good way to start your drive. Teddy said, "I'm a Seahawks fan, but I have a lot of money on the Bengals." So what's up, Teddy? Appreciate you joining the stream. Is Landry playing? Yes, Landry is playing, and he's actually had a great game so far. So yes. Nice pick in here. Safety coming. Let's go. Rodgers MVP. I don't know, man. He looks fantastic in week 1. Who knows? 2nd and 24 for the Browns after that grounding call. And Baker's going to step back all the way to his own end zone, step up, and throw it to Baker Mayfield. A little cross play over the middle before Baker probably picks up a good 7 yards here. So getting Baker going here early in the game, and Baker's smiling. Looks like he's having a good time. And that's going to bring up a 3rd and long here. 3rd and 17. Yeet. Hooday, baby. Can't watch the game. Thanks for the play-by-play. Hey, I appreciate it, man. The only thing I ask for you guys is if you guys can leave a like. That'd mean the world to me. Big Bengals fan. Huge fan of the stream. Appreciate that big time. Do you think the Texans will win this week? Who do they play? You're killing it, dude. Keep up the commentary. Hey, I appreciate that, man, a lot. Here we go. Baker Mayfield all by himself in the backfield. 3rd 17. He's going to step back, throw it deep, and they're going to get the reception to, I believe, Jarvis Landry, but it's going to be just short of the 1st down. Von Bell, Mackenzie Alexander are going to be there to wrap him up short of the 1st down. A good throw. I mean, Baker Mayfield squeezed that ball in there. Tight coverage. He squeezed it in there, but it's going to be 4th and 2, and it's going to be short of the 1st down. So the Browns punt team's going to be coming on to punt this ball away. And if you're a Browns fan, man, you're going to be upset at that drive. Whoa, Jarvis Landry has purple hair. Anyways, whoa, didn't expect that. If you're a Browns man, you got to be pretty upset because if it wasn't for that intentional grounding call, you guys are getting first downs there. But because of that, that killed the drive, and you guys are punting it off back to the Bengals, who have looked great in the return game. Fair catch called by Alex Erickson, and they're going to be stopped at about their own 22-yard line, and Joe Burrow's going to have a chance to come back on the field again. And before we get to that, there is a flag on the field, and I'm not sure what it is. Raider Nation, Baltimore. Okay, we got a lot of other fans in here. Skull, we got some Vikings fans in here. Ravens fan here, wishing for a Lamar Jackson and Burrow rivalry. Hell yeah, man. That is what I'm talking about right here. I appreciate you. Lamar Jackson and Burrow rivalry for the next decade. Love to see it. Illegal block in the back on the receiving team. It's going to be 59 Akeem Davis gathers. So rookie mistake there. That's going to cost the Bengals a lot of yards. Unnecessary plays. I'm sure he's going to get his butt chewed out for that one. But rookie mistake, man. Didn't look too dirty of a play. He just pushed him in the back shoulder blade. He pushed him right here. And that's enough to get a flag these days. So not a good sign. Here we go. 1st and 10. Now all the way back to the Bengals' own about 13-yard line here. So that backed them up quite a ways. And we're going to start off with a run here. Joe Mixon's going to get a gain of probably about 3 or 4 yards here. Gain of 5, it looks up here. So really trying to get Mixon going. Joe Burrow, this offense is looking great so far. So here we go. Cincinnati trade for OBJ. I hope not. We have enough receivers. I don't want Odell. All he does is usually tear our locker rooms apart. I'm okay. Hey, Odell's a hell of a player. Don't get me wrong. But I like our receivers. I like our guys, not Odell. And plus, his contract is too much for Cincinnati. Joe Burrow, 12 for 15, 109 yards with a touchdown on today's game so far. 2nd and 5. Another run up the middle to Mixon. Mixon's going to break about 2 tackles, 3 tackles, and he's going to get about 15 yards there. But there is a flag, and this one might be coming back. Damn, we just got Mixon going. But this might be coming back here. Holding number 73, and this one's coming back, unfortunately. Jonah Williams. I think it's his first flag of his career. So far, I will give props to the offensive line. When it comes to the passing game, they've held up pretty well today, so far. Don't want to jinx anything, but there was just a little bit of a hold there on a Browns player, and it's going to bring it all the way back to 2nd and 13 after the big first down by Mixon. And now they're back at their own 9-yard line. So not what you want to see. Burrow steps back and launches one deep to AJ, and it is just a little bit overthrown. Good coverage there by Ward, and that's going to bring up a 3rd and deep. So another shot to AJ. Multiple long throws to AJ attempted so far this game. None of them's really worked out, but we take a shot there. Now it's going to bring up a 3rd and 13. Here we go. Bro, step back, toss to Giovanni Bernard, and it's not even going to be close. Maybe a gain of 4. Not sure what we're trying to do there. I love the mustache. I love Giovanni, but that's not the play there, Zach. But it's all right. So 4th down, all the way in the back of our territory. We need a good punt here, man. The last punt wasn't the best. We need a good punt here. So all it was, Giovanni Bernard acted like he was blocking. He bluffed, went out. Caught a little screen pass, got maybe 4 or 5 yards. Not what you want on a 3rd and long play. If anything, that should be Mixon doing it. So now a 4th and 8, and we are punting from a yard outside of our end zone. So Kevin Huber needs to blast one off here. 4, 3, 2, 1. And now we punt it off last second. Kevin Huber's going to get this one off. It's looking decent. It's going to bounce a lot, or a decent good amount. So he punted about to the opposing 40 or about 45. It maybe bounced all the way to maybe their 40-ish yard line. So commercial break. Browns are going to get the ball back here again. Both teams had decent drives going, and the penalties killed them. Browns was intentional grounding, and the Bengals was the holding call. So 2 yellow laundries killed both positions for both teams. Staying over 100 viewers so far. Super glad for you, bro. Everyone drop a like. This man deserves it. Hey, appreciate you, Elliot. For sure, man. I'm trying my hardest here. OBJ's is helping. I mean, the Browns really do need him against to have a good reason, yeah. I mean, OBJ has a touchdown so far. He's doing pretty good. Where do you see our Bengals in 3 to 5 years and Burrow in the current management? I'm thinking Super Bowl. Well, as long as Burrow's on the team, I see Zach Taylor on the team. I don't really see the reason why he shouldn't be if Burrow's here, because he chose Burrow. You know what I mean? So I see the same coach. I see the same quarterback. AJ Green retired. Tyler Boyd getting up into his prime. T. Higgins getting better. Auden Tate possibly on the team. I see John Ross off the team. A better offensive line. Jonah Williams will be the premier, one of the best right tackles in the league. Hopefully he becomes half what Andrew Whitworth was, and he'd be a heck of a player if so. Hopefully a whole new look offensive line or a better improved offensive line. A pretty similar defense because our defense is so young. Probably retired Carlos Dunlap, maybe retired Geno Atkins, or if not, they're on their last leg. Same linebacking crew because our linebackers are so young. We'll have to see if Mackenzie Alexander goes anywhere because I believe he's only on a 1-year deal. William Jackson's on a contract, so we'll have to see if we have him. And then I believe we'll have Von Bell and Jesse Bates still as one of the best safety duos in the league. So here we go. Question: If you would like to combine the Cincinnati Cleveland team and make one super team, who would you keep? Quarterback, Burrow. Running back, can I go with the do-ahead? Can I go Mixon and Chubb? Receiver, AJ, Odell, Boyd, and Landry. And then the 5th spot could be, I don't know, let's throw Higgins in there, I guess. Defense, I don't know, man. I would have to go through the whole defense, but it would be a nasty team. If Ohio had to merge Cleveland and Cincinnati, it would be a crazy team. Anyway, we are back at the action here. Browns have a fullback in the game with Nick Chubb, 1st and 10 here. It's going to be a rush out to the left side. Chubb is going to be wrapped up in the backfield by who else than DJ Reader, the newly acquired defensive tackle over the offseason, who steps up and gets a huge tackle for loss. A big bummer for the Browns there on 1st down. And it's going to be a loss of 2. So DJ Reader, who we need to step up tremendously with the loss of Geno Atkins and a few other defensive linemen. And DJ Reader gets a huge play on 1st down. And that's what we signed that guy for. Beautiful play by DJ Reader. All right, here we go. 2nd and 12 for Cleveland Browns. We have 4 out and a tight end. Baker Mayfield, pump fakes. Is kind of scrambling around the pocket. He has a wide open Odell Beckham Jr. who's going to pick up the 1st down. 2 flags are down. He's going to break to the outside before getting brought down. But there are a bunch of flags on the field, and I'm not sure what's going on. There was at least 2 to 3 flags floating on the field. So I don't know if this is on the Browns, Bengals, or what, but something's happening here. And it's more penalties, which you don't want to see. So here we go. Holding defense number 57, but it's declined. So it's a 1st down anyways. So Jermaine Pratt is going to get called there. Erickson is playing. He was on the punt return. I haven't seen much of him as a receiver, though, but he was on the punt team. Tyler Boyd needs me some fantasy points. We'll see. All right, first down Browns, and they're in Bengals territory here on the Bengals, probably 46-yard line here. Another fullback still in play here for the Browns. It's going to be a handoff to the left side. Nick Chubb's going to get a gain about 4 yards before being wrapped up by William Jackson and Josh Bynes. So once again, they're just trying to get this game going through Nick Chubb. Both teams playing through the running backs here, Joe Mixon and Chubb. So I haven't seen much Kareem Hunt. I've seen him in for about 2 plays so far. Other than that, They're sticking with Nick Chubb, which, I mean, for a fair reason. Baker Mayfield, 8 for 9, 140 yards with a touchdown. And they're going to hike this one quick. 2nd and 4. He's going deep out to left side to once again Odell. And Odell is crying for a holding call. Ref's not going to give him nothing. But I saw a tug of a jersey there. Not going to lie, but I don't think the ball was in play for Odell. I believe that's why he didn't get the call. So once again, William Jackson is just getting smoked by Odell. We got to get a safety over there, man. I mean, we are very lucky. William Jackson is definitely holding him very clear. Hopefully they don't try to review it or something. That should have been a flag, but at the same time, I don't believe even without him holding, he could have got to that ball. And if I believe the refs had to defend themselves, that's what they would say. He is definitely holding him, but without the hold, I don't know if he gets it. 3rd and 4 here for the Browns. It's going to be a run to Kareem Hunt, who finally comes into the game, and he's going to leap his way past the first down before getting wrapped up by Jesse Bates. So Nick Chubb gets a breather, and Kareem Hunt comes in and grabs the first down. So this 2 running back combo is not what the Bengals need right now. Bengals are struggling to stop this run. Any chance the Bengals are taking down the Ravens or Steelers this year? I think we can split with the Steelers, but I don't know about the Ravens, man. It's going to be a tough one. Play action here at Burrow. He's almost getting sacked. He's going to break out to the right side. He's going to throw this one last second to Kareem Hunt, who barely gets 2 feet in. Somebody who is in coverage, because that's a blown coverage there. Baker Mayfield is trying to get hurry up as it looks like Bengals defense is getting fatigued. 2 minutes and 45 seconds left here in the second quarter. Browns are up 14-10. 2nd and 1 here for the Browns. I'll try to see where they're at on the field. Give me a second once they show the field. They are at the 25-yard line of the Bengals, so they're in the red zone technically. 2nd and 1 here. I formation once again. Here we go. A run to left side. And Nick Chubb is going to be hit in the backfield by Josh Bynes, but it's just a powerhouse and powers past the first down. We got to him before the first down, but he powered his way through it. And this is going to take us to the 2-minute warning. 14-10 Browns with a 1st and 10 here in the red zone of the Bengals. Knocking on the door. Who would you play at Madden, Burrow or Mayfield? Burrow. How did the field goal last week and the cramp that the kicker experienced? Do you think it's a true cramp? I think he was lying. Personally, just because his story didn't add up. I mean, he grabbed his left, and then the press conference said it was his right, and then apparently said it was both of them. Why wouldn't he just been on it? Why wouldn't he just be honest? Oh, it was both, or oh, it was this, oh, it was that. I don't know. I feel like he was kind of faking it, but once again, maybe he wasn't. I guess you gotta kind of take the player's word, but he seems fine in this game, and he's knocked down some extra points, so he looks fine to me. But if you want to know how I feel, click off this video and watch the last stream, or watch. I clipped it, so it's about a 30-second video, and it's my live reaction during the stream. So, what did I tell you? William Jackson III is overrated. Get him some safety help. I mean, he is struggling right now. He got lucky on that call, but we gotta have some safety help there. I don't know where that's at. Maybe the safeties are playing up because a little aggressive because of the play action, possibly. Maybe that's why. Because we're trying to load the box because Nick Chubb is just running over all of our Bengals defense. So that's probably why. So knowing that this won't be the last time taking a long shot, I will guarantee you the Browns will take another shot, if not on this drive, a future drive. Because if we keep loading the box, they're going to take their shot with Odell. So here we go. I'm in class right now. This is way better than my teacher. That's terrible, but hey, gotta do what you gotta do sometimes, right? We are here on commercial break, so that's why there's no commentary. If you guys haven't already, please leave a like on this video and hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. That would mean the world to me. And also join the Discord if you haven't already. First link in the top of this description. So here we go. Commercial break. I mean, heading into the halftime, this is a big possession here for the Browns. If the Browns score here, This will put them up and give them some more momentum going into the half. I believe the Bengals did receive, so they score here, then they get the ball back in the third quarter. This isn't good. So, like I said last week, the Bengals defense did a great job of bending but not breaking. So, if we can bend and not break here, maybe we can just find some success. Hold them to 3. 14-10 Browns. If you hold them to a field goal, it's only 7 points. 1st and 10 here on the Bengals' 23-yard line. One-on-one coverage. Odell and William Jackson again. It's not going to matter because, they're going to run the Nick Chubb, and he's only going to get a gain of 1 here. It amazes me with Nick Chubb and Joe Mixon because their running styles are so aggressive. So even if the defense is in the backfield, they still manage to get a yard or 2 at least. That's how effective they are. And that's just a top 10 running back right there. Nick Chubb and Mixon are both easy top 10 running backs, and that's what those top running backs do. Even if there's players in the backfield, they're so elusive, they can somewhat make a negative play into a positive play, and they both do an amazing job of it. So, yeah, Browns get the ball after half. I mean, Bengals still have 2 timeouts. Browns have 3. I believe we just called 1 there with 1 minute and 53 seconds remaining. 14-10. So if we can bend and not break, hold them to 3 points, that would probably be the best thing we could do here besides a turnover. So here we go. 3 receivers and a tight end for the Browns. 2nd and 9 here. Mayfield's going to step back, have a man wide open, and it's going to be caught for the first down, and he gets out of bounds. That's going to be Hodge. And once again, we're playing man-on-man coverage, and we're just losing. So I guess we're just loading the box because of Nick Chubb. We have to, and that's forcing man-to-man, and that's going to be Darius Phillips right there who's going to get burnt, and they're going to get the first down and stop the clock. So, I mean, you can't get a better play there. And now it is 1st and goal Browns here. 1 minute 49 remaining, 3 timeouts, 1st and goal for the Browns. On the Bengals 9-yard line, it is going to be a run up to the right side for Chubb. He's going to try to break a tackle before getting wrapped up by Jesse Bates and Jermaine Pratt for about a gain of 2 yards. 2nd and goal Browns. Baker Mayfield, 10 for 12, 161 yards and a touchdown. Good coaching by Kevin Stefanski to make it the game not rely on Baker Mayfield. He's getting the running game involved, and because of that, it's opening up play action, and that is why Baker Mayfield is finding so much success. Honestly, I believe this Browns offense is running through Kevin Stefanski rather than Baker Mayfield, but Mayfield's having a good game. I believe that's because of Stefanski's play calling, but it is what it is. That's what you do when you can get that running game involved. The opposing team has to load the box, and so what's that do? It opens up play action, and that's what they've done, and they've done it well today. 2nd and goal. Baker Mayfield, 10 for 12, 161 yards and a touchdown. 1 minute 43 seconds remaining. Bengals called a timeout, so to stop the clock. 2nd and goal here, Browns. Odell with Darius Phillips guarding him this time. And then Nick Chubb as a receiver. Jarvis Landry behind Odell. Here we go. Odell steps back. He's going to scramble out to his right. He's going to pump throw, and then he's going to throw this one out of the bounds, the deep end of the end zone. 3rd and goal here for the Browns. So Bengals don't have to use a timeout here because he threw it out of bounds. So great coverage. The pass rush was back there in time. So he had no other choice to throw it away unless he wanted to take a sack there. Do you think Baker will be out of a job in Cleveland next year? Not necessarily. Unless they have a terrible season, then yes. But I think they would have to have a really bad season. Joe Burrow's on the sideline, throwing the ball, trying to get warmed up. 3rd and goal here. A huge 3rd down here. 3rd and goal here from the Bengals 6-yard line. Burrow steps back to throw. He has a man wide open, and that is just terrible coverage by whatever linebacker that was. Kareem Hunt's going to catch that, and it's a reception touchdown for Kareem Hunt and the Browns. So the linebacker, I already know what happened right there. The linebacker wasn't playing man. It should have been man. He was playing coverage, and he let Kareem Hunt slide right behind him. So touchdown Browns here in the end zone. And Bengals only have a timeout left, so they really put themselves in a tough possession here. Oh, no, that was Carlos Dunlap. Excuse me, not a linebacker. He basically just checked Kareem Hunt but didn't guard him into the end zone, and he was wide open from there. So Kareem Hunt is going to give that a touchdown. And waiting the PAT, the Browns might go up 11 points for the half. And that's true. 21-10 Browns, the minute 30 remaining. Let's see what Burrow can do here before half. Hopefully we can at least put 3 points here on the board. We're going into commercial break. Bengals will receive with about a minute left and a timeout. We need a field goal here at least. We need some type of points. 10-21. I mean, it's only an 11-point game. The problem is the Browns receive here in the third. So they can easily put this game away here if we don't score before half, and then they score first possession out of the halftime in the third quarter. Hopefully it doesn't happen, but it very well could. They might be the best team in the league. They're not. The Browns aren't even the best team in the division, my guy. Ravens are definitely better. But if that's what you're talking about. Okay, you are. Never mind. They might be the best team in the league. Yeah, the Ravens are Do you think the Ravens are? Ravens one of the best teams in the league, my guy. Anyways, focusing on this game, man. I mean, we got to try to get some points here on the board. We got to try to at least get a field goal, and it sucks because we used our timeouts there just for them to score anyway. So like I said last week, when the Bengals were bending but not breaking, we broke there, and that's going to hurt us pretty bad. So going into the second half, I do agree with you, chat. Something has to change on our defense. They're forcing us to load the box because of Nick Chubb is running so effectively, and because of that, it's just opening play action. It's a very simple offense. It's a Kevin Stefanski offense, very old school, very effective if it's the running game. And how do you stop it? You stop the running game, because when you stop the running game, you don't have to load the box anymore, and they won't be running play action because you won't have to expect it as much. But that's definitely easier said than it is done. To stop Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt being down your star defensive tackle and Geno Atkins is definitely tough to do. So, but here we go. I mean, we're going to see a lot more Joe Burrow on this drive because we won't be able to run the ball that much with Joe Mixon because we only have a timeout in about a minute and a handful of seconds. So if you want to see Joe Burrow, this is the time to see it because there's going to be a lot of him this drive if we can get some first downs. So the only game Baker decides to do something just has to be against the Bengals. And like I said, I mean, Baker is having a great game and being effective, but it's just the game plan that's effective for the Browns. It's a very Kevin Stefanski game. If you go watch what the Vikings did last year, they are playing the same way the Vikings played. They run the ball down the throat with Dalvin Cook and then hit Adam Thielen and Stephon Diggs in play action. And that's all the Vikings did, and that's all the Browns are doing. So, I mean, props to them. It's working. So why change it? If it's not broke, don't fix it. Am I right? So 21-10 Browns with about a minute and a handful of seconds. They're kicking it back off to the Bengals. A minute and 30 seconds here for the Bengals with one timeout. Got to get some points on the board before half. This one's going to be a touchback, and Burrow is going to march on the field to try to get some points up here before half because the Browns do receive here in the third. So here we go, guys. Yeah, I mean, on the bright side, Brandon Wilson in the return game is looking amazing. He's done a fantastic job. I mean, every time he's got the ball, he's putting it almost to the half-field mark. So, here we go. CJ Uzomah and a couple other receivers for the Bengals, and Joe Burrow is in the pocket all by himself. We're going 5 out here. 1st and 10. Burrow's going to step back, has some time to throw, and he has his man Tyler Boyd for the first down, and he gets out of bounds. A beautiful curl route by Tyler Boyd, and then runs it out of bounds. That's what you want there. Stops the clock at a minute and 26. Tyler Boyd. And this is a time where you really want to get Tyler Boyd effective. I don't know why he hasn't so far, but a beautiful play call there by Zach Taylor. Joe Burrow is 14 for 18, 125 yards and a touchdown. Down 10-21 with a minute and 26 remaining. 1st and 10. So here we go. Play clock is down to 9 seconds, and they're just now getting out of the huddle. So I bet a tricky play here. Boyd and Green lined up together on the right. T. Higgins by himself on the left. This is going to T. Higgins. It's going to be a throw. He's looking left. It's actually going to be a throw to CJ Uzomah, and it's going to be a gain about 5 yards. Browns are going to keep him inside, so Bengals have to go hurry up here. 2nd and 5. You got to get something better than that going. They're at their own 41-yard line here. Time is ticking. Here we go. Burrow, step back, throws, and he's going to throw it to the floor. Flag is down. I'm not sure for what, though. So it's going to be an incompletion. Clock is going to stop, but I'm not sure what the flag is for. So Burrow got hit. He just tossed that one into the turf. Smart play, but I don't know what the call is here. Somebody just got trucked on the offense line. So I'm pretty sure they're saying no flag now. But so that did give the Bengals a second to talk things over. But Fred Johnson just got steamrolled there, and that led to the Browns getting back there in the backfield. That was embarrassing. And actually, I'm wrong. They did call flag because that's going to back up the Bengals back to their own 32. Burrow's going to scramble out to the right side, and he's going to throw this one, and it's going to be a beautiful catch by who other than T. Higgins. Finally gets T. Higgins involved and gets the first down and more. When you look for T. Higgins, there he is. And if I'm correct, I believe that's his first career reception as an NFL player, right? And there's underneath coverage. So he was double teamed, and Burrow squeezed a beautiful pass in there. I mean, T. Higgins was double coverage, and it got that. So this is going to bring it to midfield at the 50-yard line. 56 seconds left. 1st and 10. Play action. Rolling out to his right side. A lot of pressure on him. Burrow is just going to toss this one outside, and it's going to bring up 2nd and 10 with 50 seconds left, but the clock stops, fortunately. So, I mean, that was a beautiful throw there by Burrow. It doesn't get much better than that. But, I mean, we're marching down. We got to get some points. Even if we just get a field goal here, we got to get something and get some of that momentum back. So here we go. 1st and 10, 50 seconds left, 1 timeout. So you don't necessarily have to get out of bounds here, but if you don't, you have to go hurry up. We're at the 50-yard line here, midfield. You got Giovanni Bernard in the backfield. Burrow's going to step back. A lot of pressure, and he has to throw this one way quickly. He does it towards John Ross, but it's not even a close. That is just terrible blocking by the offensive line. Very poor blocking. Brown sent the blitz, and Burrow probably had less than a second and a half to get that ball away. Probably less than 2 seconds to get that ball away. So, obviously not what you want there for Burrow. 3rd and 10 here at the 50-yard line. So, once again, and Browns have 3 timeouts. So, you don't want to give them the ball back here. 46 seconds left. Burrow steps back. A lot of blitz. He's going to throw this one to the outside. There's a flag. It's A.J. Green. He does come short of it, about 2-3 yards. But there is a flag. So it would be about 4th and 3 with the reception from Green. He does get out of bounds, but there's a flag. So let's see what this is. And this is going to be a killer because this is offsides against the Cleveland Browns. And I believe that's an automatic first down. So they haven't called it yet, but that's what the refs are signaling it before they're like talking to each other. So here we go. It's going to be offsides on Myles Garrett, who has been fairly quiet in today's game. He's only had a couple pressures, to be honest. I mean, he's been fairly quiet. So wow, that's not good for the Browns. So that's going to bring up a 3rd and 5. So I was wrong. Not a first down, but a 3rd and 5 here at the Browns' 45-yard line. So we probably go for this if we don't get it. Burrow's going to toss a quick slant to who other than A.J. Green in double coverage, and Green's going to hang on to that all day, baby. A.J. Green looking great. I mean, that was a beautiful catch. I believe we might have blown our last timeout. We got the first. I mean, Green got hit pretty hard there. I mean, he was in double coverage, and he still managed to get that catch. So A.J. is looking great. So here we go, 1st and 10. Bengals did use their last timeout. So with 37 seconds left, a 1st and 10, they have no more timeouts. So here we go. 37 seconds left, 1st and 10. I'm trying to see the yard line once I get a view of it real quick. But no timeouts here. We're on the Browns 39. So we need some yards here to even get in field goal range. Higgins, Boyd, and A.J. Green, C.J. Uzomah, Bernard in the backfield. Burrow has had a lot of pressure, and he's going to throw this one away. And there's going to be about 31 seconds left on the clock. Browns defense got back there, kind of clobbered Burrow into the middle, and he can't do anything else besides throw that ball away. He looked through CJ Uzama's way, but the safety pulled in, and there wasn't really anything open on that play, to be honest. I mean, everything was covered pretty well there for the Browns. Great coverage. 2nd and 10 here for the Bengals. We got to get something on this play right here. A bunch of receivers and Bernard in the backfield. Burrow's going to sit back, throw A.J. Green's way, and he drops it. Hit him right in the hands, and he dropped it. 3rd and 10. So after I was just talking up A.J. Green, wasn't the most perfect pass, but it hit him in his hands. So it was pretty good coverage. But, I mean, a lot of people believe if it hits you in your hands and you're in the NFL, that should be a catch. I mean, T.J. Ward is all over him before he even has a chance to get the ball, but here we go. 3rd and 10 here for the Cincinnati Bengals. A huge, crucial 3rd down. Bernard in the backfield, so still no Mixon. Burrow's going to sit back, toss this one. He has a man, and it's going to be Thomas. Thomas with the catch, and that's the 1st down. 18, 17, 16, 15 seconds left. They're probably going to clock it here. And that's what they're going to do. So with 12 seconds remaining in the half, we get the 1st and 10. We are at the Browns' 25-yard line. So we are in field goal range, but do we really want to leave this up to a field goal once again? Who is Mike Thomas and why is he good? Look, man, this dude was totally off my radar. You can go back a few months ago when I made the Bengals will have a top 10 receiver corps in the NFL. Mike Thomas wasn't even in that video. And here he is. He's one of the biggest receivers this year. So, wow, you're not lying. Mike Thomas steps up once again. 12 seconds left. We're not bringing on the field goal unit just yet. 2nd and 10 here for the Bengals. And the Browns are actually going to burn a timeout here. So, that actually is pretty helpful for the Bengals because the Bengals look like they were kind of panicking on that play, not really set in time. But the Browns are actually going to take a timeout here, 2nd and 10. With 12 seconds left, Browns up 21-10. But, yeah, I mean, Bengals can take a shot here. Something about the name Mike Thomas, I guess. Yeah, I guess. I mean, the other Mike Thomas is out a few weeks, so maybe this Mike Thomas can take his powers over, if you know what I mean. 2nd and 10 here, 12 seconds left. Here we go. This is a big one. No timeout. So if this stays in bounds, we have to clock the ball very quickly. Are the Bengals going to take a shot? Well, they are going to throw it, and they're going to take a shot, and it's going to be deep to the end zone, and the Browns are going to pick it off, but they're not going to be in bounds. So went A.J. Green's way. A Browns defender came down with the ball, but he was out of bounds. So at this point, we're probably going to settle for a field goal. They took a shot like expected. They go A.J. Green's way. The ball was overthrown. The Browns defender comes down with the ball, but it's clearly not a catch. So 3rd and 10, and Randy Bullock is on to try to add some points to the scoreboard. So like I said, at least we can try to put some points on because that's what we need. Here we go. 10-21. 6 seconds left. Randy Bullock, the kick is up. And it's once again right down the middle. So he has looked phenomenal today. And the Bengals are going to make this a 13-21 game with 2 seconds left in the half. So we're probably going to kick a squib kick here and take it to halftime. But so here we go. I mean, the best case scenario and the worst case scenario situation, we at least put some points on the board. It's an 8-point game. You're going in the half. Yes, the Browns do receive in the 3rd quarter, but you know what I mean? At least we got 3 points on the board. I can't complain about that. And with 1 timeout, that was fairly impressive with Burrow. Yeah, I mean, when it comes to kicking, Randy Bullock is looking great. Burrow, 18 for 28, 169 yards and a touchdown. That's going to be about a 93 passer rating. So, yeah, having a very effective game. Fortunately, besides that one drive, Mixon really hasn't been involved. And I do agree. I don't know why Mixon isn't in on that drive. I guess because we knew we weren't going to run. They just threw Bernard in as a receiving running back. But Mixon, I don't think, played like a single play on that drive. So we're going to kick it into the end zone 2 seconds left, and we'll see if the Browns take a shot here, if they just kneel it. I think they might just kneel it here, but it's the Browns, so who knows? I mean, we saw what they did with that punt, that fake punt last week, so here we go. 2 seconds left, 1st and 10, 13-21 Browns, and let's see what they're doing. It looks like they're just going to take a knee here, take it to half. So here we go. Browns take a knee to go into half, 13-21 Cleveland. And yeah, Cleveland will receive here in the third quarter coming out of halftime. So we have that to look forward to. Hopefully the Bengals defense come out. But yeah, if you guys leave the stream, make sure to come on back here in the third quarter after halftime. Or if you decide to stay, you're more than welcome. But yeah, 8-point game here for the Bengals. Down 8 points here at half. Still anybody's game. It's been fairly interesting. I think the biggest thing that the Bengals are going to have to work on is definitely stopping that rush game. Because when we've had to make Burrow throw himself outside of play action, it hasn't been anything fantastic. So I think the big thing is rush defense, which, I mean, you didn't have to be a genius to know that. I mean, coming into the game, majority of people acknowledge that, you know, the rushing game was going to be the deciding factor for the Bengals here in today's game. So if you're still here on halftime, we still have over 80 people still here. Please just take a second out of your day. Leave a like since you've joined the stream. It means the world. We're at 80 likes. So if we can get a like spike up to 100 likes, that would mean the world to me. We're at 80 likes right at this moment. So if you guys can pop that up to 100, that would be awesome. Imagine Hail Mary touchdown. That would be insane. So, wow. Halftime, guys. What are your guys' thoughts? If you're a Browns fan, Bengals fan, and no fan, put your thoughts in the comment section below, and let's talk about this game so far. I've been talking too much. I want to hear what you guys have to say now. Here we go. What do you guys think? Oh, I know we have a lot of people leaving. That's usually what happens at halftime. But if you're still in here, please let me know what you're thinking so far of the game. I'm going to go ahead and just keep posting the stream on social media. So one day, do you hope to do something like Sunday, Monday night football games? I think it's really worth. Have potential to be the next Al Michaels or Chris Collinsworth. You got a shot, man. Good stuff here. Hey, I really appreciate that. I'm a freshman at Xavier University. I'm going into sports broadcasting. So, hey, man, I mean, you never know. A job working at ESPN, no matter what it is, would be a dream, or the NFL Network or any of those networks. That's definitely something I would like to do, as I am going into sports broadcasting at Xavier. Like I said. But yeah, I mean, the dream is always to get a job related to sports in general. If it's play-by-play, I mean, there's many different jobs I can go into. But yeah, I'm going into school for sports broadcasting, so anything like that would be a dream job. What happened to Gino? They're kind of sweeping it under the rug. They're not saying what. It's just a shoulder injury, I believe. But they're trying to act like it's nothing big. But it sounds like it is. But I don't know. They're not telling anybody. As the Eagles fans, I think Joe is going to be a good one. Hey, I appreciate that, man. I mean, you got to put your biases besides no matter what team you like. Burrow is looking pretty impressive so far, man. I mean, with the situation he's been dealt at hand, he's looked great. Good game. Hope the Bengals come out firing in the second half. Hey, who does it, man? So who will be the most successful player this year, and who will surprise you the most? I've got to say, so far, I mean, I hope the most successful is going to be Burrow. Honestly, Rookie of the Year would be an amazing accomplishment. And I think the city of Cincinnati would really – I mean, the city of Cincinnati, if you live in Cincinnati and you're a Bengals fan, you already know what Joe Burrow means to the city already. But imagine if he would be able to win Rookie of the Year. It would just be it would just be something huge for Cincinnati fans. And I think the most surprised player so far has been Mike Thomas. I mean, Mike Thomas has just came out of nowhere, a super competitive receiving group, and has played better than everyone besides A.J. Green and maybe Tyler Boyd probably. So I'd say Mike Thomas. Pratt, I knew Pratt was going to be good, but he's been very good this year, better than I thought. So I might say those two are probably my surprise so far. Pretty happy with this so far. We'd like to see more Hunt receptions. Yeah, I mean, you guys, it's probably hard for them to put Kareem Hunt in the game so far just because Nick Chubb's been so effective. I know what I saw of the last week for the Browns. They had Kareem Hunt a lot more than what they've had him in this week. But I mean, if Nick Chubb's is being effective, don't fix what's not broken. Let AJ get a touchdown. Let me guess you have him for fantasy or something. I bet you can make it. I appreciate it, man. I appreciate that, Luke. 13 in the first half. Awesome. Good luck. Yeah, I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Last week, 13 total. What week does Cincinnati play Denver? Let me check on that for you. Actually, not sure. I don't know if they do this year, do they? Oh, I'm still checking. Yeah, I don't think they do. I'm not seeing the Broncos on the schedule. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we do play the Broncos this year. Burrow has a 64% completion percentage so far. I mean, I think a 60% or above for a rookie is pretty, is the line of like good and bad. So, I mean, you guys let me know what kind of completion percentage you want to see. But for a rookie, 64%, I don't know. I mean, the couple of times he's had to throw the ball away. I mean, I know completion percentage is, important, but, I would way rather him throw the ball a lot more than get sacked. If there's a chance where he can get sacked or throw the ball away, I'd rather take that incompletion, restart the next down, rather than sacked and be pushed farther back. So, what do you think the most exciting game will be this year? We've talked about this before on a previous stream. Isn't it the Monday night against Pittsburgh? It's a Monday night against Pittsburgh. If it is, that will definitely hands down be the game. Yeah. Monday, December 21st, first Pittsburgh, 8:15 p.m. Oh, man, that's going to be a good one. I mean, even though if you think the Pittsburgh Steelers have a better chance of winning, the Bengals and Steelers game is always a freaking fun one to watch. Win or loss. I mean, there's always fights, arguments, corner receivers always hand fighting, a lot of trash talking. It's always such a fun game to watch. And if you're a Bengals fan or Steelers fan, or maybe not either, it's one of the best rivalries in football, if not the best. Each and every year, every single game. So I'd probably say that one's going to be fun. I like next week against Philadelphia too. I feel like Philadelphia's secondary is the best, and I feel like Burrow could have a big week next week. Jacksonville is going to be a fun one. Coming into the season, I thought Jacksonville would be a bottom 3 team in the league, but they kind of went off last week, so maybe not. I thought that was definitely an easy win on my schedule, but with the way they looked last week, who knows? We play the Washington football team. Once again, they were another team I was like, oh, bottom 3, easy W. They won last week. They came back a 17-0 deficit, so you can't put a W over them. Hopefully in week 13, by the time we play the Miami Dolphins, hopefully Tua Tagovailoa will be starting. Tua Tagovailoa versus Joe Burrow was going to be super hyped up on media, so that's going to be a fun and popular game to watch that week. I'm sure Tua will be starting by that time, but it seems like even though Fitzpatrick isn't playing good, I bet the only reason he is playing is because Tua doesn't sound like he's ready. Like, Fitzpatrick is playing terribly, so why would they not play Tua other than he won't be ready? I feel like that's the only excuse they could have. Versus Dallas, Andy Dalton versus Burrow, even though Dalton won't play. But to see Dalton sit on the bench and watch his new guy take over, watch Burrow, his replacement. And then the Texans. And then week 17, I mean, if Baltimore isn't playing the starters, if Baltimore already clinched a playoff spot, they probably won't play their starters in week 17. I highly doubt it. At least not Lamar. I mean, probably 75% chance we'll probably be playing Lamar Jackson week 7, or not Lamar, RG3, Robert Griffin III week 17. So I don't know, man. I don't know what they're saying about Tua. I just keep saying that I know he's not starting next week. I like Tua. I think he's a very intriguing and fun player to watch. But there isn't any excuse besides he can't be ready to play. I mean, why else would he be riding the bench? The Dolphins aren't going to go to the playoffs. They're probably going to be a bottom 10, bottom 5 team. So why are they just letting him ride the bench behind Fitzpatrick? I mean, he honestly can't be learning that much besides to be super inconsistent or inconsistent like Fitzmagic is. Fitzmagic will throw 6 touchdowns and 450 yards one week and then throw 4 interceptions and 150 yards the next week. So I don't know, man. I would, at least as a Bengals fan, we get to watch Burrow start and we know he's the guy. I would kind of be a little bit upset if I was a Dolphins fan because, I mean, what else do you have to watch besides your rookie quarterback you just chose in the first round? So I don't know. At least we get to watch Joe Burrow this year. It's one thing I am fortunate about. I mean, I guess you can say, oh, well, they're just letting him warm up. They're just letting him, back in the day when it happened more often, when your rookie quarterbacks didn't come in and immediately start. So I guess in a way you could kind of defend it, but I would way rather watch Burrow play than have him have to ride the bench and sit behind Andy Dalton. Unless Andy Dalton would win us games, then I would understand. But if we're still going to lose, play him. Let him get the experience. I mean, I think the only time you could defend that in an argument when it comes to a player's career is Josh Rosen. I feel like his career was definitely ruined because of the teams he's played for and what was around him. So I guess you could say, oh, look what happened to Josh Rosen. They made him play right away, and look what happened to him. He's already out the league. So I guess they could say that. But it's still halftime. The kicker's on the field practicing, so it shouldn't be too much longer before the game resumes. So we have that. But yeah, here we go. I'm super excited still. It's still a good game. Anybody's game. 8-point lead. I'm not crying about it. I'm still excited, so. Before Burrow popped off, I thought Tua was going to be Bengal. Oh yeah, man! Like early in the season last year, it was like, oh, tank for Tua, and like Bengals fans were using that quote before the Dolphins fans were. So I know there were talks of Tua going to the Bengals, but long before there was Burrow, because it was always tank for Tua. Then Burrow, Ohio State connection. Oh, he's from Ohio. It's too good to be true. And the next thing you know, we have Joe Burrow. But I don't know. I feel like him and the Dolphins is a very shady situation. Like, what could be holding him so far back on the bench? If it's like week 8 and he's still not starting, he's either 100% not healthy or he's just unprepared, not what they thought he was going to be. That's my take. If he's not healthy and playing and starting by week 8, he's either not 100% healthy and not trying to say anything and trying to sweep it on the carpet like most NFL teams do nowadays. Or he's just not ready. He's not NFL ready like they thought he was. So, Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson. I'm definitely taking Patrick Mahomes. I love Lamar Jackson. He's a great player. Youngest MVP of all time. But Patrick Mahomes. Like, if it had to be what Bengals player, Patrick Mahomes or Lamar Jackson, I'm picking Mahomes. I think Mahomes will have a longer career than Jackson. I really hope the defense steps up. Me too. I think we all in Houday Nation can say, let's have the defense step up here. Same, I thought Tua would be the first pick, but with the Heisman and everything, it was all Burrow. And I think it was just too good to be true that he was from Ohio State, hometown, not Cincinnati, but not too far up. So I feel like that connection definitely helped too. That was a really long half. At least it feels that way. Oh, yeah, man. I feel like the first quarter flew. The first quarter was super fast. And then the second quarter happened, and it was just forever. Like, that first quarter to me felt pretty quick. But that second quarter was like 3 times longer than the first. So, but we are going to get into it again soon. I'll go ahead and pull up some of the stats so we can look at some of the stats so far. But I mean, to be honest, maybe not the Browns winning at half, but I did see the Browns hammering that run game soon as possible right out the gates, and that's exactly what they did. And that just opened up play action. So I feel like I saw that coming. I read that a little bit for the Bengals. Wish we didn't let them get the lead right away, just because I feel like that one drive when we got Mixon involved, he was run, pass to Mixon, run, pass to Mixon. I feel like that drive was perfect. We literally just met Mixon take over the game, and I feel like we need more of that. We got 60 plus people, so more people are joining in. Hopefully, we can get over that 3-digit mark. But Randy Bullock is setting off the kick right now, back off to the Browns, who are going to be receiving here to start the half. It's going to be a touchback. Once again, 21-13 Browns. Baker Mayfield's going to march back on the field. If you guys haven't already, please, let's get a like spike going. Let's at least get to 100 likes right now, please. Here we go. Tyler Boyd and other Bengals players stretching on that sideline. I see T. Higgins, C.J. Uzomah, Drew Sample. A bunch of guys on that sideline getting ready to come onto the offense. Burrow and Tyler Boyd looks like they're talking together. So watch 9:83 this next drive. So here we go. Baker Mayfield, 1st and 10. I formation once again. So you got to expect run or play action here. And it's going to be play action. Bengals are all over it this time, and it's going to be a tackle for loss, if not a tackle for none. And William Jackson III is going to step up this time. So it looks like they might be a lot better this quarter when it comes to play action. That looks like a new team. Did it play action? Didn't work. They got the ball off, but it's going to be a completion of none. 113 Browns, 2nd and 10. Logan Wilson, the other Bengals linebackers, looking at the audible. They're going to have Hodge. The Browns are going to have him in motion. Move him to the left side of the field. 2nd and 10. It's going to be a run to Nick Chubb. Nick Chubb's going to get a gain about 6 or 7 on the play before being wrapped up by 99 big man Covington and Carlos Dunlap. I will say I don't believe we have a single sack on the game so far. I know it's a little hard because, we got to stay on our feet with play action. Don't want to set a blitz and then all of a sudden it's play action. But I think we need to send something Baker Mayfield's way. Send some pressure. 3rd and 3 here for the Browns on their own 32-yard line. Can the Bengals get a 3 and out here to start the quarter? And I think we're gonna have an offsides here. It's either going to be on Carlos Dunlap on the defense, or it's going to be on the offense. It's going to be the guard or the tackle. This is big right here. False start offense, baby. So that's going to back him up. It's going to remain 3rd down, but that's going to back him up a couple yards. Yeah, that's going to be on the right guard. Whew, I thought that was on Dunlap there, but good thing I am wrong, because that's going to be on the Browns offense. Here we go. So what was a 3rd and short? It's not going to be a 3rd and 8 for the Browns. Kareem Hunt is in the game. Odell, Jarvis Landry, and a few others. They're going to try to draw us offside. It's not working. They're going to hike the ball. Baker's going to step back, and he's going to have a beautiful throw over to 81, and that's going to be a catch with Von Bell and Jesse Bates in coverage, but Austin Hooper is just going to muscle it down and catch that reception. So a huge completion there for Baker Mayfield and the Browns. Von Bell, man-to-man coverage. Just didn't get there in time. He does wrap him up, but Austin Hooper is just too strong. And Von Bell was trying to strip it, but Hooper wasn't letting that happen. So that's a big 1st down for the Browns. I formation once again for the Browns, 1st and 10. It's going to be another rush up the middle for Nick Chubb. He's going to break one, and Carlos Dunlap's going to bring him down before or after he grabs the 1st down. And I'm just wondering where the pressure is. I mean, they're running I formation like 99% on 1st down. It's either play action or it's a rush. So what are we doing here? Nick Chubb is just slipping and sliding through defenders. He broke one on, I believe that was Bynes there. Bynes or Pratt. I think it was Bynes. And picks up the 1st. Yeah, I agree with you, chat. We need a turnover big here. A turnover would change this game big time. First and 10 Browns. They are at their own 48-yard line. 11 minutes and 14 seconds remaining, or 40 seconds remaining. It's going to be play action once again. Baker Mayfield has all day, and he's going to toss this last second to Austin Hooper. Jesse Bates is in there to break it up, and it's going to be 2nd and 10. So one-on-one with Darius Phillips and Odell, and a lot of grabbing going on. No call on offense nor defense, but I mean, our defense has to get back there. They finally did after a few minutes, but Baker had a lot of time there, and they're just leaving our secondary to dry. We got to get that ball. We got to get back there. 2nd and 10 here. 11 minutes and 42 seconds remaining here in the third. 2nd and 10 from their own 48. Mayfield's going to hand this one off, and he's going to be stopped right away after getting about a yard or two by Covington, and Nick Chubb's going to get stopped there. 3rd down. Another big 3rd down here. This is the last time they picked it up off play action, but hopefully we can stop them this time. Baker Mayfield, 13 for 17, 177 yards, and 2 touchdowns. So a stop would be huge here for the Bengals because we got to get this defense off. Sam Hubbard and Carlos Dunlap. Sam Hubbard has been very quiet tonight. We need some pressure here. We're showing pressure. We might bluff it, but we are showing pressure. 3rd and 8. We are sitting in the heat. But Baker's still going to have time. One-on-one coverage. He's going to get this throw over to Odell. But William Jackson, the third, with a beautiful tackle to stop him short of the 1st down. It's going to be 4th down Browns. Bengals send the pressure. We still really didn't get back there. I mean, we kind of had the pocket in there a little bit. But Logan Wilson and others just being held up by the Browns offensive line awfully easily. With pretty ease. And they're going to get this throw to Odell. But William Jackson, the third. It's going to stop them there. And the Browns are going for this as they are on the Bengals' 43-yard line. Browns are going for it on 4th and 2. So I didn't expect this. Aggressive play call. And they hiked it. They're going to throw a quick pass to Jarvis Landry, who's wide open. He's going to get 5, 10, 15, 18-yard gain right there before Jesse Bates wrapped him up. There wasn't a man in a mile radius of Jarvis Landry in coverage. They did a pick play, so it looks like Austin Hooper blocked whoever was guarding him, and he had a mile radius. It looks clean. It looks within the first 5 yards. And a beautiful play call by Kevin Stefanski there. Jesse Bates lucky to get to him to stop him from getting in the end zone, but 4th down conversion there for the Browns. 1st and 10 on the Bengals' 28-yard line. It's going to be a handoff to Chubb. Chubb's going to break 1, break 2, break 3, 4, 5, 6, and he's going to be just at the goal line, and they're going to rule him in there. Terrible tackling there for the Bengals. I don't know what else to say, and Nick Chubb's going to punch it in there for another Browns touchdown. This might get called back maybe a yard or two, but even if so, he's just a yard short. And once again, the Browns are just playing through Nick Chubb. I mean, I don't know what happened. Jesse Bates missed tackle. William Jackson missed tackle. Mackenzie Alexander missed tackle. Josh Bynes and Jermaine Pratt finally wrap him up, but he's already in the end zone by the time they wrap him up. I think he's going to be short. I think it's going to be ruled back a yard. Yeah, I think he's short a yard, but even if so, he's just short by Josh Bynes and Jermaine Pratt. So I guess the emphasis in the halftime was to help the run defense, but it hasn't been effective at all here. I mean, we are just showing how bad we're hurting without Geno Atkins and Mike Daniels. But even without them, I mean, how much would this have changed? I mean, that's not going to change the missed tackles we have. I know we have a young linebacking crew, a young secondary, but still, it doesn't help with the missed tackles. And it's going to take it to a scoring review to see if he's actually in the end zone or not. So they're going to see if he's in or not. I think they're going to call it back about a yard short and mark him there. But we'll see. So very unfortunate. I mean, we stopped them 4th down, and then we gave up the 4th down. That's just you can't have that happen. So once again, like I said, last week's game, we did a great job bending and not breaking. But in this game, we are breaking and bending so far. So not something you want to see. Not something you want to see here for the Bengals. And I'm going to hop on the Twitter web to see what all the Bengals fans are saying, because I'm sure it's not pretty. Wow, Skip Bayless tweeted Burrow over Tua. Very interesting. I mean, what are you guys thinking? I'm pretty sure we're all thinking the same thing. Where's the rush defense? And really, it's not there at all. So, look, man, we did a good job bending. We got him to a fourth. You know, Kevin Stefanski goes very aggressive. They're saying we're going to go get this fourth. A great play call. They did the pick play where it left Jarvis Landry wide open. They get in the red zone. They hit the Chubb, and Chubb takes about 15, 20 yards and punches it in the end zone. So, I mean, let's check the stats. Nick Chubb, 16 carries for 93 yards and touchdown, only through the start of the third quarter. I mean, maybe halfway, you could say, but Nick Chubb, 16 carries, 93 yards. Versus Joe Mixon's 8 carries for 26. And like I said, I don't totally blame that on Mixon because we haven't been able to get him involved because we went down early. First and goal, so they are going to take the touchdown back, but it's going to be on the 1 yard line. Nick Chubb's in the game. I'm going to assume this is going to him, or Baker's going to sneak it here. We'll see. First and goal. A big fumble here. Did somebody say fumble? Hopefully somebody said fumble because that's what we need right now. Or an interception. Maybe they go play action and Bell gets a pick here. Here we go. They're going to go I formation. They're going to have everybody and their cousin on the offensive line. Here we go. Up the gut, Nick Chubb. And Bengals are going to stand strong here. And we're going to say, no. You need something else than that. Von Bell, Jermaine Pratt, Akeem Davis-Gather, I believe DJ Reader. A whole bunch of Bengals are there to get that stop. Yeah, I think it's actually going to be a loss of about a half yard or so. I mean, Bengals were all over that. Here we go. Expect play action. Another same formation. I formation, but they're going to take 88 out. They're going to audible him out by himself. Same run up the middle. Nick Chubb. And we're going to stop him again for about a yard or two loss. Covington is having a great game so far. And he's going to get there in the stop. Third and goal. Just do your overlay simple. Just do team scores. Who has the ball in court? Yeah, I'll talk to my graphics guy and see if I can get one made up. I just don't personally have enough time to make one because of classes, because of Xavier's too much. Third and goal here. They got a fullback in still. 2 receivers out by themselves. Play action, as expected. Burrow's going to throw this to Odell. And Darius Phillips has good coverage. Also, not the best pass. 4th and goal. So Browns can either go for the 7 points or be held to a field goal here. So because they ruled Nick Chubb down, they might only get 3 points from this. So I take it back when I said the Bengals didn't bend but not break. They might shift some here. Kevin Stefanski's going for it. 4th and goal for the Browns here. 4th and goal, boys. 4th and goal. From the Bengals 2 yard line, give or take. 1 second. Play clock's going to time out, and they can't get the ball off. So that's going to back them up. Oh, no. Apparently they called timeout last second. I didn't hear it. But so last second, looks like the Browns were all, not knowing what they're doing, not on the same page. So Kevin Stefanski's going to have to burn an early timeout here in the third. That could come back and bite them. They're still going to go for it. Baker Mayfield comes to the sideline, talks to Kevin Stefanski for a second, but Kevin Stefanski is going to put his foot on the floor, and He wants to put this game away now. Because a field goal and a touchdown here is two huge different outcomes for the Browns. So here we go. 4th and goal. You got Jarvis Landry and number 31, Odell as wide receivers. And then you have Chubb in the back. It's going to be a run to Chubb to the right side. Chubb is going to be short, I believe. They're going to it to see if he's in or not. Browns are going up. Bengals are going no. Refs still haven't caught it. No call yet. They're still talking about it. He has to be short. Cincinnati's ball. Browns are short. Bend don't break. What did I say? Let's get some hoodays in the chat. You got to find a positive when you're in a negative situation. I'm a firm believer in that. What did I say? Bend don't break. Kevin Stefanski pulls up his britches and said, hold on, I'm the new Browns coach, and then takes an L there. Wow. And that's without Geno Atkins. Huge. I know we've been talking a lot of smack about the defensive front for the Bengals, but wow, that was huge. That was huge for the Bengals. I mean, if you're a Browns fan, I mean, you got to like that Kevin Stefanski's aggressive and he wants to win, but man, that's going to come back and bite them because I know a lot of people are firm believers in you just got to take your points because this could come back and bite them because it's only an 8-point game. It's a one-possession game. One-possession game, guys. I feel like some of these Bengals fans on social media are like, oh my God, this game's over. It's a one-possession game, guys. Now, granted, we have to get a 99-yard drive here. 99-yard drive. This is going to be tough. But come on. This is where we need Mixon. We need Mixon big time on this drive. Here we go, guys. Wow. I don't know about you guys, but for a few minutes, I was feeling like this game might be a wrap. But you got to stay positive and you got to look ahead. You got to find positive in the negative, and you got to be resilient, just like Joe Burrow's been in his career so far. And wow, huge stop for the Bengals. I've been preaching it last week, this week. Bend don't break, baby. And that's a perfect example for it there. Thankfully, that Nick Chubb rush, that about 20-yard rush, give or take, went to the end zone. They called it back for about a yard short, and we stopped them. I mean, you can't ask for much better than that for the Bengals defense. He stopped them short. So, hey, man. But now we're backed up on our one. So we got to do something here, man. We got to block here. I don't know if you saw the Vikings game, but Kirk Cousins got a safety, and I really hope we don't have that happen to us right here. Zach Taylor better have some up his sleeve because Myles Garrett and this Browns defense is going to be coming hot. Because Kevin Stefanski doesn't look happy at all. Lou, you probably have to try, if you just look up DCTV on YouTube instead of the link. I'm not sure why the link would be doing that, though. I apologize. From the Bengals' own 1-yard line, probably half yard, 1st and 10 with 8 minutes remaining. I'm sure this is going to Mixon. And we draw him off. Neutral zone infraction. Joe Burrow looking like a veteran play there. Are you kidding me? He does the hard count, and we draw the Browns to jump. Are you kidding me? That is a veteran move. Beautiful execution there by the Cincinnati Bengals with Joe Burrow and Zach Taylor. I'm sure that was what Zach Taylor told him to do, but still, for Joe Burrow to sell it like that, beautiful hard count there. So, 1st and 5. We actually have some room now, and we're going to give it to Mixon. And Mixon's going to drive his legs for about 3 yards. So, 2nd and probably 2. Man, do I love when Burrow does that. But yeah, Lou, if you want to try just going to YouTube and doing the search bar. If not, I'm not sure why. Maybe because you're on Facebook and you're trying to click it from the Facebook page. I'm not sure. I've never watched a YouTube video off of Facebook, and I don't know how many people are doing that on here, but I know majority of people are YouTube. But if you're on Facebook, thank you for joining. 2nd and 1 here. We're going to give it to Mixon again. Mixon might be short by a half a yard. Or he might have got it barely. They're going to say he got it. I thought it was maybe half a yard short, but thankfully, they're going to say he got it. 7 minutes remaining. Bengals down 13-21 here. If we score here, this will be a 99-yard drive. So keep that in mind. If we score here, Joe Burrow took his team 99 yards. Let's not get too hard of ourselves. We're only at our 11-yard line here. 1st and 10. Mixon's out to his own left. We're going to throw this to AJ, and that's going to not be a good throw. As Ward's going to smack that one away, bringing up 2nd and 10. Looks like him and AJ were off the mark a little bit. Ward is going to force him to give him a tough time within the first 5 yards. That's good defense by Ward there. 2nd and 10 here. Bengals on their own 11. Joe Burrow's going to call some audibles. It looks like there might be a blitz here from the Browns, and I think Burrow is picking up on that. Great execution, if so. Looks like it's a bluff. They're going to give it to Mixon, and Mixon, there's not a hole for him to go up, and he's only going to get about a yard. Personally, I like the play call. We're trying to get Mixon involved. I think Mixon might have missed the hold there. You guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Mixon missed the hole there. I could be wrong, but it looked like he missed the gap. So, 3rd and 9. Bengals are backed up at their own 12-yard line. 3rd and 9. We are 50% today, 4 for 8 on 3rd down conversion. So, here we go. Burrow to step back, and it's going to be a fumble. Myles Garrett knocked it out, and they recover at their own 1. So right where we just stopped them on the goal line, they just picked it up. Burrow was set to throw. Terrible blocking by the offensive line. Every single Browns guy was back there within seconds. Burrow goes to throw it back. Myles Garrett, I believe it was, knocks it out of his hands, and the Browns will recover at the 1. Myles Garrett gets pushed back there. Nobody is doing nothing. He's going to strip him, and they pick it up at their own 1, literally the 1-yard line. So right where we just stopped them, the defense bent and didn't break. They're going to have to do that again. Wow. That is just Myles Garrett, man. Myles Garrett's a game changer, and he proves why, because he just gave the Browns the ball right back where they just had it and failed to convert. But will the Browns punch it in with Chubb again? So another turnover by Burrow. Well, it's the first time in this game, but back-to-back weeks. It's going to be play action. Browns in the back of the end zone, Austin Hooper, and he's not able to get 2 feet in bounds. So 2nd and goal. I'm really surprised they went play action there. I thought they would keep trying to run it. Nick Chubb is still in the game. I'm sure if it's 4th down, they go for the field goal this time, though. Burrow gets lit up after the sack fumble. But, Myles Garrett, that is just a very high IQ play, because he didn't even go for the sack. He just went for the football, and it worked. So, you can't ask much more of that. They're going to punch it up the gut. Nick Chubb is going to get in there. So Von Bell is there to tackle him, but not until he's able to cross the pylon. And it's going to be a 27-13 game. And if our offense doesn't score in this next drive, it might be too late. That's just so hard, man, because we were just getting hyped up. The Bengals defense stood them up on the 1-yard line. And then the offense just does the very worst thing you can do. And that's to turn it over. Especially on the 1-yard line, dude. You can't make that up. You really can't make that up, man. Turnover, and they pick it up at the 1. Well, awaiting the PAT. It might be 28-13 here, boys. And the 6,000 or whatever amount of fans are in the Brown Stadium, they are screaming Chubb, because he is very well carrying this game. PAT is good. Browns are up 28-13 here. Just a few minutes left in the 3rd. 5 minutes and 45 minutes to be exact. I mean, once again, it's still a 2-possession game. There's still plenty of time. There's 3 minutes left in this game. We got 15 in the fourth and then 5 here in the third. I mean, once again, we got to see how resilient Joe Burrow is. Joe Burrow turned it over last week with that interception, came back the next drive, and would have scored a touchdown if the play wasn't called out of bounds or wasn't the flag on AJ. So, I mean, once again, he could be resilient right here and score, and this would keep us alive. I really do believe if we get points on this drive or not, we really need points because this would keep the momentum and the team alive. If we don't score here and give them the ball back to start the fourth quarter and they're up 15, that's not a good look. So we're down by 15, a touchdown, 7 + 8. So we would need a 2-point conversion with both 2 touchdowns. But I mean, if you get a field goal here, you're back down to the 15. So we need 6 here. But yeah, commercial break, and that is it's kind of deflating as a Bengals fan. I'm kind of lost for words. I mean, you really can't make that up. If you don't know what happened, we stopped them short, 4th and goal. They're on the 1-yard line. They just couldn't punch it in. We stopped them. Turnover on downs. We get ball. We draw them off sides, so we pick up 5 yards. So it's like 1st and 5, and we're not back up in our end zone. Oh, yeah, let's go. And then offensive line just, man. Offensive line just wasn't there. Burrow went to go step back. Myles Garrett smacks football out of Burrow's hand, picks it up at the 1-yard line where they just got stopped short of 4th and goal. So can't make that up, man. It's a turnover. Burrow's a rookie. It's going to happen. As much as I don't want to blame Burrow, I want to blame the offensive line. Burrow did drop it, but at the same time, that offensive line, man, woo. I mean, that Browns team was back there quick. And, I get it because we had to throw there. Like, we want to, get the aerial tackle going because Joe Mixon was being stood up. But once again, it goes to the point where it raises question, can we keep drafting offensive line, or do we need to go out there in free agency and spend some money or trade for somebody? And just like Josh Baker said, Bengals need to spend some money on our O-line, and we need to spend the money to compete. I do have to agree. A lot of people say, let's pick up offensive linemen in the first round next year. I can agree to an extent, man. At some point, we got to spend money on this O-line. Because, look, we already spent some value on Burrow, so we got to do something to protect them. The Browns are going to kick this. It's actually going to go out of bounds, so it's going to be a flag. So you don't see this very often. So they kick the ball out of bounds. So because of that, we are going to get the ball back again. So here we go. The Bengals, can we be resilient once again and face adversity and get a drive going? Like I said last week, when Burrow turned it over, he came back and looked super good. So let's see if he can do the same this week. 5 receivers, everybody. 5 receivers out. 1st and 10, 5 minutes and 44 seconds left. A throw over the middle is going to complete to Tyler Boyd before he gets lit up. And there's going to be a flag, and I believe it's going to be head-to-head. It did look like he possibly led with his head. Tyler Boyd's okay. He's up and healthy. But there's a flag. I believe it is going to be lowering the head to engage contact. Flag on the Browns defender. On Andrew Sineho, the former Minnesota Viking, who is known to be a fairly dirty player. The guy just he's always let his head down with the tackling. Watching him in Minnesota, he always has done the same thing. Hasn't changed. So that's going to help the Bengals, and we're in Browns territory. And then we get a big completion by A.J. Green. We're going to be in the red zone. I believe the Browns 25. So just like that, resilience from Joe Burrow, and we see it here on display. On the Browns 25-yard line, already in the red zone. Here we go, 1st and 10, 5 minutes remaining here in the third quarter. Burrow going to hand this one. Oh, it's going to be play action, actually. And then it's going to be a throw over to T. Higgins. T. Higgins is wanting the offense or defensive pass interference. Isn't going to get it, so 2nd and 10. So another throw to T. Higgins, but it's going to be incomplete. Plenty of talent on this team, just a few pieces need a badly. It's always back to protecting the QB. Look, man. Hopefully we'll handle it. 2nd and 10 here. Let's go, boys. T. Higgins in motion. It's going to be a pass. Pump fake. Burrow steps up in the pocket. A lot of pressure around him. He's going to have to take him himself. Scramble for about 6-7 yards before getting out of bounds. And it's going to bring up a 3rd and short. 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4 here. Big 3rd down. Obviously, if we don't get this, we have to settle for 3. If we get this, we're pushing for 6. At this point in the game, I think we got to be aggressive here. Obviously, the game isn't out of reach, but being this far down with the defense that it's kind of being iffy so far, I think we need to get this pick. We got to get this. 3rd and 3 here. On the Browns' 18-yard line. 3rd and 3 Bengals. 25 seconds remaining. It's going to be a run to Mixon, and we're not even going to get back to line of scrimmage. So it's going to be a run to Mixon, and the Browns sniffed it out. Mixon's not even going to get back to line of scrimmage. Not a good play call there. They read that one out from a mile away. So 4th down, and I think the Bengals are staying on the field. So it was just QB. They just handed off to him. He had a little bit of a gap, but the linebackers were there. Mixon is very frustrated, shaking his head. But here we go. 4th and 4. Bengals are going for it. 5 out, including Giovanni Bernard. 4 and 4. This is a big one, guys. Here we go. Burrow to step back. He's going to step up, and he's going to scramble himself, and he's going to grab the first himself. And he's going to point for the first. Well, Burrow says no one can help me. Well, I'm going to do it for myself, and he's going to take it up the middle, scramble for the 1st down. So a huge play there for Burrow. And he did that last week, and he's probably going to keep doing it until he can have more time to get the ball. Linebackers sat in coverage, so he took it himself. So Burrow gets it. He saw the linebackers coming, and he slid down. 1st and 10 from the Cleveland 13-yard line. Hard count for Burrow. Tyler Boyd in motion. It's going to be a pitch to Mixon to the outside. Finally, some movement from Mixon as he gets a pitch of 4, or about a gain of 4 or 5. And finally, I feel like it's been so, like the Browns have just been able to know what Mixon's going to do. It's the same play, run up the middle. Finally, they get a pitch going to get Mixon outside of just going up the middle, and they turns it up for about 4 or 5 yards. So that's what we need right there. Giovanni Bernard's going to step into the game. Higgins, Boyd, Sample, and a couple others in for the Bengals. 2nd and 6 with 2 minutes and 28 seconds remaining here in the 3rd. Bernard back there with Burrow. 2nd and 6. Steps back, has some time. The 3rd's going to step up, find Bernard, and Bernard's going to be tackled just short of the 1st. So it's going to be about 3rd and 2. A good little dump pass there, but once again, you get yourself in another tight position here on 3rd. 3rd and 1. Bengals are going hurry up offense here. Burrow still in, Bernard is still in the game. They're going to give it to him up the middle. Bernard's going to push it in, and he's in the end zone. But Giovanni Bernard's going to get 6 for the Bengals. There's a lot of whistling going on, but nonetheless, Giovanni Bernard's going to push it in, and I think Bengals are going to go for 2 here. Bengals look like they're going to stay on the field and go for 2 here. Let's go. Through adversity. And what did I say about the resilience of Joe Burrow? Did I not just say how last week he got a turnover? The next drive, he almost came down and won it for us. Basically did if the ref wouldn't have sold the game. And what's he do on this drive? He has a turnover, come back, and scores the ball. I mean, there's just something about Burrow and his resilience that he has as a leader here, as a rookie. And Mixon is not going to get in the end zone, but Giovanni Bernard is. So let's go. I'm not going to put Houdays in the chat quite yet because we're going for 2 here. 19-28, Cleveland Browns. But Bengals are on the field, and they're probably going to go for 2, but they are reviewing it, a scoring review, to see if he was in. I mean, he was in. I don't see them calling this back, but they're going to take it to commercial break to check the scoring review here. So if he is short, it is going to be a first. Was it a first? Was it a goal in goal? Or was it downs? What was it? Let me go back. If he didn't get it, it's going to be. He picked up first and goal, right? I'm going back to review it just to make sure. Yeah, so if he didn't get it, it's going to be first and goal from the 1. If he didn't get it. So, well, there we go, guys. I mean, the hype is real. The stream is finally coming back in some numbers. We were 100, 150 plus strong all stream, and then we dropped to like 50, like 50-ish range, and now we're back up to 70. So if you came back to the stream, welcome back. I hope you finally are filled with some entertainment and some relief here as a Bengals fan, as we're finally showing some life and energy here, resuming the turnover. So welcome back to the stream. Are we at 100 likes yet on the stream? If you haven't already, please leave a like. It takes 5 seconds out of your day. I'd really mean if we could hit 100. Last stream we hit 100 plus too, so if we can go back to back 100. That would be awesome, guys. We're at 85 likes, so please, just 15 people that haven't liked, please go hit that like button. It would mean the world. Hayden said, I got Mixon on fantasy, so I want him to score. That sucks. Obviously, you want Mixon to score, but hey, man, if you're a Bengals fan, let's just be glad they scored. But, yeah, like I said, if it's short, then maybe Mixon will score, because I'm sure they're going to bring him in besides Bernard. Mr. Jibby said, can you start posting the score on the screen in the future? Yeah, man, that's something I'm going to try to talk to somebody about before next week's game. I'm going to try to get a overlay, hopefully. I'll see what I can do with that. I'll try to see if I can get that going. So, yeah, if you got Mixon in fantasy, I'm sorry to say Mixon didn't score. But, hey, if they do rule it back, they probably will throw Mixon in the game because they are doing a scoring review. We are finally over 70 people. So please welcome back. Hit that subscribe button. If you haven't, please hit the like button. Let's get to 100 likes. I know we can do it. And yeah, they're going to call it short. First and goal here. And Mixon's in the game. So I'm just a Bear fan just listening in though. Oh, well, welcome, man. Hey, and what about that Trubisky? That fourth quarter comeback? Look, man, I'm going to be honest. I don't think Trubisky is the answer for you guys in the long run. And I don't think your management does either since they signed Nick Foles. But, man, he looked pretty resilient coming back in that fourth quarter and getting that W. So that's just my honest take. So Bengals are going to get it from inches beyond the goal line. And Mixon's in the game with a fullback. Mixon's going to get it. He's going to break 1, break 2, and he's going to take a loss about 5. Just a bad choice there for Mixon. He was supposed to go up the middle following the fullback. He decides, now I'm going to take it outside. And then he loses probably 4 or 5 yards. Not a good choice there. I mean, he could have got in there. I mean, if not a touchdown, he could have just stayed, like, not losing yards. He didn't have to do that. So, not a good play there. Second and goal from about the 5-yard line now. Burrow to throw towards the end zone. Deflected, but there's going to be a pass interference call here on Joseph that was guarding Drew Sample. So that throw was going to Drew Sample in the end zone. Some interesting targets here in the end zone. Not what I was expecting this year. So holding defense. So it's going to be a half the distance and either a first and goal or a repeat, I believe. So they're going to go from about the 5-yard line to about the 2.5 yard line here. And, I mean, it's an even call. 42 is sitting there complaining and crying, but his hands are all over him before the ball even gets to Drew Sample. So, first and goal. I mean, that is a killer there. First and goal from about the 2.5 here. T. Higgins is going to move over to the right side of the field. First and goal, Burrow. He's going to hike this one. He's scrambling out to his left. He has a man named by the name of Tyler Boyd, and Tyler Boyd can't hang on to it. That's his fault. What should have been a touchdown is now going to be a second and goal. It was a little screen pass, so Burrow was scrambling out to his left. Another wide receiver did a pick for I believe it was I don't know who the receiver was, but he did a pick for Tyler Boyd. Tyler Boyd was wide open, what should have been a touchdown, hit him right in his hands. He juggled it and then eventually dropped it. And that's not good for the Cincinnati Bengals. He rolls over to the field and he's smacking the turf and he's upset with himself, as he should be. 2nd and goal here for the Bengals. Mixon in the backfield. It's going to be a read option. Burrow's going to keep it, and not a good choice as he is steamrolled for about a loss of 5 again. Not liking the play call here. 3rd and goal, and the Bengals just keep backing it up. So when they were on the 1-yard line, they're probably back at their own 10 now. It was a read option. Mixon probably should have got the ball. He would have got close to the end zone if not in. Burrow decides to keep it, and now it's 3rd and goal from their own 9-yard line. 3rd and goal here. 5 receivers out. Burrow throws over the middle, and it's going to be another pass interference or a holding call. This time, it's CJ Uzomah. There's a flag. It was towards the end zone, and I think it's going to be holding. Unless it's going to be on CJ Uzomah. I think it's going to be on Uzomah, actually. I take that back. Because it looks like Uzomah initiated the contact. And it's going to be pass on interference for CJ Uzomah. I'm not even sure what CJ Uzomah is doing. He tried to give a little shove, but 93 held his jersey, which pulled him to the ground, so it just looked like CJ Uzomah steamrolled him. And we're going to have to settle for a field goal here. And I'm not a fan of that play call there either, to be honest. I mean, where is 6'4" T. Higgins, 6'4" A.J. Green? I don't know. So, once again, Randy Bullock, who's 2 for 2 today, is going to get another shot here at a field goal with 23 seconds remaining here in the 3rd. So, 27-yard attempt, and he's going to go 3 for 3 on the day after being a big reason why the Bengals lost last week. He is 3 for 3 on today's game, and it's going to bring a 28-16 game here. Cleveland Browns up with 20 seconds remaining here in the 3rd. CJ Uzomah still talking to the refs, asking, "What are you doing?" But I can't agree with CJ right there. So here we go. We had a touchdown, Giovanni Bernard. They called it back, and we couldn't punch into the end zone on a 1st and goal. I just don't understand that play. I mean, we should probably try to QB sneak a fullback run up the middle, Joe Mixon. I mean, there wasn't a huge hole for Mixon, but it's a 1st and goal from the 1-yard line. You can't bounce that to the outside. That really messed us up there. And then the read option, Burrow decided to keep it. I didn't like the execution there. But nonetheless, we are only down 12 points now, which unfortunately is still a 2-possession game. So to win this game, our defense has to be almost perfect. I mean, we need a turnover or a 3-and-out on this drive severely to want to attempt to stay in this game. I love Zach Taylor. Man, that play call was a little rough there. But honestly, that run with that Mixon's not Zach Taylor's fault. I mean, Mixon shouldn't have bounced that to the outside. It wasn't just a good choice. But I mean, come on. Joe Burrow's not the smallest, dude. We probably could have tried a QB sneak there. But it is what it is, guys. We can't go back. Good play-by-play. You earn a new subscriber. Hey, man, I really appreciate that. You guys are the reason we're doing it. So I appreciate every single one of you that subscribes and leaves a like. It means a lot to me. So Browns have the ball here at their own 25. Baker Mayfield is going to do a rush to Kareem Hunt. Kareem Hunt's going to pick up about a gain of 4 or 3 here. From a touchdown to a freaking field goal. Make that 2 subs. I appreciate that, Hayden. I really appreciate that. And this is going to wrap up here in the 3rd quarter. This is going to take it into the 4th. 28-16 Browns heading into the 4th. Can the Bengals have a comeback here? We will see. But to be honest with you guys, I mean, that is just very unlucky to be Burrow. I mean, to be honest, last game, the same thing happens where turns over the ball, comes back down the drive, gets in the end zone, it gets ruled back, and then we missed the field goal. And then in this game, he fumbles, comes back, leads a drive where we punch it in the end zone. It gets called back off the end zone, and then we can only settle in 3. So once again, I mean, Burrow shows his resilience where he can come back and score some points, but just 2 very unlucky, unlucky. What am I trying to say? Conclusions to the drive for Joe Burrow. But I'm noticing it. I'm noticing it, Burrow. You're resilient. You're coming back. You're fighting. When you make a mistake, you don't just give up like a lot of quarterbacks do in this league. A lot of quarterbacks, they get in their head. It's mental. They make a mistake and they clock out for the game, really. And it's been the complete opposite with Burrow in both situations. Unfortunately, both of them ended in touchdowns that weren't touchdowns anymore because the refs called it back. So, look, it's very unfortunate for Burrow right now. But I'm noticing it. I don't know if you guys are, but I am. You got to take positive away from the negative sometimes, guys. If the Browns score, it's probably over. Yeah, it's a good shot that it's going to be over if the Browns score here. At least a touchdown. That's why that field goal hurts, man. We really need that touchdown and then that 2-point conversion, which we were going to try for, and it would have been a one-possession game. But they bring it back. We only pick up a field goal, and it's still a 2-possession game. That's why that drive is such a killer, man. Once again, the Bengals got to get in the end zone. We are just struggling to punch it in for 6, and we keep settling for 3. And, a lot of people will blame Randy Bullock for the missed field goal last game, but if we could get in the end zone, it wouldn't have led to him. And same thing in this game. I mean, he's still making his field goals, but we shouldn't have to have him kick 3 field goals. That could be 3 possible 6 points. Times 3, 18 points. But it is what it is, man. You can't win them all. And you can't win every drive. At least we're getting points away from the drive. You're honestly more calm than Joe Burrow. How do you do it? It's probably because it's 10:57 at night. I'm pretty tired. Been studying all day, but I don't know, man. I'm still calm because I see it, man. We're there. There's just a couple things, man. A couple things that are just killing the Bengals. Hey, appreciate it, man. Yes, I am from Cincinnati. Kareem Hunt's going to get the ball up the middle, and it's going to bring up a 3rd and 2 here. Yep, I am from Cincinnati, Ohio. I'm going to Xavier University. I'm a freshman, so yes, sir. All right, big 3rd and 2 here. Bengals have stopped them pretty well at the 3rd down, but we had that 4th down, and they went for it, and they got it, and they ended up to an end zone, or ended up for a touchdown. That killed us. 3rd and 2 here. There's a Browns man. There's 2 tight ends here. Baker's going to step back and have a wide open receiver. It's going to be a rookie, 88 Bryant. That's just too easy, man. I mean, this guy is wide open. Another 3rd down early. We get up to the 3rd, and we can't hold him, man. I mean, this guy is wide open. Cool. I'm from Philly, but living in Dayton. Nice, man. So you are in Ohio. So Dayton, you probably don't root for the Cleveland or for the Browns or Cincinnati, but that's kind of in the middle. That's funny. All right, 1st and 10 here for the Browns after the huge 3rd down conversion. So here we go. Kareem Hunt is going to get the carry, and Kareem Hunt's going to pick up the 1st down. And I'm surprised there has been more of Kareem Hunt because when he's been in, he's been good. So Kevin Stefanski, he went from Dalvin Cook and Alex Madison to Nick Chubb and Kareem Hunt. So this guy has had the best running back duos in the league. The guy literally went from Dalvin Cook and Alex Madison to Kareem Hunt and Nick Chubb. I mean, that is crazy. This guy is so lucky. He has the rosters he's had. I don't blame him, man. You're up big time. You're going to keep running the ball. I don't know why the Bengals are being more aggressive here with the blitz. Another run, Kareem Hunt. And it's going to be another 1st down. I'm just confused what we're doing. The Browns are doing amazing on upfield blocking. Fullback tight ends, linemen are getting upfield or helping him block. I mean, he's not doing this all by himself. So the Browns are literally running it down the Bengals' throat. And not even with Nick Chubb. They're doing it with Kareem Hunt now. So Burrow is definitely the quarterback for the future for you guys. Oh, I'm not worried about that. Burrow is definitely the future, man. He is definitely the future. Baker Mayfield, another run to Kareem Hunt, and another good 5 yards. So they'll probably score this drive too, and this might do it. This might be the dagger. And no turnovers this game for the defense too, which can be really inflating, especially when they're having these long drives where they're just running it down our throat, man. The defense is getting tired. At some point in time, we got to come up with the turnover here and change the momentum around, and we just haven't done much of that. Bengals have 48 rushing yards, and the Browns have 142. So, play action, and Mayfield's going to have interception, turnover. What did I just say? Bengals, William Jackson's going to get a big-time interception. He's going to run it for a good amount of yards, too. What did I just say? We needed a turnover. Can somebody clip that? Somebody in the Discord just clip that. But there's a flag. I don't have no idea what it is, but it better not be against the Bengals. It better be against the Bengals, man. Oh. Hold on, guys. You guys have to see this. Oh, my gosh. So, Baker Mayfield threw the interception. Khalid Kareem, the rookie, right in. As soon as he picks it off, Baker Mayfield turns the other way. He goes, damn it. And Kareem just pushes him on his ass. That's the flag. So, fortunately, we keep the interception. We're just moved back a little bit. But a rookie and you have the balls on you to do that? We pick it off. Khalid Kareem sees Baker Mayfield's upset, just goes up to him and plows him into the turf. I will take that penalty because of that. I think I'll take that penalty. I like Khalid Kareem. Give that guy the ball. Give that guy in more. So, fortunately, we keep the ball. But, yeah. So, you're saying there's a chance. There is. But, somebody has to clip that. Did I literally not just say before that play that we need a turnover? And it's been very deflating because we haven't any. And boom, there we go. Interception, William Jackson III. And look, a lot of you guys in the chat have been roasting William Jackson this whole game. But William Jackson is giving us a chance right now. A little bit of redemption by William Jackson. So, wow. That was energetic. And, man, I'm over here snoring away thinking, oh, man, they're just running it down our throat. It's game. They're going to come down here, score again, and that's going to be game. There is 11 minutes and 22 seconds remaining in the game. So there's only been 4 minutes, not even 4 minutes burnt in this fourth quarter. The Bengals have ball, man. So, we get a quick touchdown right here. Plenty of time on the clock. As long as we can stop that run, if we score here and the defense is up, that we got to do something with that rush defense. If not, they're going to run the clock out, and that's going to be a problem. Once again, what have I said this whole game? They haven't played through Baker Mayfield. They've played through the running game and the play calling of Kevin Stefanski, which has been good for the most part. So I never said Baker Mayfield's the reason the Browns are winning, because he's not. Because in my honest opinion, I don't think Baker Mayfield's the future for the Browns. If there's some Browns fans, I already know hate and dislikes incoming. Whatever, I don't really care. That's just my personal opinion. We can all have our own takes, and that's just mine. And, Baker Mayfield on paper has played a great game, but I just think because he's had a great game is only because of his rushing game. For example, look in week 1 when Nick Chubb didn't do really anything, and they got laid up flat on their ass. Now, yes, I understand the Ravens are a contending team for the Super Bowl, but aren't you Brown fans saying that too? I'm not trying to cause beef if there's any Browns fans in here, but 16-28, Bengals 1st and 10 with 11 minutes and 22 seconds remaining. Here we go. Joe Mixon back on the field. Tyler Boyd, Higgins, and A.J. Green with Drew Sample. So Drew Sample get a lot of playing time here tonight. We are on our own 17-yard line after the penalty. So William Jackson ran it for a good amount, but that Khalid Kareem flag potted back a little bit. A run to Mixon. He's going to be patient. He's going to get to about an 8-9 yard gain here. So Mixon finally coming together, an 8-9 yard gain. Whew. So here we go, guys. We need a good drive here. And another run. Quick play. They couldn't even come back. Joe Mixon again. About another 6-yard gain. Another first down here. So finally, Joe Mixon getting something going here. A little bit of momentum after the interception. And we're going hurry-up offense. I like it. 1st and 10, hurry-up offense. Burrow step back. He's going to throw this one. He's almost gets sacked. He's going to scramble away after avoiding 2 sacks. He's going to get hit. He's going to throw it to T. Higgins. T. Higgins is going to catch it for the first down. And wow, that is a beautiful play by our franchise quarterback and rookie quarterback, Joe Burrow. He avoided 2 defensive ends. Or no, what was it? It was a corner that blitzed and Myles Garrett scrambled out to the left side of the pocket, dumped past the T. Higgins, who was just wide open because that was the corner that the blitzed, I believe, was guarding T. Higgins. So T. Higgins was wide open, a little 5-yard dump pass, and Higgins turned up the field for about 12 yards. Way to be patient there by Burrow, not to give up on that play. That was a great play. 1st and 10. Play action. Drew Sample with the one-handed catch. It's only going to be for a few yards. But Drew Sample just caught a nasty one-handed catch. I mean, even the announcer saying, wow, that's Odell Beckham. Like, Burrow threw this one, and with his left hand on his backside, Sample brings it in like this. A lot of people were saying down on Sample, saying he's a bust, 2nd-round waste of a pick, but looking great today. 2nd and 5. Burrow to step back, Bernard blocking, and almost picked. It was going A.J. Green's way, out of bounds. Browns defense read it, and that was close. But Drew Sample, man, what a catch. Looking like Mark Andrews. Hey, I have Mark Andrews on fantasy, and he gave me like 2 touchdowns last week, who had that one-handed catch, who I'm sure you're referring to. But, yeah, man, what a fantastic play there. 5 for 12 on 3rd down conversions tonight. This is a big one. 3rd and 5 from our own 47-yard line. Burrow is going to step back. He's going to throw this one over the middle to A.J. Green, who's going to be hit hard by Andrew Sadejo. And it's an incompletion here. So what are we going to do? Are we going to punt this? Or are we going to go for it? And that was behind A.J. just a little bit. Once again, it hit him in his hands, but A.J. did have to turn back for it. But A.J. probably should have brought that one down. And the Bengals are going to stay on the field, and it's a 4th and 5 with 9 minutes and 20 seconds left, and we're going for it from our own 48-yard line. Giovanni Bernard in the game. I'm sure he's blocking them. Joe Burrow has some time to throw. He's going to throw this one to Tyler Boyd, and it's a reception, and he's going to get the ball. 1st down Bengals. We are in Browns territory, about their 38-yard line. Beautiful play there. And Tyler Boyd's going to get a little redemption as he missed that touchdown catch earlier, which he should have had, but he has that one there. 1st and 10 at the Browns' 39-yard line. 9 minutes left. Burrow's doing some audible hurry-up offense. 1st and 10. Here we go. I'm sure this one is going to, who is that down on the side? I believe that's Mike Thomas. Maybe not. Burrow's going to step up. He's going to scramble out to the left side. He's going to have a man, but instead he's just going to take it himself for about a gain of 5 yards. Didn't have anybody there. So, yeah, I mean, the Browns coverage isn't looking too bad here late in the game. Early on in the game, the Browns coverage looked awful, but here, late on in the game, they're not looking too bad. Oh, here we go. 2nd and 5 here. Driving on this Cleveland Browns team. About the 34-yard line of the Cleveland Browns. So, 2nd and 5 here. Bro, CJ Uzama wide open, and Uzama is probably going to be short. I don't know why he didn't lunge for the first down, but they might have gave it to him. And CJ Uzama's in a lot of pain. This isn't good. I take back what I said. I don't know why he lunged for the first down because he is in a lot of pain. He takes his helmet off, and he is grasping that turf. That didn't look good. He's in a lot of pain. They're going to go to commercial break. That's looking like an ACL tear. Don't want to call it, but that's what it looked like. It is 28-16 Cleveland Browns with 8 minutes remaining. Bengals are driving. I believe they're going to give us the first down on this. But as I'm going to keep replaying it, maybe a dislocated knee or it's pause right now because CJ Uzama's down the field. So once again, Drew Sample has stepped up a lot this game, and he's going to have to step up more. But that's going to be a huge loss for the Bengals, and it doesn't look good. I mean, CJ Uzama went down on that turf, taking his helmet off and throwing a fit. So he looks like he's hurt pretty bad. I mean, about 2 or 3 Browns jumped on him, and he is holding it down, and he almost sat on his butt. Like he went vertically almost down, and it looked like that's when it happened. I don't know if it's Achilles, ACL, MCL. He is in a lot of pain, unfortunately. I mean, he's grasping for help. It doesn't look good for CJ Uzama, unfortunately. Hopefully he's okay. Prayers up for CJ Uzama, but that don't look good. What's up, Tinker? What's up, Jimmy? I appreciate you for joining the stream. Yeah, it's a big loss, though, unfortunately, for us. Good thing we got Drew Sample, and chemistry between CJ and Burrow was insane. Yeah, man, that one sucks. But hopefully he's okay, man. But he just looks like he's very uncomfortable in a lot of pain. So it is commercial break, so I'm sure the cart came on the field, but we'll see here once the game comes back on. But, I mean, so far, speaking of the drive and getting away from the injury, it's looking pretty good. We're moving along. Mixon has been getting it going a little bit. So, yes, the cart has came on for CJ Uzama. He is holding his right below his right knee, his calf area. Oh, his Achilles. He tore his Achilles. I saw it. You can watch it pop. When he lands, Achilles pop. You can usually see it visually, and that's what it looks like. I'll bet anybody in the stream he tore his Achilles, which I don't want to bet on because it's a very unfortunate, but it looked like he tore his Achilles. Oh, it sucks. Prayers up to him. But here we go. Love it. Great details as you announced. I really appreciate that. I really do. All right, 1st and 10 here after the injury. So we did get the first. Mixon's in the game. Burrow's going to step up. He's going to get away from the pressure. He's going to break out to the right side. He's going to toss this one to deep to AJ. It's going to be a little bit overthrown, but once again, great pocket awareness for Joe Burrow as he's able to break away from Myles Garrett in the Browns rushing game as Myles Garrett was close. Bobby Hart pushed him away from Burrow after Burrow stepped up. If Burrow wouldn't have stepped up there, that's a big time sack. Perfect pocket awareness from Burrow. That's just good footwork and awareness. 2nd and 10 here on the Cleveland Browns 29-yard line. Here we go. 2nd and 10, Mixon in the backfield. Burrow's going to step back. He's going to look twice, and this time the Browns are going to get to bring him down. But there is a flag on the field. So Burrow gets sacked, but there is a flag, and we're going to see what that is. And it's a face mask on the defense. So that is going to be a 15-yard penalty and a first down. And it is very clear looking at the replay. 97 grabs Burrow's face mask, twisted to the side. Pretty dangerous play. But, that's a dangerous play. He grabbed he looked like he didn't do it on purpose. I mean, he saw his replay. And he's like, wow, I messed up on that one. So what would have been a sack for the Browns is a 15 yards and a first for the Bengals, who are now on the Browns. Let me see. I didn't see the exact yard line. So the Browns 14-yard line. Joe Burrow, 1st and 10 with 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. We got to get in the end zone quick. Less than 10 minutes. We got to go. Burrow to step back. Has a man over the middle. That's going to be Drew Sample. But beautiful defense right there by 93 on the Browns. And that's a great play there. That's some good defense right there. And we are going for a lot of tight end throws. Very surprising. As many receivers we have, we are very heavily going for the tight ends here. And Burrow is 25 for 43, 228 yards and a touchdown. 43 throwing attempts so far. That's a lot for a rookie's second game in the league. Here we go, 2nd and 10. It's going to be 5 receivers out. Drew Sample is one of them. Burrow, once again to Drew Sample. Sample is going to push for the first down, but he might be like inches away, but they might give it to him. It's going to be close. And please tell me if we don't get it, just do a QB sneak. Don't try to give it to Mixon because it's not working this game. 3rd and 1. 3rd and 1, and we're not huddling. And Mixon runs off the field. And Burrow is not under center. We are going 5 out here on 3rd and 1. Wow. Interesting play call here. 5 out. Burrow is calling some audibles. He's not under center. He's in shotgun. Here we go. He's going to take it himself, and he gets it. It's close. It's close, but he barely got it, man. I mean, it's a good play. It's just a QB draw, but I just don't understand why you don't just go under the center and sneak it right there. But nonetheless, we get the first down. Clock is ticking. 6 minutes and 15 seconds, 1st and goal. We got to get in the end zone quick here. 5 receivers out once again. T. Higgins and others. Joe Burrow calling some audibles here. We're going hurry up, but we're letting the time click, so call it how you want it. 1st and goal. Burrow to step back. He has a man over the middle, and it's going to be good. It's going to be Thomas, and we're going to get in the end zone here, and the Bengals have a chance here. 5 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Mike Thomas. Who would have thought Mike Thomas comes in and is going to get a touchdown here? A beautiful slant, 1-on-1 against Ward, who Ward has been great in coverage all night long. Just gets burnt there by Mike Thomas. So, wow. 22-28 Cleveland with 5 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. Bengals have all 3 timeouts left. This is going to be up to the Bengals defense here. I like Sample. Sample, he's a 2nd-round draft choice, so hopefully he lives up to it. The extra point's going to be up. And once again, Randy Bullock has just been spot on today. So 23-28. Bengals only down 1 possession. 5 points here with 5 minutes and 55 seconds left. Here we go. In game. And wow. 3 timeouts. 5 minutes, 55 seconds remaining. Down 5 points. This is a game, guys. And once again, I know I keep repeating this word throughout the stream, and you guys are probably annoyed after being 3 hours and 57 minutes into the stream. Resilience. If there is one word I can explain for Joe Burrow, it is his resilience to fight and to push for the end zone. I mean, the guy is just a gamer. He just loves going out there and just proving everybody wrong. So we need to stop here, obviously. As you guys are saying, chat is going a little bit. After having over 100 people plus for like the first, 2nd quarter, we are back up to 65. I know we lost people because we started losing a little bit, but still, we need to stop here. If you guys are still in here, make sure you leave a like. We're at 94 likes. If we can just have 6 people in this stream right now, leave a like. We'll be at 100 likes here in the stream. So please, if you are in here, it takes 5 seconds. You have to be on YouTube. I mean, you can like it on Facebook, but if you're on YouTube, please hit the like button. We are just a few likes away from 100. And if you haven't already, go ahead and consider subscribing here on YouTube as well. But yeah, man. Here we go, guys. This is a crazy one. We are about 4 minutes live into the stream, and I'm still ready to go, guys. I mean, this is a fun one to watch. I'm having a good time. It did get sleepy there for about that 3rd quarter, the beginning of it, as they were just driving. I said, hey, we need a turnover. As soon as I said it, I literally called it, guys. I still need someone. If there's somebody in here from Discord, please go clip that eventually. I said, we need a turnover. We get the interception. And Khalid Kareem, let's not forget, he put Baker Mayfield on his butt. He got a flag for it, but the rookie has a chip on his shoulder, and I love to see that. Look, I said to you guys earlier, I made a video a long time ago saying that the Bengals have a top 10 receiving corps in the NFL. And I'm going to be honest, I missed because I might be right about the receiving corps, but I didn't put Mike Thomas in the video. Mike Thomas's name was not in that video. It consists of AJ, Tyler Boyd, T. Higgins, Auden Tate, and CJ Uzomah. And then Drew Sample just a tiny bit, but he didn't show much about us last year, so I didn't really throw him in there. And Mike Thomas, I wasn't a word on him. But boy, was I wrong. I was right, but I was wrong. We were at 99 likes. The Bengals and Randy Bullock are kicking it back to the Browns. We're at 99 likes, so if just one of you can hit that like button and we can get in triple digits, I'd really appreciate it, guys. We're at 99 likes. But here we go. We just kicked it off. It's going to be a touchback, and the Browns are going to get set back to receive once again here in this game. Thursday Night Football, man. This is a good one. I'm having a good time with this. I hope you guys are too. Having a good time here on Thursday Night Football. Battle of Ohio. It doesn't get much better than this, guys. Win or loss, at least we're having a good, competitive, and fun game. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this. Here we go. 1st and 10. Obviously from the 25 of Cleveland. I formation once again. They're going to start it off with Chubb like they usually do. Chubb is going to run for about 3.5 yards before being taken down by Sam Hubbard, DJ Reed, and a few other Bengal players. 5 minutes and 40 seconds. Baker Mayfield is 16 for 23, 219 yards, 2 touchdowns, and now that interception on the day. So here we go. 100 likes. I appreciate you guys. Apparently, we had over 100 likes, so I appreciate every single one of you that has contributed to that. It really means the world to me. And if you want to go ahead and do more than that, go ahead and subscribe too. But Dewey Pool Redskins. Redskins came back 17-0 and won the game. I don't know, guys. Let's go. 5 minutes, 15 seconds. 2nd and 6 here. Baker Mayfield under the center. It's still going to be a run to Nick Chubb. Chubb's going to get the first down or more. About 20, 25, 30 yards before taken down. And here we are talking about the rush. Jarvis Landry is injured. He's limping off the field. Not sure what happened with him. But Nick Chubb, nonetheless, is going to run for about 30 yards there. So once again, it's called a halfback ISO, I believe. They act like he's going to run to the right, fake it to the left. Nick Chubb has a beautiful blocking, a good gap. He's going to break a tackle early there from Jesse Bates, who Jesse Bates has missed a couple tackles today before Darius Phillips wraps him up. I love Jesse Bates, but he's been no match for this running back crew. So 1st and 10, now Kareem Hunt is going to come into the game. They're on the Bengals 45-yard line. Kareem Hunt is going to get a run, breaks another tackle to the 30, the 20, the 25, 15, and to the 11-yard line before Von Bell wraps him up. Kareem Hunt, man. And here we are, put up or shut up. And looks like they're shutting us up because we have no answer for this rush game. Jesse Bates misses another crucial tackle. If Jesse Bates gets that tackle, we stop him from the first down. I mean, it's a good play. Kevin Stefanski is a mastermind when it comes to the run game. So he blocks the whole defensive front and leaves it to the safeties. And the reliable Jesse Bates is not being pretty reliable right now. Now, obviously, this isn't all just his fault. But when you're missing back-to-back plays like that, missing that tackle, that's the difference between a win and a loss. And the Browns have over 200 rushing yards on today's game. Even though Geno Atkins is out, that is just unacceptable. That is just unacceptable. And of course, they're just going to run it again. We stop for about 2 yards here, but Baker Mayfield has 219 yards. Their rushing game, 206. Their running backs almost have more yards than the quarterback. We got to get a stop here, guys. So hopefully we can bend and not break, hold them to a field goal. But with 4 minutes and 6 seconds remaining, you hold them to a field goal. That's a 31-23 game. Once again, we are really craving a turnover here. We need a fumble. I mean, I'm not even looking at an interception because I don't think they'll throw the ball. I mean, why would they? They're going to run the ball again. Kareem Hunt breaks a tackle, breaks 3 tackles, breaks 4, and it's a first down. First and goal from the 1. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm trying to be as positive as I can, but this is just so hard to watch. I mean, a missed tackle by Carl Lawson, by Bynes, like Von Bell. Like, you got to wrap up here. I mean, the most important part of the game, fourth quarter, and their backup running back, Kareem Hunt, is breaking tackles. Carl Lawson had him racked up in the backfield and just couldn't hold on to him. I get it. Geno Atkins is missing, but Geno Atkins himself can't stop this. First and goal, Browns. If they punch it in for a touchdown, this game might be over. Here we go, guys. Kareem Hunt still in the game. 3 receivers out. Kareem Hunt goes to the outside, and what's he going to do? He's going to punch it in with Jesse Bates trying to tackle him. Touchdown, Kareem Hunt. Single-handedly. They said, oh, yeah, you want to stop Nick Chubb? Okay, here's Kareem Hunt. Single-handedly just beat down the Bengals on that drive. I mean, that's just embarrassing. So 34-23. Unless a miracle happens, this game is probably all but over. Unfortunately here for the Cincinnati Bengals. Look, it's a hard-fought game, but at some point, you got to do something. I mean, send the blitz, if nothing else. Extra point is good, so it's going to be 35-23 Browns with 3 minutes and 55 seconds remaining. So I appreciate you for joining. I appreciate it. I mean, technically, yeah, there's still a chance, but unless this is the Minneapolis Miracle, we have a lot to come back from. So look, man, our offense gave us a chance. I know last week I was more thrilled about our defense than the offense. This week, it's definitely the opposite. I'm definitely more thrilled about our offense than the defense. At the end of week 1, I reviewed and I was like, I'm proud of this defense. This is definitely looking better than the offense. Coming to week 2, and it's definitely vice versa. Browns put up 35 on us. And I'm not sure on Jarvis Landry's update, but I know he came questionable into the game. But I did see him limping off earlier in that possession, and I didn't see him go back into the game. So here we go. And it's going to be a touchback. 3 minutes and 55 seconds. I mean, if anything here, we get a good time to watch Joe Burrow to see what he can do. I mean, no timeouts. We don't really have much hope of winning this game, but what can we see of Joe Burrow here? Down late in a game once again. Last week, he was phenomenal down late. Had a lot of resilience. Had a lot of fight. But what can he do this week? Once again, going 5 out. 27 for 45, 240 yards, 2 touchdowns, no interception. That's Joe Burrow's stat line. It's going to be a throw over the middle of the Giovanni Bernard, who's just going to drop it after getting hit hard. Look, man, I love Gio and I love his mustache, but I don't understand why he's had some of the snaps he's had over Mixon. We paid Mixon for a reason. I'm not sure why he's out as much as he is. I get Burrow. He's technically a receiving back, but still. You know, I had an argument with another Bengals fan. It's actually my cousin, but we had a little bit of an argument. And I said the same thing last week. There's some times where I believe Mixon should be in the game, and he's not. Bernard is still in. It's going to be a reception over to T. Higgins for a gain of probably 5 yards. Or are they going to roll it back? Does he get forward progress? He got hit as soon as he caught it, and they moved him back about. It's going to be a gain of 5, yeah. It's going to be about 3rd and 5 here. 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Is this drive already going to end? We got to get this first. I mean, come on. This drive can't end this early. 3rd and 5. Here we go. Burrow steps back to throw. Over the middle throw. And it was, I believe, T. Higgins on the play, and it's going to be incomplete. Higgins is hurt. Higgins is hurt. I'm not sure what he's hurt, but Higgins is down. So CJ Uzama probably tore his Achilles, and I'm not sure what's wrong with Higgins, but he is down. 4th and 5. 3rd and 15 for the game. I mean, arguably, even if we don't win, I still want to get this first just so we can continue to see more of Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow has 48 on this game. He's 28 for 48. 48 attempts. And look, man, I'm not going to say I called it, but I said if we're going to win this game, we got to get Mixon going early, and we didn't do that at all. Did the complete opposite. But 28 for 48, 2 touchdowns, no interceptions. He obviously had that fumble, which was killer. But the Browns have 217 rushing yards. The Bengals have 68. Both these teams have elite running backs, and the way to properly utilize them is getting up early in the game. And the Browns just got to do that quicker. So 4th and 5 here. It's going to be a throw to Tyler Boyd. Tyler Boyd's going to get it in a lot more. We're going to get to about middle of the field to our own 47. So Tyler Boyd had that big miss in the end zone where he dropped the ball, but since then he has came on and did pretty good. Mike Thomas, by the way, he did get off the field, walked himself off, and went over to the sideline. He's standing up. Looks like he might have just got the air knocked out of him. Burrow to Giovanni Bernard, who is still in the game. He's going to get a gain about 7. I guess I understand because we probably lost and we don't want to risk injury on Joe Mixon. I guess that could be a reason why. It just sucks to see you pay a running back so much where they usually aren't getting valued as properly as they maybe should be, and then them not perform through the first 2 weeks. Pretty frustrating. Anyway, it's going to be a reception over to Drew Sample, who's going to fall short of the first down. He tried to go for the out of bounds, didn't make it, and because of that, he couldn't get to the first. So 3rd and very short, probably about 3rd and 1. As a Browns fan, I'm sorry you lost to the Browns. It is what it is, man. Kevin Stefanski coached a hell of a game. And if you guys won, obviously your rushing game, but Kevin Stefanski did pretty well. And I was expecting that as he just had a terrible game 1 there in Cleveland. He really needed to redeem himself, and he did that here this week. Blitz off the edge. It's going to be a throw to Drew Sample, another completion, and a first down for Drew Sample and the Bengals. And that's going to take it to the 2-minute warning. 35-23. Burrow's trying to get a playoff, but I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah, it's not going to happen. So 35-23. Game's probably all but over, but once again, this is still enjoyable to watch for me just because we get to see more of Burrow and what he can do. And he's having obviously he had that 3rd down, but other than that, he's making a good drive here. So obviously a 12-point game with 2 minutes left. You would have to score here, then probably get the onside or get a quick turnover. But even if we did score and they got the ball back, I just don't think we could stop the rush. I mean, we haven't been able to all night, so what makes me think in the last minute we could stop the rush? And we don't have a timeout. I don't believe we don't have any timeouts. There is still a chance, yes, but a very, very, very slim one. But hey, I'm watching Joe Burrow play, so it's just still enjoyable to watch. 2-minute warning, 1st and 10. Joe Burrow from the Browns, 38-yard line. Burrow's going to step back. He's going to scramble to the outside. And there's some defense on him, so he's just going to toss this one out of bounds as the defensive front for the Browns was all over that. And, I know we're talking about the defense for the Bengals, but where was the blitzing? Where was the pressure? Was Baker Mayfield even pressured tonight? I didn't see no Carlos Dunlap. I didn't see no Sam Hubbard. I don't know, man. No Carl Lawson. I didn't see much of the defense when it came to pressure. And speaking of pressure, the Browns almost sacked Burrow, but he gets off an amazing pass to Drew Sample again for about 2 yards. So apparently Drew Sample is the new A.J. Green. He should be a number 1 target. But that looked like that hurt. But the Browns are still getting pressure on Burrow, even though this game is over. And besides the late hit on Baker Mayfield on the interception play where it caused the flag, I think that's the only time we put Baker on his butt today. Correct me if I'm wrong, but 3rd and 5 here. Bengals from about the 34, 33-yard line. Burrow to throw. It's a completion, but it is short by about 4th and 1 to Giovanni Bernard. So 4th and 1, another 4th down attempt. 1 minute and 30 seconds left, no timeouts. So this drive is just taking too long. We've taken no shots down the field. So 4 for 4 on 4th downs, about to go 5 for 5, and we do. Mike Thomas, who's going to get out of bounds and get the first down. I mean, if there's been upside, Drew Sample and Mike Thomas is apparently the future of our receiving corps. And if we're going to talk about attempts, Joe Burrow has thrown the ball 56 times. He's 35 for 56, 297 yards and 2 touchdowns. So if he gets a completion here, he's going to go over 300 yards. Where is AJ? I mean, AJ's not really doing nothing right now. I mean, to be honest, I don't really think AJ should be in the game just because we're not going to win. Why risk injury? But Baker Mayfield's chilling with Jarvis Landry and Odell on the bench. They're looking like they're having a good time. But yeah. Here we go. If Joe Burrow can get another completion, he will have his first 300-yard game. He's going to throw this one deep, so he's finally going to take a shot, and that has to be pass interference. It's not, but he's just like blocking him. And by the way, that was T. Higgins' way. So T. Higgins gets another shot there. So for the people that were worried about his injury, he's back in the game, so he's okay. I think he got the air knocked out of him, and I think I'm right. We have to win the next game. We need to win some games. That's for sure. We really do. If you guys are still in here, please consider leaving a like, as I have been live for 4 hours and 16 minutes. Please consider leaving a like. It takes 5 seconds. And if you are going to come back next week, hit that subscribe button as well. 2nd and 10 here. Burrow's going to step back. He's going to go to his right. He's going to have a man wide open, or not wide open, but he catches it, and that's Drew Sample. 1st and goal here with a minute remaining. So it looks like we might get into the end zone here. 1st and goal. We aren't giving up. 59 seconds left. Drew Sample is looking amazing. Burrow steps back, looking towards the end zone, and it's overthrown as he didn't have much there, but at least he stops the clock. So Joe Mixon, 58 attempts. Did we ever see that in Andy Dalton's entire career as a Cincinnati Bengal? Can someone please stat check this? Can somebody please stat check this? What was Andy Dalton's most attempts in a game in his career as a Bengal? Because in Joe Burrow's 2nd game as a Bengal, he has 59 attempts, about to be 60 attempts. Towards the end zone again, A.J. Green hit him in the hand and he dropped it. I mean, let's take a review before I give my... That was a beautiful throw. You got to catch that, AJ. That's pass interference because he's holding AJ Green's one hand, but that's something AJ's got to come up with. That's a good throw by Burrow. AJ Green has 13 targets and only 3 receptions, so 36 for 60 and 307 yards, 2 touchdowns, about to be 3 right here. Burrow steps up, throws towards the end zone. Tyler Boyd, touchdown. What'd I just say? I called it there. I know the game's probably over, but I called it. Tyler Boyd in the back of the end zone. And resilience. We might come out with the L, but Joe Burrow doesn't give up. And a beautiful throw, but even of a better catch for Tyler Boyd. Joe Burrow has to step up in the pocket. He's about to scramble. I mean, he is just the line of scrimmage and barely gets the ball off. Tyler Boyd gets a beautiful two-hand tap catch. And so unfortunately, we probably are going to fall to another loss. But I mean, Joe Burrow just still looks great, man. Bengals fan, Browns fan, Chiefs fan, whatever kind of fan of a team you are, man, the future for the Bengals looks bright. And I know we're not winning now. I know we can't say we're going to win towards the future. But when you have Joe Burrow for our franchise quarterback, man, I'm excited. 30-35, the Cleveland Browns with 43 seconds left. We are going to kick an onside kick here, if I had to assume. No timeouts, so we probably did lose this game unless we get an onside here. But I mean, resilience, man. 30-35. Look, I know every single one of you. Look, Burrow, we got to stay positive, guys. Yes, we're going to start the season 0-2 most likely, but Burrow looks good. But seriously, I need someone to stat check how many completions did Andy. What's Andy Dalton's highest completion? Like how many passes he thrown most in one game, and Andy Dalton's entire career as a Bengal? Because I'm sure it's not as many as 60, which is Joe Burrow's amount of attempts in his second career game as a Cincinnati Bengal. Onside kick here, Randy Bullock. He's going to kick it, and it goes right to the Browns player, and Browns are going to win this one. Awaiting the kneel. No timeout for the Bengals, so all they got to do is take a kneel here, and it will wrap this one up. I mean, a good game for the Browns. If you're a Browns fan, this was a good game. If you're a Bengals fan, this was a good game. I mean, we fought hard. Through adversity and the silly mistakes we made in this game, we fought hard. 30-35. Yeah. 42 seconds left. They're going to go in kneel formation. And it's going to be the game, guys. But there's still a lot of you in here, so I really appreciate every single one of you joining tonight's stream. We are been live for an hour and 21 minutes. So please, before you leave a like and hit that subscribe button. And I'll see you guys next time the Bengals play, or possibly I might have a video up before then. But yeah, please consider leaving a like and subscribing before you leave. But yeah. Here it is, 14 players are dabbing each other up in the middle of the field. 30-35, Browns are going to take this one and going to start 1-1, and the Cincinnati Bengals are going to start 0-2. 61 pass attempts by Joe Burrow, the second most attempts by a rookie ever since 2001. So the Bengals lose a tough one here. Again, last week it was a missed field goal. This week, we just got too behind. Defense couldn't hold up. Burrow and Baker talk to each other, and that's going to be a fun one to watch. Obviously, we have them again. I appreciate all you guys tuning in. I know a lot of you guys are clicking off. So like I said, hit that subscribe button, leave a like before you guys head off. But yeah, man, it was a good one to watch. Bengals fought their heart out. Fell short in the end, just like we did a week ago. But I'm going to review some stats before I head on out. I'll just be another minute or two. So I'll go over the game stats just real quick before I end it. But yeah. So for the Bengals, 37 for 61, Joe Burrow. I mean, obviously, everyone is behind Burrow. If you let your quarterback throw the ball 61 times, you obviously have somewhat confidence in him. So I'm still confident. That's going to put him at 60% exactly on the mark. So 60% he threw for 316 yards and 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. That's a 90 QBR, but a heck of a game by Joe Burrow. He fought hard. He did have a turnover again this week. He had a fumble. Last week was the interception. It's very unfortunate, but he proved even when he makes mistakes, he's going to come and fight until it's over. And he proved that again this week. Obviously, we are fighting once it's a little too late, but at least there's fight at all. Moving on from that, the rushing game for us was a disaster. We averaged, and as a team, 2.8 a carry, and Joe Mixon averaged 2.9 a carry. Um, I hate to say it, but Mixon has been very disappointing these first 2 weeks. I can't entirely just blame it on Mixon because our offensive line hasn't made it any easier for him. But I mean, 16 carries for 46 yards, that's 2.9 yards a carry. I just believe there was some plays he had a chance outside of the offense line that he didn't make the right choice in tonight's game, particularly when we were on the goal line, and he probably should have punched it inside, but he tried to go outside and just lost some yards. So not his best performance tonight. Now, when it comes to receiving, Tyler Boyd, 7 receptions, 72 yards, and a touchdown. So obviously he, once again, kind of only showed up in the fourth quarter. I mean, there was a few plays earlier in the half and the quarters and the other quarters, but, kind of like last week, he really only showed out in that fourth quarter. Drew Sample, 7 receptions for 45 yards. He looked great. I mean, unfortunately, CJ Uzama, that injury didn't look good, and to me, it looked almost positive as a torn Achilles, unfortunately. So that is going to be very fortunate. And hopefully it's not. I'm just saying, to me, it looked like a torn Achilles. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully it's something, because if it is, I mean, he's probably done for the season, if I had to guess. So Drew Sample showed up big when we needed him, and he's probably going to have to in these next few weeks, if not the rest of the season. So you're going to be hearing Drew Sample's name a lot more. CJ Usama, 4 receptions, 42 yards, and the touchdown. When he played, he looked great. So that's very unfortunate. Joe Mixon, he had 4 receptions for 40 yards. And I just don't – I get we have Bernard. We want to use him. He's a captain. I get he's a receiving back. But there's just some times where I believe Mixon should still be in the game, unlike Bernard. Like I said, I like Bernard. I have nothing against him. But when you go out and pay a running back that much money, use it. Make him go play for that money. And just so far in the first 2 weeks, I don't think he really has. But it's only 2 weeks, so I'm not going to jump ship. I still love Joe Mixon. I still think it was a great deal from both sides. And I think he will get going once in a while, hopefully next week. T. Higgins finally showed up. 3 receptions for 35 yards. He did have a little bit of an injury, but he bounced right back that in the same possession or the next possession, one of the two, and came back. He looked good. When I do see him, it looks like he is having a problem creating a little bit of space, which is something a lot of people worried about when he was coming out of the draft. Unfortunately, it does look like that might be a little bit true. A lot of his catches are contested because he's not creating a lot of space, but hopefully we can work on that route running and that acceleration. Moving on from that, Mike Thomas, this guy is crazy. Coming out of nowhere, 4 receptions, 31 yards and a touchdown. I mean, the guy is crazy. This guy's came up out of nowhere and has impressed me, and I'm sure he's impressed a lot of you guys. AJ Green, 3 receptions, 29 yards. I feel like AJ Green really had a very disappointing game in my book. I know some of those throws weren't perfect, but he dropped a lot of throws that hit him in the hands that he could have and should have caught. And, with him being on what am I trying to say? That we tagged him, and so he's on a very expensive 1-year deal because of the tag. He's not playing like it. He's not living up to him. I still love AJ, Hall of Famer for the Bengals, but look, man, this wasn't the best of his games. Let me put it like this: if Joe Burrow is going to throw the ball 61 times, AJ Green has to have more than only 3 receptions. Say it how you want it. You guys can sit there and be, I know a lot of Bengals fans are very defensive about AJ Green, but if my quarterback is going to throw it 60 times, AJ Green has to get that ball more than 3 times. Injury update. CJ Uzama has been declared out with a right Achilles injury. Told you, he tore his Achilles. Giovanni Bernard, 5 receptions, 22 yards. He was in there for a lot. John Ross was in majority of the game, 0 receptions. I don't think he'll be a Bengal next year. Obviously, we fumbled. That one really hurt. Well, it says Joe Burrow also fumbled twice, but we recovered one and lost one. On the defense, Jesse Bates had the most tackles on the team with 10. I love Jesse Bates. I still think he is one of the top safeties in the league, but he did miss a lot of key tackles in this game. Josh Bynes, 8 tackles. That's it. Von Bell, 8 tackles. That's it. DJ Reader had a great game. I mean, I don't want to say great because he's part of the reason why they ran it down our throat, but he stepped up in the absence of Geno Atkins and a couple other guys and tried to do as much as he can. He had a big tackle for loss and 6 tackles to go with that. William Jackson also had the 5 tackles and a huge interception to keep our hopes alive, and really was a reason we stayed in this game. So props to William Jackson. He struggled really early on in the game. Obviously, Odell toasted him a few times. Jarvis Landry, I believe, toasted him, but he came back and fought and never gave up. Mackenzie Alexander, I think personally played pretty good. I don't know about coverage, but when it came to key tackles, that's what he does, and that's what he did. Carlos Dunlap, I'm going to be honest with you guys. I haven't seen much of Carlos Dunlap through 2 games. I know he's on, 30, 31 now, so he's getting up there. Hopefully this isn't a sign of him losing a step, but through 2 weeks, I haven't seen much of Carlos Dunlap. Christian Covington, 3 tackles. Very early in the game, I felt like he did a pretty decent job. And at the goal line stand, he was a huge reason why they couldn't punch it in. But obviously, when you only have 3 tackles and they have over 200 rushing yards, he couldn't have too good of a game. Sam Hubbard, 3 tackles. Another guy where, I didn't even hear his name. I didn't hear him. Jermaine Pratt, only 2 tackles. Kind of disappointing after the game he had last week was an amazing game. And then this week it was like he missed so many tackles. Carl Lawson, 2 tackles. Didn't see too much of him. Cleve Cream had that 1 tackle, then on the same play got a penalty. So good for him. And then Jordan Evans. So I'll do a quick review of the Browns real quick. Before I get to that, Randy Bullock, 3 for 3, 100%. I mean, as much crap as he got, way to fight back. Baker Mayfield, 16 for 23, 219 yards, 2 touchdowns and an interception, 110 QBR. He played decent. I mean, he really didn't have to do too much because the rushing game did it for him. And he just literally probably 90% of that is just literally play action. So that was a very Kirk Cousins-esque performance when Kevin Stefanski a year ago was with the Minnesota Vikings. That's exactly what he played like. Not saying that's bad, but that's just what it reminded me of. Nick Chubb, 22 carries, 125 yards, and 2 touchdowns. That's 5.5 yards per carry with 2 touchdowns. Then you have Kareem Hunt, 10 carries for 86 yards, 8.6 yards per average, and a touchdown. So between the 2 running backs, they average it over 6.5 yards per carry and 3 touchdowns through 32 carries. Another Viking-esque, play. That's exactly what they played last year with Kevin Stefanski. Odell, 4 for 74, a touchdown. He really only had that 1 big play, and then you really didn't see much of him after that, really the second half. Jarvis Landry, 3 receptions for 46 yards. He did look like he was still not 100%. He didn't look 100%. I know he was, hurt, but, questionable. But he didn't look 100%. Hodge looked decent, 2 receptions, 39 yards. Austin Burr looked he did so great in the first quarter. I don't know why they shied away from him. Kareem Hunt had some, Harrison Bryant, Nick Chubb, a couple others. Their defense was pretty good. They did all right. B.J. Goodson had a pass deflection. Sheldon Richardson had 2 tackles for loss. Sheldon Richardson looked fantastic. Another guy that came over from the Vikings. He looked good. Carl Joseph had a tackle for loss. Did they have any? Yeah, they had 3 sacks. So Sheldon Richardson had a sack. Myles Garrett had a sack. And then Claiborne had a sack. And we had 0 sacks. That's a big problem. But with that all said and done, Cleveland Browns went at home 35-30. And Cincinnati Bengals are going to take a loss here. So, unfortunately, we're going to take some baby steps here. We're going to have to build upon what we have. I like the guys we have. I like Joe Burrow. I'm very confident in our team. So, we have some stuff to build on. But that's about all I have for you guys today. So, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Please, before you leave, hit that like button, hit subscribe, and join the DCTV family. Also, join the Discord in the first link in the description below to talk Cincinnati sports with everybody in Cincinnati. You guys have a good night.